Chapter 1 of Wanted a Pedigree by Martha FINLEY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha FINLEY. Chapter 1, A Mystery. There was not on the banks of the Hudson a more princely residence than that of Avonmore, a spacious mansion house of Gothic architecture standing high above the river and commanding a magnificent view of its bright waters with their bordering hills and mountains, itself half hidden by grand old forest trees that gathered close about it, and here and there, singly or in groups, dotted the rich lawn in the centre of which it stood. The terraced hillsides were bordered with shrubbery and gay with many-coloured flowers, while a large conservatory and grapery on the southern slope of the hill, and in the rear of the dwelling a well-kept vegetable garden, and a fine old orchard filled with peach, apple, pear, and cherry trees, added their attractions to the place. Lovely at all seasons of the year, it had never been more so than on the bright June day that witnessed the opening scenes of our story. The river flashed and sparkled in the sunlight. The trees wore their richest summer robes, casting a cool shade on the carpet of emerald velvet at their feet, while lilac and snowbull bushes, roses, violets, lilies, tulips, and golden crocus, with many another shrub and flower, made gay the terraces and filled the air with fragrance. The shadows were lengthening on the grass, and a cool, refreshing breeze gently stirred the leaves on tree and shrub as a carriage came dashing along the road from the nearest steamboat landing, the driver urging on his horses with whip and voice. But they had reached ascending ground, and necessarily slackened their speed as they toiled up the broad gravelled road that, winding about the hill, at length brought the traveller to the great iron gates that gave admittance to the Avonmore estate. A pair of blue eyes belonging to a pale face more than ordinarily handsome, but for the almost stony look of anguish it wore at that moment, glanced from the carriage window as the horses began the ascent. A heavy sigh, or rather groan, burst from the man's bosom as he noted their tardy movements. Then, giving a sudden jerk to the check string, "Jarvis," he called hoarsely, "let me out. I can't ask you to urge the horses uphill, but I can walk faster than this, I think." Then dashing open the door and springing to the ground, "Drive at once to the stables, and don't disturb her with the noise of wheels," he said, moving on with rapid strides even while he spoke. The man looked after him with an expression of intense sympathy on his dusky face. "Poor young master," he muttered. "Wouldn't he give every drop of blood in his veins to save her? How fast he goes! Hope he'll get there in time." The gentleman, a powerfully built and vigorous young man, was climbing the hill with remarkable celerity, yet to himself it seemed that a fearful nightmare oppressed him, and that while longing to fly, he but crept over the ground at a snail's pace. Yet the gate was reached at last, the lawn rapidly traversed, and passing up the 2 or 3 steps that led into the porch before the front entrance, he stood for a moment leaning against one of its pillars, trying to recover his breath, well nigh exhausted by his hurried ascent. The doors stood wide open, allowing the fresh, sweet summer air to pass freely through the lordly marble-paved hall that, running the entire width of the house, gave through the door at the farther end a tempting view of lawn and orchard with a background of richly wooded hills. The hall itself was adorned with exquisite marble statues and lovely flowering shrubs in pots set at intervals along the beautifully frescoed walls. A few rare paintings were there, too, and other open doors gave glimpses into spacious and luxuriantly furnished apartments, while a broad staircase of white marble with sumptuously carved balustrade led to the story above. Everything betokened wealth, refinement, and taste, but the eyes that looked upon them at that moment saw them only as we see our accidental surroundings when the mind is fearfully intent upon matters of vital importance. He did not save the noiseless approach of a servant who seemed to have been on the watch for his coming. The gentleman started eagerly forward, almost gasping for breath, while a look of mute or agonized inquiry in his searching blue eyes asked the question his pale lips refused to utter. "My mistress still lives, sir," answered the man with a face full of sympathy, and scarcely allowing his voice to rise above a whisper. "Thank God, then I am not too late." The servant barely caught the words, breathed in low, husky tones, as his master stepped past him, and with quick but cautious tread moved down the hall toward his wife's apartments. As he did so, there issued from them a tall female figure, richly attired, and holding an embroidered handkerchief to her eyes. She came gliding swiftly toward him. "Ah, my dearest Ernest, thank heaven that you are come in time to receive her last sigh," she sobbed, laying her hand upon his arm. "But oh, do, I beseech you, try to control your feelings, that you may not disturb her last moments, or hasten her end." He shook her off with a gesture of loathing which she never forgot nor forgave. Since the first moment of their acquaintance, he had found it impossible to regard this woman with anything but distrust and aversion, spite of the honeyed accents and flattering words with which she was wont to address him. "Crocodile tears," he muttered, while she looked after him with a gleam of fierce anger, hatred, and malicious triumph in her snaky black eyes. "Beware, proud and haughty ingrate, your time here is short," she muttered, as she hastily followed him with her accustomed noiseless gliding step, entering the sick room at almost the same instant, and gloating over the anguish with which she knew the scene there presented must wring his manly heart. On a low French bedstead at the farther end of the spacious, elegantly furnished apartment lay the almost lifeless form of his idolized young wife. The face that rested among those pillows was one of marvelous beauty. Yes, even now, with the pallor of death upon it, and its grey shadows gathering about the magnificent eyes. But they were closed, and the long black lashes rested like a heavy silken fringe upon the exquisitely rounded cheek. They and the delicately penciled brows and the rich masses of purplish black hair strangling over the pillows, contrasting vividly with the dead marble whiteness of the face, for the very lips were colorless. One small, beautifully molded hand lay nerveless and cold on the outside of the counterpane, while the attendant physician held the other, his fingers encircling the delicate wrist as he anxiously counted its slow and feeble pulsations. There was no movement, nor the slightest sign of life, as her husband drew near, the woman who had met him in the hall gliding on behind him, and stationing herself at the foot of the bed. She still held her embroidered handkerchief to her face, ostensibly to wipe away her tears, but really to hide the malicious gleam in her evil eyes as she beheld the anguish so plainly depicted upon the features of the young husband. "Nina, my darling, my precious, precious wife!" he cried, with sharp agony in his tones, as he cast himself on his knees by the bedside, seizing the cold hand and covering it with burning kisses and tears. "Have I come too late? Are you indeed gone without one parting word or look of love for me, the husband who idolizes you? Oh, Nina, I cannot give you up. Speak but one word, dearest. Open those glorious eyes but once again, that I may read in them your love for your wretched husband." She had not spoken or moved for hours. An almost imperceptible breathing and a faint fluttering pulse had alone told that she yet lived, but that cry aroused her. The eyes opened and looked up into his with an expression of intense yearning affection and of sorrowful farewell. Then the hand was feebly raised to grasp his arm, and the lips moved. He bent his ear to catch the sound, but an incoherent murmur was all that reached it, and she relapsed into insensibility. But again she aroused herself, looking up into his face with an expression that startled him, a glance that seemed to appeal to him for protection against some enemy. Then her eyes wandered about the room as if in search of something. "What is it, darling?" he asked. "Oh, have you not strength to speak one word?" She looked at him again, the beautiful eyes full of love, grief, and anxiety. Then they sought the dark face at the foot of the bed, resting there for a single instant with such an expression of horror and fear that he started involuntarily and turned his in the same direction. The woman was sobbing behind her handkerchief, perhaps had missed the look. The dying fingers closed convulsively over his. Again the eyes were lifted to his face with an expression of agonized entreaty that wrung his heart. "Oh, darling, what is it you would tell me? What is it you would ask of me?" he cried. "Can you not speak a word?" She lifted her head from the pillow. There was an instant's fearful struggle for speech, an inarticulate murmur, and she fell back and expired. During the moment that the struggle lasted, the face at the foot of the bed had become of an ashen hue, and the woman had held her breath with terror. But the color returned to it now. She breathed freely. There was a gleam of malicious triumph in her eyes, and she exchanged a quick, furtive glance of satisfaction with the nurse, a middle-aged woman of the lower class, who stood on farther side of the bed, and who had seemed scarcely less agitated than herself. Then the one again fell to sobbing vehemently behind her embroidered handkerchief in apparently inconsolable grief, the other to sighing and wiping her eyes with the corner of her apron, while the doctor gently laid down the hand he had been holding and turned away to hide his emotion. The husband was one of those strong characters who to acute sensibilities unite great power of self-control. At other times he had endured much with little outward show of grief or passion that was consuming him within. But this blow, so sudden, so terrible, fell upon him with crushing weight. He seemed stunned, bewildered. For a moment he did not change his position, but continued to kneel there at the bedside, with the cold hand fast clasped in his, and his eyes fixed in a stony gaze upon the dead white face. But suddenly he started up and grasped his physician's arm with a wild cry. "Doctor, doctor, this is a deadly swoon, and you stand idly by, making no effort to revive her. Something must be done instantly, instantly, I say." "My dear sir, it would be utterly useless," replied the doctor, deeply moved. "She is gone. This is but lifeless clay." "No, no, that cannot be," he said in piercing tones. "Why, but a few hours since I left her in perfect health. This is but a swooning fit, and she will recover from it. Make haste to use all the remedies known to your art. Haste, haste, I say, or it will be too late." "Alas, my dear sir, it is already too late," replied the physician, in a tone of deep compassion. "Life is entirely extinct, but while it remained, nothing was neglected that could be done to save her." "I do not believe she is gone," cried the husband. "I will not give her up. This is only a trance, and I will have remedies tried. Bestir yourselves, all of you," and he glanced fiercely at the two women. "Bring hot water to put to her feet, ice for her head. Doctor, where is your lancet? Bleed her. Do anything, everything, for she must be saved." "Certainly, Ernest, every means must be tried, if there remains the slightest hope," replied the richly dressed woman, in tones that seemed full of sympathy for his grief. "Go, nurse, be quick," she added, turning to the other with an imperative gesture, then following her as she hastily left the room. The doctor took the slender wrist in his fingers, felt for the pulse, but in vain, placed his hand on the heart, bent his ear to catch the sound of breathing, then shook his head and sorrowfully. "There is not the slightest room for doubt, my poor friend," he said in low, pitying tones. "She's gone to a better world. Let that thought comfort you. If you had seen the suffering she endured for the last 12 hours, you would not wish to recall her from a world where pain and anguish and bereavement are unknown." "No," he answered in heartbroken accents. "My grief is very selfish. But oh, Nina, my precious one, you love me too well to forsake me willingly, and I cannot banish a lingering hope." He glanced hurriedly about the room, sprang to the bureau, caught up a hand glass that lay there, and returning held it to her lips. Its bright surface remained undimmed, and with a despairing cry he threw it from him and again sank on his knees by her side, burying his face in the bedclothes, while his whole frame shook with overpowering emotion. The physician, a kind-hearted Christian man, knelt by his side and poured out a fervent prayer for him, asking in his behalf the comfort and consolation that God alone can give. But the poor mourner seemed neither to hear nor heed, and feeling how utterly vain were all human efforts to console in such an hour as this, he made no attempt to address him, but silently withdrew, leaving the bereaved heart alone with its dead. Meanwhile, the nurse, intent on prompt obedience to her master's orders, was hurrying toward the kitchen. But the other woman, following rapidly, suddenly clutched her by the arm. "What do you mean? Where are you going? What do you intend to do?" she asked in an excited though suppressed tone, while her eyes flashed with latent fury. I was going for the hot water the master ordered, ma'am," answered the menial, trembling and stammering. "Ain't I to fetch it? Sure, and the master is to be minded when he's here, ma'am, ain't he?" "Not when his orders are those of a madman," returned the other with a scornful curl of her lip. "His wife's dead as if she'd been in her grave a year. And what madness, what folly to work with a corpse to bring it to life!" "But, ma'am, it might be a mistake. I've heard of folks being waked and buried afore now, when all the time they was alive, and as was found out on opening their coffins afterwards." "Nonsense! It couldn't be in this case. I tell you she's as dead as a doornail, as dead as a dead baby, and neither you nor I need regret it." "But the poor gentleman, ma'am, he does take on so that I'd hard work to restrain myself from giving him a word o' comfort." Her companion clutched her arm again, this time with a force that wrung from her a half suppressed cry of pain. "Yes, did I not see it? You would have betrayed me if I had not been there to stop you. You dare to breathe one word of it," she hissed between her shut teeth, "and I'll—" The rest of the sentence was whispered close to the ear of the nurse, and she recoiled pale and trembling. "Oh no, I'll not, ma'am, never fear for me. I can kape a secret with the best of 'em. I'll breathe no hint of it, though me heart does misgive me at the sight of the master's terrible grief, and the sin lays heavy on me soul, notwithstanding that you say his reverence will forgive me for it, and be ready to reward me too." "Sin!" cried the other, drawing herself up. "It's no sin that puts me into possession of my rightful inheritance, that takes wealth out of the hands of heretics, and gives it to one who belongs to the true church, and will use it to advance her interests. The end sanctifies the means, for so the church teaches. You have done her good service, as Father Adrian will tell you, and you shall have your reward. As soon as the business is happily concluded, the promised $100 shall be paid into your hands. But betray the thing to him you call your master, and my vengeance shall pursue you to your grave." The expression of her countenance was almost demoniacal, and the knees of her poor tool shook under her with terror. "Oh, ma'am, ye needn't fear for me," she gasped, staggering back against the wall. "I'm not the woman to betray them as trusts me, nor them as has been good to me and the childer. But oh, ma'am, I wish I didn't have to face the master again, and she'd a told him if she could. She knowed more than we thought, ma'am." "Yes, but thank heaven she was too far gone to betray us, though she did her utmost. But you need not stay," she added quickly, while a sudden gleam of satisfaction shot across her features. "There is no further need of your services. Old Vashti can lay out the corpse. I will pay you and dismiss you at once." And taking out her purse, she put several gold pieces into the serving woman's hand. "It's too much, ma'am, by half," she said, closing her fingers over it with eager haste. "Mayhap, though, you mane I shall give you the change?" And an expression of anxious inquiry took place of the eager look with which she had clutched the gold. "But I haven't it, indeed." "Tut, tut, you know I mean you to keep it all. I am a rich woman now, and can afford to be generous, especially to those who have assisted me in recovering my own. But go, you will need to make haste to reach home before dark." "The saints in heaven bless you, ma'am, and may you never want for gold, nor for happiness in this world or the next," cried the nurse, dropping curtsy after curtsy. There, that will do. I want no more of your blarney. Attend strictly to my orders, and that is all I ask of you," said the haughty woman, dismissing her miserable accomplice with an imperative gesture.
"Yes, ma'am, I'm going."
"I'll get me bonnet and shawl and be off this minute," she answered meekly. "They're in the servants' hall. Good day, ma'am, and you'll know where to find me when I'm wanted." She dropped a final curtsy and disappeared through a door leading to the back buildings, while Madame, gliding swiftly but noiselessly to the other end of the hall, entered a reception room and stationed herself at a window overlooking the lawn. She might have stood there 5 minutes, but to her impatience the time seemed much longer, and a cloud of anger, not unmingled with fear, was gathering over her features. But it vanished, and a smile of exultation took its place as she perceived the figure of the nurse moving hastily down the broad, gravelled carriageway toward the entrance to the grounds. She watched her till she had passed through the great gates and disappeared on the farther side of the hill, and a gleam of triumph was in her eyes, a mocking smile upon her lips as she went back into the hall again. "So far, so well," she muttered to herself. "My scheme prospers, and the most difficult part is accomplished, and I think the rest will not miscarry. Ah, some one approaches. I must be discreet." And hastily assuming an expression of inconsolable sorrow, and lifting the embroidered handkerchief into her eyes, she turned and glided forward to meet the physician. "They are heating water in the kitchen," she said in an undertone. "Unfortunately, there was none ready at the moment as it called for, and I have sent for ice, which will be here very shortly." "It is not worth while," he said, "so far as any hope of restoration is concerned, for there can be no doubt of her death. Even her husband is convinced of that now, and I knew from the first that she could not recover. I should have been sent for much sooner," he added in a tone of severe reproof. "Why was the summons delayed so long?" "Indeed, by no fault of mine," she answered with a half suppressed sob. "But poor dear Nina was always wilful, a spoiled child, you know, and she had taken a sudden and strange whim into her head, and declared she would have no doctor with her, but trust entirely to me and the nurse, and I found it impossible to persuade her out of it. If Ernest had been there, it might have been different. She would have heard reason from him, no doubt. But as it was, I could do nothing with her, and sent for you at last in defiance of her orders. But alas, too late!" And a heavy sigh burst from her bosom, while a flood of hypocritical tears rained down her cheeks. There was evident incredulity as well as surprise in the look the physician gave her, but she seemed not to have noticed it. "Excuse me," he said coldly, "I may have been misinformed, but I certainly understood that she was taken with convulsions, and it was quite insensible from the first." "Altogether a mistake, doctor, I do assure you," she exclaimed with well feigned astonishment, and hoping that the tremor of fear in her voice could be mistaken for sorrow. "In that case I should have sent for you instantly. But how is he bearing it, poor dear fellow?" and her tone changed to one of the deepest commiseration. "Ah, it is a terrible blow, and he is well nigh crushed under it," replied the physician, with real heartfelt sympathy in voice and countenance. "Would I had the power to administer true consolation, but he who has sent the trial alone can do that." "Ah, they were a very strongly attached couple," said Madame, shaking her head and sighing. "My poor dear niece could not have had a more devoted husband, and she returned his affection fully. They were like a pair of lovers always." The doctor bowed a silent adieu and went slowly and sadly away, while his late companion sent after him a look of haste and fear, then turned and paced noiselessly to and fro from end to end of the hall, pausing now and then in a listening attitude near the door of the chamber of death, then continuing her stealthy, cat-like movement. A maid with a face all swollen with weeping came to ask if her services were needed, but was motioned back with the whispered words, "Not yet. Your master must not be disturbed till the last minute." Half an hour passed slowly by. She had grown very weary of waiting. "There must be an end put to this," she muttered, and with cautious tread she drew near the silent room, and pushing open the door, which had been left on the latch, she glided noiselessly in. There he still knelt by the side of the bed, with the cold, lifeless hand yet clasped in his, with his eyes riveted upon the still white face, with the same expression of stony grief that had rested upon his features in the first moment of his bereavement, a grief so bitter and despairing that it touched even the hard heart of her whose hand had in some measure wrought his woe, and who had just been exulting and rejoicing in its cause. Yes, even she felt at that instant some commiseration for him, and turning away with a slight shudder, she stood for several minutes leaning silent and motionless against the wall. But at length drawing near, she laid her hand gently on his arm. "Ernest," she said in low musical tones that seemed full of tenderest compassion, "dear Ernest, I grieve to disturb you, but you know there are kind offices which must be done, that should have been done ere this, for all that remains to us of her precious one. Will you?" He rose from his knees and interrupted her with an imperative gesture commanding silence. At sight of her, at the sound of her voice, he recalled the look of fear and horror in those dying eyes. "Woman," he asked sternly, "what meant the strange expression with which my darling's eyes turned upon you? What evil thing had you done to excite such fear and dread?" "I, Ernest?" she cried in a deeply injured, yet sweetly forgiving and tenderly compassionate tone. "I, who have always so loved and cherished her? Is it possible that the wanderings of a dying mind should seem to you sufficient ground for suspecting me of unkindness to our darling? Oh, how you wrong me! Oh, could I have saved her by laying down my own life? How gladly would I have done it!" she concluded with a passionate burst of weeping. There was utter incredulity in the glance he gave her, but with a heavy sigh he said, "It may be that her mind was wandering, yet to me her look seemed one of perfect intelligence. God judge between us. I will try to leave it with him. Yes," he added with an effort, and his voice was low and husky, "I will leave her to you for a brief space, but let it be as brief as possible. I would spend every moment by her side till I am forced to bury her out of my sight." He walked hastily about the room, and shutting himself up in one on the opposite side of the hall, paced to and fro with folded arms and head bowed down upon his breast, till a light tap told him he might return. Again he stood by the side of his dead. He had found the room darkened, but had opened a shutter so far as to admit light enough to enable him to see the face he loved so well. He turned down the sheet that covered it, and started back with a low cry as if struck by a sudden blow. Had a new calamity befallen him? His beautiful young wife lay before him arrayed in her bridal robes, the rich masses of her glossy hair gathered up and arranged as she was wont to wear it, which, with the soft satin and the delicate lace resting against her fair neck, gave her so lifelike a look that one might well imagine that she was but taking of rest and sleep. Yet that was not all. Nestled to her bosom was a lovely babe, a tiny image of herself, but as cold and lifeless as she. In his overwhelming grief at her loss, the husband and father had utterly forgotten his child, so that it had not even occurred to him to ask if it lived. "Sweet bud, she but breathed and died," said a soft voice at his elbow. "A sad loss to you and me, Ernest. Yet who would have it otherwise? Who could ask to keep her here in this cold, hard world, without the shield of a mother's love? She should never have felt its loss. I would have been father and mother both to my darling, to my Nina's precious little one," he cried, in a voice of uncontrollable anguish. "O God, why hast thou afflicted me thus, rending from me every tender tie, and leaving me like to a green tree blasted in its youth? Parents, brothers and sisters, wife and children, all gone. What have I left to live for?" "You are indeed sorely afflicted, Ernest, and my heart bleeds for you," murmured the soft, sweet voice again. "But these trials may be the means of your soul's salvation. Let them be so. Let them lead you to enter the fold of the true church, and you will bless God to all eternity for having sent them." "Leave me, I would be alone," he answered coldly. "This is no fitting time or place for your proselyting efforts, and truly I should find but small consolation in the creed which would consign my precious ones to the purifying fires of the purgatory," he added with a shudder. "No, no, the faith of the Bible is the only one that can give the least comfort in such an hour as this." She would have spoken again, but he silenced her with a look that he would no longer endure intrusion upon his grief, and she withdrew in sullen anger, muttering to herself, "He seems to forget that he has ceased to be master here. but I shall remind him of it ere long. The shades of night have closed over the bereaved household, lights have been extinguished, doors and windows secured, and all have retired to rest save two, he who keeps his sad vigil beside his dead, and she who alone of all to whom the fair young wife and mother had been known, rejoices that she has taken from among them. A lamp burns low on a little stand beside him, giving just light enough to show him the two dear faces that must so soon be recovered from his sight forever, and he sits there with his eyes riveted upon them, mourning as only they mourn from whom all that is bright and beautiful in life has been taken, thinking, asking himself again and again what it could be that those dying lips struggled so fearfully, yet vainly to tell him. He would give all he is worth for that untold secret. But alas, the death seal is upon the lips that would have revealed it, and to him it must remain shrouded in mystery. In her room the light is brighter. She has no love for darkness tonight, but shrinks from it in shuddering fear. She has loosened her hair, donned dressing gown and slippers, and thrown herself into an easy chair, where she sits with head bowed upon her hands, taking a mental retrospect of the last 4 days. She does not wish to do so. Nay, she would fain forever bury in oblivion the share she has taken in their events. But memory will not be put to sleep. Conscience will not be balked of its revenge. Its stings are terrible, and there is no escape from them. Shudderingly she thinks of the two dead faces in the room below, the little innocent babe and its fair young mother, the avenger whispering, "This is your work." "Nay," she cries half aloud, "I did not kill them. I am no murderess." And shuddering again at that terrible word, she rises up hastily and paces to and fro with a noiseless tread. "No, no, I did not kill them," she mutters once more. "I could not know certainly that she would die. Many a week a woman has lived through twice as much, and if I wished, hoped it, made it may be, some little effort to bring it about, what then? It was but a venial sin at most, and the child, it might have lived, and then I should have gained nothing by her death, nothing but an increase in the chances of some day succeeding to my rightful inheritance. But why listen any longer to these accusing thoughts? Does not the end sanctify the means? And having had a good end in view, am I not therefore innocent of all crime? Yes, as innocent and pure as that little dead babe that scarcely saw the light. Did I shorten its life? Well, it thus escaped much suffering, and I secured its salvation by baptizing it while it still breathed. I will trouble myself no more with these vain and foolish regrets." As she murmurs the last words to herself, she passes on into a small adjoining room, fitted up as an oratory, and kneeling with bowed head and clasped hands before a marble crucifix, spends the next hours at her devotions, the posture one of deep humility and self-abasement, the feigned lips muttering prayers while the heart is full of evil passions, a hypocrite even before her God. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Wanted, a Pedigree by Martha Finlay. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bria Snow. Chapter 2. An Exchange. The sun had set amid a mass of gold, blue, and amber-coloured clouds, which still brightened the hilltops, though the valley lay in shadow. The bullfrogs and the crickets had begun their evening concert, and the fireflies flitted here and there amid the shrubbery, now showing and now hiding the light of their tiny lamps. At the little white gate, which gave entrance to the neatly kept front yard of a New England farmhouse, shut in by a thick green hedge and shaded by noble old trees, underneath whose wide-spreading branches the grass lay like a velvet carpet, bordered on each side by rows of lovely and sweet-scented flowers, stood Kezia Atkins, watching somewhat impatiently for the return of Abner Huff, the hired man from the neighbouring village, whither he had been dispatched on an errand half an hour before. "There he comes at last," she murmured, as, after several moments' waiting, she at length caught sight, far down the road, of the white horse he had ridden, and then of the rider himself in his brown homespun suit. "Well, Abner, I thought you was never a comin'," she said, as he reined in his steed at the gate. "Did you find Dr. Morris?" "No. He's off to the city and won't be back afore tomorrow or the next day, and Welsh is down sick." "So what's to be done?" "Well, I guess I can get along without him now." "She's better then, is she, Kizzie?" "Well, the worst's over, thank the Lord. And the little girl's a living too, but so weak and exhausted like that the doctor's afraid he can't save her. But I mustn't stop talking here." And she hurried into the house, passing round to the back door, which, like the front, opened upon a porch. Here she was met by a pleasant-faced, middle-aged woman in a neat calico dress and snow-white cap. "Was that Abner? Did he find Dr. Morris, Kizzie?" she asked with an anxious look and tone. "No, Mrs. Croft. Dr. Morris is gone to the city, and Dr. Welsh is down sick and can't come. But how are they now?" "The child's dying, I'm afraid. Its breath seems to come slower and slower," was the answer, accompanied by a sorrowful shake of the head. "It seems hard," said Kizzie, sighing heavily. "Married 10 years, and this their first child, and then to lose it right away, after the terrible time she's had too." "It does seem hard, Kizzie, and my heart bleeds for them. But we know who sends trials, and that his way is always the best," Mrs. Croft said, as she turned away and hastened back to her charge. True enough," murmured Kezia to herself, sitting down on the doorstep and resting her elbow on her knee and her head on her hand. "It is the Lord's doings, and who knows but this dreadful loss may be turned to a blessing to Mrs. Clemmens. Perhaps it may lead her to think less of this world and more of the next, for dear sweet woman as she is, she makes no pretensions to being a Christian, as she's told me herself dozens of times. Then as to him, he's as honest and good-tempered a man, as kind-hearted and open-handed too, as any you'll find in a day's journey. But he's all for this world, and likes nothing better than to pick holes in the coats of church members, which, I take it, doesn't make him any better. But he never seems to remember that the good book gives only one rule for all." It was growing darker. The glow of the sunset had entirely faded from the sky, and the stars were peeping out one by one. A faint light gleamed through the white muslin curtains and bowed shutters of the sick chamber where Mrs. Clemmens lay, her pale, anxious face resting upon a pillow scarcely more colourless than herself, while her sad eyes were riveted upon a little group on the opposite side of the room, a newborn infant lying on Mrs. Croft's lap and slowly breathing out its little life, while her husband and the physician stood watching it, the latter with kindly sympathy, the former with the expression of a man who sees his best earthly treasure slipping from his grasp, while he feels himself powerless to retain it. "Oh, my baby, must I give you up?" sighed the poor mother in low, heartbroken accents, as the tears trickled down upon the pillow. "I had thought we would have such happy days together, and I would die to save you, my darling." "Don't, Esther, oh, don't!" whispered her husband, drawing near. "I would give all I am worth to save the little thing, but I could much sooner part with it than with you." "Dear George, I shall still have you left," she answered in the same low tone, with a loving look into his face, and a gentle, affectionate pressure of the hand in which he had taken hers. "But if we could have kept her!" "While there's life, there's hope," he said, trying to speak cheerfully. Again she pressed his hand. There was a moment of hushed waiting. The child stirred slightly, and then was still. The doctor and Mrs. Croft exchanged glances. The father hid his face, and the mother's grief burst forth afresh. "Give it to me! Oh, give it to me! It cannot hurt it now," she sobbed, "and I will have it while I can." Mrs. Croft carried it to her, and she took it in her arms, covering the tiny face with her kisses and tears. "My baby, my darling," she moaned, "my precious little one, are you indeed taken from me forever, just as I felt that you were mine? Oh, it is too hard, too hard." "Esther, you will hurt yourself," said her husband anxiously. "Don't, my dear Mrs. Clemmens. Do not excite yourself so," entreated the physician. "It will injure you, for you have not strength to bear it." "I cannot help it," she said, with a fresh burst of grief. "I have always loved children so dearly, always wanted to have them of my own, and now to lose it. Oh, it is very hard." "Hark! What was that?" And she would have started up in the bed had not her husband held her down. "Lie still, Esther," he said, in tones tremulous with excitement. "You will kill yourself." Then all listened breathlessly for a repetition of the sound that had so startled them. It came again. Yes, it was the cry of an infant, and close at hand. There could be no mistake, and Mrs. Clemmens looked almost wild. She grasped her husband's hand, saying, "Go for it, George! Oh, go quickly and bring it here! Who knows but God has sent us another to fill the place of the one he has taken?" Scarcely less excited than his wife, the farmer darted from the room and returned the next instant bearing in his arms a bundle wrapped in a cradle blanket, a little wailing, half-smothered cry, plainly telling what it was. He carried it to the light, with a trembling hand hastily tore aside the coverings, revealing the face of a lovely babe, apparently but a few days old. "What a darling!" cried Mrs. Croft, bending eagerly over the little creature. "Not more than a week old, if that," said the doctor, examining it in his turn. "Oh, bring it here, in the light too, that I may see it," entreated Mrs. Clemmens, in a voice tremulous with excitement as well as weakness. "Is it a little girl?" "Oh, I hope it is." "Yes, I should think so. And a child of rich folks too, for dear, just look at the clothes, the finest stuff I ever saw, and such work on them, and such lace," cried Mrs. Croft. "Yes, carry it over to your wife, Mr. Clemmens, and I will hold the light. Did you ever see the like, Esther?" "Oh, the darling! The sweet pretty pet!" Mrs. Clemmens exclaimed as they held it up to her view. "What unnatural wretches the parents must have been! How could they have the heart to forsake it and leave it to the mercy of strangers?" "Here's a note pinned to the basket," said Mrs. Croft eagerly, and disengaging it she handed it to the doctor, who read aloud: "The babe is to be called Nancy. It is not the child of poverty or of shame, the parents having been lawfully married, but for reasons not necessary to give, they choose to part with it. You may adopt it without fear that it will ever be reclaimed." "We will we not, George?" said Mrs. Clemmens, looking up entreatingly into her husband's face. "Yes, wife," he said tenderly. "I could not deny you anything now, and besides, my own heart yearns over the little creature, so helpless and friendless, and I think it looks very much like our own, so it shall fill her place. And why need anyone know that it is not ours, being so near the same age and coming to us so mysteriously?" "Yes, why should they?" cried his wife, catching eagerly at the idea. "We would be so glad to have it thought by everyone, and to have her believe too that she is our own," said Mr. Clemmens. "Dr. Blake, and you, Mrs. Croft, you will keep the secret, will you not?" After a moment's consideration the doctor pledged himself never to divulge the matter unless it should be for the child's advantage. "I make this reservation," said he, "because it is possible she may have been stolen from her parents, and I cannot bind myself not to assist them in recovering her if I learn such is the case." "Oh no, certainly not," said Mrs. Clemmens with a sigh. "It is so dreadful for a mother to lose her child." "Or for a father," added her husband, "and hard as it would be to give the darling up, after we had learned to love it as our own, we could not refuse if the real parent asked for it. So that you are promising all we could ask, doctor." "And I make the same promise with the same reservation," said Mrs. Croft. "Thank you both," said Mr. Clemmens. "And now I will call Kizzie. We could hardly keep it from her, and I know she is trustworthy." Kezia was still sitting on the porch in the fading light, anxiously awaiting further news from the sick room. She answered the summons promptly, and was at once shown the two infants, and made acquainted with the desires and intentions of the farmer and his wife. Great were her surprise and curiosity in regard to the foundling, and scarcely less was her satisfaction in its coming to fill the void in Mrs. Clemmens' heart made by the loss of her own little one. "Surely the Lord sent the little creature to comfort you and all of us, Mrs. Clemmens," she said, bending over it as it lay in Mrs. Croft's lap. "And it's a little darling it is, a real beauty. How on earth could its unnatural mother have the heart to give it up? Yes, I'll keep the secret, you may depend. But what's this, Mrs. Croft? She pushed aside the delicately embroidered blanket of fine soft flannel that was wrapped like a shawl about the infant, and the light of the lamp shone on some glittering object. It was a coral armlet that looped up the sleeve, and was fastened with a richly chased clasp of the finest gold. "Ah, that may tell us something," exclaimed Mrs. Croft, hastily undoing the clasp. "Will you look if there's a name on it, Doctor? I can't see without my specs." The doctor took it and held it to the light. Mr. Clemmens and Kizzie bending eagerly forward to examine it also, while the two ladies waited in almost breathless suspense. "No, neither name nor initial." The doctor's tone spoke some measure of disappointment and regret. "Too bad," said Kizzie, "but let's see if there's anything else." "Yes, here's a mate to that, looping up the other sleeve," said Mrs. Croft. "And here, what's this? A handkerchief of the finest linen cambric, I should guess by the feel of it. I can hardly see. And trimmed with elegant lace." And she held it up as she spoke. "Fine!" cried Kizzie, catching hold of it. "I should think so. And here's some letters in the corner, but even almost washed out. I've as keen sight as the next one, but couldn't begin to say what they be." The others scrutinized it in their turn, but with no better success. "Let me see it in those armlets," said Mrs. Clemmens, holding out her hand for them. "Then they must be laid away in a safe place. I shall lay away everything the babe has on, and keep them carefully. Mrs. Croft, will you please be so good as to change its clothes for some of my babies, and then fold the others and lay them in the bureau drawer?" "I will attend to everything, if you'll only quiet yourself and try to go to sleep," answered the kind neighbour. "Yes, Mrs. Clemmens has had entirely too much excitement," said the doctor. "And now I shall banish every one from the room but Mrs. Croft, and forbid even her to speak to my patient. She must have quiet and repose, or I can't answer for the consequences." Mrs. Clemmens had been too much excited, and passed an almost sleepless night in consequence, though the little stranger made no disturbance. No prying neighbours were admitted to her room the next day, for she was much too ill to see anyone but her husband, Mrs. Croft, who performed the part of nurse, and the doctor. This made it easy to conceal the death of her own infant, and the substitution of the other for it. Mr. Clemmens and the doctor buried the tiny corpse that night, and the secret was kept from all outsiders, even from Abner, who never suspected that the little one who from that day became the household pet was not she who was born beneath that roof. They called her Nina, Mrs. Clemmens having a particular fancy to that name, and a special dislike to Nancy. The child was very beautiful in face and form, in disposition quick-tempered and somewhat wilful, but warm-hearted, generous, and affectionate. And never were parents more dotingly fond of an only child than Mr. and Mrs. Clemmens of her. He showed his affection by unlimited petting and indulgence, but the mother, with truer kindness, ruled her gently but firmly, gladly gratifying every reasonable desire, as far as lay in her power, but steadily denying her when certain it was for her good. And Nina, loving her father very dearly, yet clung with still more ardent devotion to her mother. Up to Nina's 10th year scarcely a cloud obscured the brightness of her sky, but about that time Mrs. Clemmens' health began to fail, and it soon became evident to her neighbours and friends that she was going into a decline. Her husband alone resolutely shut his eyes to the danger, while Nina, too young to know anything about it, was still gay and happy in the firm persuasion that the doctor would soon make mamma well again. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bria Snow. Chapter 3 Forebodings. One bright summer afternoon, Mrs. Clemmens was reclining upon a couch in her pleasant sitting-room. She looked very delicate and fragile, and very pale, except that a bright red spot burned on each sunken cheek. She had a book in her hand, but was not reading, and there was a very mournful expression in her large blue eyes, which rested thoughtfully upon the carpet. But a light step sounded on the porch without. a ripple of childish laughter and a merry warble of a few bird-like notes of song floated in on the breeze, as it came through the window laden with the perfume of heliotrope and mignonette, and she looked up with a bright, glad smile as Nina bounded in through the door. "Oh, mamma, see! I am at the head of my class, and I have brought home the medal!" cried the child, holding it up. "Aren't you glad? Aren't you proud of your little daughter?" "Yes, darling, that I am," said Mrs. Clemmens, smiling lovingly at the bright young face. "That's a dear, mamma. I knew you would be," said Nina, springing to her mother's side, twining her arms round her neck and kissing her over and over again. "How hot your cheeks are, mamma dear!" she exclaimed. "Oh, I wish you could get well. I'm sure Dr. Blake ought to have cured you before this if he was a real good doctor." "He is, dearest. I would sooner trust to him than to anybody else," Mrs. Clemmens answered gently, as she smoothed back the clustering ringlets from her darling's fair brow. "Then he must make you well. I want you to be able to take nice long walks with me again. Such a long, long while since we had one together. And you know, mamma, you promised that I should have a new white dress as soon as you could get into town to choose it for me." "Yes, dear, and so you shall. But see, you have thrown down your hat on the floor. Put it in its place, my pet. You must try to learn to be neat and orderly now, for your mother can no longer go after you to pick up your things." "I will, mamma. I don't want to vex you or give you trouble," said the little girl affectionately as she stooped to pick up the hat she had carelessly thrown off on her entrance. "And I'll try my best to break myself of my slovenly habits." "That's right, my Nina. Try to cure yourself of all your faults, for other folks might not have as much patience with you as your mother has," said Mrs. Clemmens with a sadness in her tones that struck the child as strange and uncalled for. "Well, mamma, who cares if they haven't, as long as you love me?" she answered gaily as she tripped out of the room. "Poor darling, she little guesses what is before her," sighed the invalid, a tear rolling silently down her waisted cheek. "She little thinks how soon she will need a black dress, and will pine in vain for a mother's forbearing love and tender care. Comfort would have no patience with her heedlessness and untidy ways, but would treat them as though they were far worse than more serious faults. Yet why should I allow that thought to trouble me? George will never send her away from him, and Kizzie will keep house and look after her till... But oh, I can't bear to think of that." And again the tears rolled down her cheeks. She let them have her way for a moment, but hastily removed the traces of them and put on a cheerful look as she heard Nina returning. "Mamma," said the little girl, "Kizzie is making waffles for supper. I hope you will be able to eat some." "I think I shall, my dear," Mrs. Clemmens answered with a smile, "but my pet has forgotten to make herself neat. Go smooth your hair and wash your hands, and put on a clean apron, and then you may sit here and read to me till Papa comes in from the field." "There, what a naughty girl I am!" exclaimed the child. "I meant to do it as much as could be, but seeing Kizzie making the waffles put it all out of my head." When Mr. Clemmens came in from his work, he found Nina reading aloud beside her mother's couch. "That's right, my pet, and you are a first-rate little reader," he said, bending down to kiss the child and stroke her hair. Then, seating himself, he took her off his knee, while he talked in a cheerful strain to his wife, telling her how he had never had finer crops, and promising her a new silk dress as soon as she was well enough to go to the store to choose it. She thanked him with a mournful smile, and Nina clapped her hands, exclaiming joyfully, "Oh, I'm so glad! And, Mummy, you can buy my white dress at the same time." Then the supper bell rang, and Mr. Clemmens gave his wife the support of his arm as they went out to the dining-room. "You seem weak today, Esther," he remarked. "The doctor ought to give you some kind of tonic to strengthen you. I believe I'll go over this evening and talk to him about it." "No, it's not worth while," she answered. "He was here this morning and left me some medicine, and perhaps I will feel better tomorrow." She exerted herself after that to appear as well as possible, and seemed very bright and cheerful all the evening until Nina's bedtime came. She strained the child to her heart for a moment, as she fondly kissed her good night, and followed the little figure with a look of yearning affection as it flitted across the room and disappeared through the doorway. "Oh, my darling," she murmured in low, quivering tones, "how can I bear to leave you in this cold world without a mother's love to shield and comfort you?" "What is that you're saying, Esther?" asked her husband, leaning over her. "Oh, George," she cried with sudden energy, "if you ever let a stepmother abuse that child, I'll haunt you." "A stepmother, Esther?" he said with a forced laugh. "Why, how strangely you are talking. You must have a fit of the blues tonight. You're not going to give me a chance to marry a second time?" There was an expression of keen anguish in the eyes she lifted to his face, and much moved, he put his arms around her, and laying her head against his broad breast, kissed her tenderly. "Oh, George, how I love you!" she cried, putting her arm around his neck. "Oh, my dear, dear husband, must I leave you?" "No, Esther, no, no, you shall not," he answered in trembling tones. "Your case is not so bad as that, yet. It is this terrible hot weather that weakens you so, and you'll be all right again by and by when it gets cooler." She shook her head mournfully. "No, dear George, I shall never be well again. I'm growing weak all the time, and though it breaks my heart to think of leaving you and Nina, I know I must. I made Dr. Blake tell me the truth this morning. He didn't want to. He tried his best to put me off, but I told him I would not be saved any longer. He must tell me just what he thought of my case." "And what did he say?" asked the husband, vainly trying to speak calmly. The words came low and gasping as she answered, that I could not live more than 6 months, and might not last as many weeks. A half-suppressed groan burst from her husband's lips, and his breast heaved with emotion, while his arms tightened their clasp about her slender form, as if he would defy even the king of terrors to snatch her from him. "Oh, George," she sighed, "if love could keep me, I know I should be safe. But alas, it cannot, and shudder and tremble as I may at the thought of the dark, cold grave, will soon close over me, and I am filled with horror and fear at the dismal prospect. Oh, if I could but escape it! If you could only save me from it!" And she clung to him with bitter weeping. "Oh, Esther, darling, do not talk so," he said, his voice almost inaudible from emotion. "I can't bear it. You shall not die. I will have other advice, and we shall soon see you as well and strong as ever." "No, George, I wish I could hope so, but I feel that Dr. Blake is right, and that my days are numbered." "Dr. Blake has no business to put such notions into your head," he exclaimed bitterly. "He might have known it would do you an injury to fill your mind with such melancholy thoughts." "No, George, you were wrong to blame the doctor, because I insisted upon knowing all the truth. For if I am to take that awful journey so soon, I ought to be trying to prepare for it. Oh, if I only knew how! If I could only feel as Alice Griswold did when she lay on her deathbed. She was so happy, and said she was not at all afraid. Death was only going home to be with him she loved far better than all earthly friends. But to me it is like taking a fearful leap in the dark, not knowing how dreadful may be my fall, or where I shall find myself when I reach the bottom." "I am sure you have no need to fear, Esther," said her husband tenderly. "You have been the best of wives and mothers, the best of neighbours and mistresses, a good daughter and a good sister. You have done your duty and your station in life, and what more could be required of you?" "Yes, I tried to do my duty," she replied, "but I haven't always succeeded, and as I look back I can remember that I've done and said things very often that I ought not to." "Perhaps so, but God is merciful, and there are plenty of people who make greater professions and do much worse." "I used to comfort myself and quiet my conscience with that thought," she sighed, "but if I've not been good enough, I'm afraid it won't make my case any better than some others that have done worse. And oh, George, one wants something stronger than a maybe so to trust to when death stares one in the face." "Ah, well, try to put away these gloomy thoughts, for they are only making you worse," he said, caressing her tenderly. "You will feel better and brighter tomorrow, and if you can only keep up your spirits, you may outlive me yet." "I don't want to, George," she cried, clinging to him, looking up with sad fondness in his face. "I would we might pass many more happy years together, but I could not bear to have you taken first. Life would be too dreary without you, dearest." There, we'll have no more gloomy talk," he said, assuming a cheerfulness he was far from feeling. "We are both tired, and will both feel better and brighter after a good night's sleep. Why, tomorrow we'll be ready to laugh. heartily at the folly we've been guilty of tonight in torturing ourselves with looking forward to troubles that may never come?" He concluded with a laugh, but a sound forced and unnatural, for his heart was very heavy. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finlay. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bria Snow. Chapter 4 An Unexpected Blow. Mrs. Clemmens was looking better in the morning, and after taking her cup of coffee seemed to feel much stronger and more cheerful than on the previous day. Her husband remarked it with pleasure, and as he left her to go to his work bade her to be careful not to overexert herself, and not to indulge in gloomy thought, but to amuse herself with some cheerful storybook. "She needn't do a turn," said Kizzie, who happened to be within earshot. "There isn't a bit more work on hand than I can do just as well as not." "You're a jewel of a girl, Kizzie, worth your weight in gold," said Mr. Clemmens, as he hurried away. He felt he had not a moment to lose, for his men were threshing, and he was having his barn newly roofed in. Kizzie was dishing up the dinner when Abner suddenly appeared before her, pale and trembling with agitation. "What is it? What's the matter?" she cried, letting fall the fork with which she was trying her potatoes. He's dead, fell from the roof of the barn, and when we picked him up, there wasn't no life left in him," he answered hoarsely, dropping into a chair as he spoke. "Who? What? You don't mean Mr. Clemmens?" gasped Kizzie, staggering back and leaning against the wall, trembling in every limb. Abner nodded. "It's awful," he said in a half-whisper. "But they're bringing him in, and you'll have to tell her, Kizzie." "I can't," she groaned, hiding her face in her hands. "Oh, it'll kill her, it will, as sure as I'm alive. But they are coming, I tell you. They're almost here, and you'll have to tell her. 'Twill be the worse for her if it comes on her all of a sudden." "'Twill be awful sudden, anyhow," Kezia answered, shuddering and wiping her eyes with the corner of her apron. "But I'll do it. I'll break it to her as easy as I can, for I'd rather, 10 times over, march right up to the cannon's mouth. But run for the doctor, Abner. Run as fast as ever you can. Maybe he's not dead after all, but only stunned. What can fellows like you and the rest out there tell about such things? Go, be off, I tell you. And run every step of the way. Sam Miller's gone after him." "I ran right off the minute it happened," said Abner. "But it's no use. I know it's no use," he added, sighing and shaking his head. "What is the matter, Kizzie? Oh, what is the matter? Abner, what is it?" asked a faint, tremulous voice, and they turned to find Mrs. Clemmens standing in the doorway, looking inquiringly from one to another, while her pale, quivering lips and ashen cheek told her she already suspected that some terrible calamity had befallen her. Tell me at once. Don't try to hide anything from me," she said, seeing they hesitated to answer her. "Is my husband hurt?" "Yes, ma'am. He got a good fall, a right bad fall," said Abner. "In fact, he's a good bit hurt, and they're fetching him in. There they are now," he added. That instant the feet of the men were heard upon the porch without. Mrs. Clemmens was one of those brave, heroic spirits which, instead of sinking beneath a sudden shock, gather up their strength to meet it with calmness and fortitude. She neither shrieked nor fainted at the sight of him who was so dear to her, as he was borne in pale and unconscious, but calmly gave directions for where they should lay him, and what should be done for his relief. For she thought he had only fainted. There was no bleeding, and broken bones and bruises were all that suggested themselves to her mind at that moment as probable. She would not allow herself to think of death to him who left her side in sound health and all the strength of vigorous manhood but a few hours ago. "Carry him right in here, and lay him on the bed," she directed, preceding them, throwing open the door of the room in which we first made her acquaintance. "Abner, basin of cold water. Kizzie, salts and vinegar, quick as you can. Oh, doctor, are you here? How glad I am!" For at that instant Dr. Blake and Sam Miller came hurrying in through the front door. "Yes, Mrs. Clemmens. Don't be alarmed. It's a sad accident, but we'll see what can be done," he answered in a kindly, reassuring voice, as he stepped to the side of the bed where the men had just deposited their burden. They moved out of his way and stood silently by, with uncovered heads, waiting for the physician's verdict. He glanced at the face, laid his finger on the pulse, and his countenance changed. What is it, doctor? Gasped the wife. Do you fear serious injury? Oh, do something at once. There is nothing to do. Nothing that can be done, my dear Mrs. Clemmens, he said, in a deeply compassionate tone. The shock of the fall must have been instantly fatal. She had borne up as long as she thought there was need of exertion. These dread words, strength and consciousness, forsook her, and she fell down in a deep, death-like swoon. Dr. Blake caught her in his arms and bore her to the couch in the sitting-room, the sobbing Kizzie following with the salts and vinegar. "Here's what you want, doctor," she said. She called for him, but he's past wanting him. "Yes, he'll never want anything more in this world," muttered the doctor, "and she'll be not long following him. So open that window there, Kizzie, and let us give her all the air we can." "There's Nina a-coming in from school, merry and happy as a cricket as usual," she said, coming back to the side. "Quick, keep her out of here," he answered in a hasty, imperative tone. "Break the thing to her as gently as you can, and don't let her see her mother until the first shock is over." Kezia was barely in time. The child was already in the hall when she opened the sitting-room door. "How's Mama?" she asked, springing gaily forward. "The doctor's with her just now," said Kezia, trying to speak carelessly. "And if you'll come into the kitchen for a minute, I've got something to tell you." "What?" asked the child, tripping after her. "Has Papa come in yet?" Kizzie could not speak, and kept her face out of sight while replenishing her fire and examining the condition and contents of her pots and pans. Nina waited a moment, and then repeated her question somewhat impatiently. Kezia turned suddenly, caught her in her arms, and strained her to her bosom, sobbing and crying like a child. "Why, Kizzie, are you crazy?" asked the little girl. "What in the world can ail you? Oh, has anything happened to Mama?" Her tones grew wild with alarm, and she struggled to free herself. "Darling, you mustn't go to her now," sobbed Kezia. "The doctor said I must keep you out for a bit, but oh, how shall I ever tell you? 'Twill break your little heart." The child's face grew deathly pale, and she compressed her lips firmly. "Kizzie, tell me at once. I must know it all this minute," she said in a strange, unnatural voice. "What is the matter? Is Mama very, very sick?" "She was in a faint when I came out," said Kezia desperately, seeing that the sad truth could no longer be withheld. "But I hope she's over it by this time. But your father's had an awful fall from the barn roof, and oh, I can't tell it nohow. Child, he's dead. And she hid her face on Nina's neck and sobbed aloud. "He isn't. I won't have it so. Kizzie, you shan't say such things." "My own dear Papa dead? No, indeed, it ain't true, and you know it ain't. Just let me go, I say. Let me go this minute, that I may run and find him," cried the child in piercing tones, while she struggled hard to free herself from Kizzie's detaining arms. "Oh, hush, darling. Do hush. Your Mama will hear you, and 'twill go nigh to break her heart, if it isn't done already." "Oh, I can't bear it," sobbed the little girl, clinging about her neck. "Take me to Mama now." "Take a good cry first, dear. Cry it all out in my arms, and ease your poor heart a bit," said Kezia tenderly. "And when you've grown calm and quiet-like, I think the doctor will let you go into her." It was no easy task to restrain the warm-hearted, impetuous child from rushing away in search of both the dead and the living parent, and seeing that the men were waiting for their dinner, Kezia was obliged to put her down in order to set it on the table. She had scarcely turned her back when Nina was gone, and the next moment heart-rending cries were heard coming from the room where the body lay. "There, the mischief's done. I knew it would just be so," cried Kizzie, setting down the plate of meat she had in her hand and hurrying to the rescue. Poor child! But I must stop that, or she'll break her mother's heart." Mrs. Clemmens' swoon had proved an unusually long one, and Nina's cries were the first thing that aroused her. She sighed, opened her eyes, and started up, exclaiming, "Oh, my darling, what ails her? I remember. Oh, George!" She dropped her face into her hands with a burst of agonized weeping. "My poor friend, I'm glad to see you weep, for tears will do you good," said the doctor gently. She gave a silent assent, and then, in a voice choked with sobs, begged him to bring Nina to her, that they might weep together. He found the child clinging to the corpse, and Kizzie vainly trying to persuade her to leave it. I will not," she sobbed. He's my own papa, and they'll be taking him away if I leave him. No, I will hold him fast. No, my poor child, they will not take him away for several days yet, said Dr. Blake, laying his hand tenderly on her head. So you needn't be afraid to come away from him now, and if you will promise to be quiet and not to hurt your dear mother with cries and screams, I will take you to her. Will you, doctor? Then I will try to be as good and quiet as I ever can, sobbed the child, slipping off the bed and putting her little hand in his, at the same time making a great effort to control herself. Ah, there, that is my little woman, he said, stroking her hair caressingly. I was sure you loved mother too well to want to hurt her. Love her? I guess she does, muttered Kizzie, hurrying back to the kitchen, while Dr. Blake led the little girl to her mother and left them weeping in one another's arms. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finlay. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bria Snow. Chapter 5. The Arrival. 2 weeks later, Mrs. Clemmens was seated in her easy chair by the sitting-room window, while Nina hovered about her, trying by every affectionate art to cheer and comfort her. She had failed rapidly since her husband's death, yet the child still hoped to see her well again. There was a sound of wheels stopping at the gate, and the invalid started up with a low cry of mingled excitement, joy, and grief, but fell back again, panting for breath. Abner had been dispatched to the village an hour before to meet the train from New York, which was to bring Mrs. Powell, Mrs. Clemmens' sister, an only near living relative. Her home was in Philadelphia, and the sisters had not met since a year or two before Nina's birth. "They have come," said the child, glancing from the window. "But, Mamma dear, don't try to go out to meet Aunt Comfort. You are not able. I will go and welcome her and bring her in." And, tenderly kissing the wasted cheek, she hurried from the room. As she ran out upon the porch, Abner was just opening the gate for Mrs. Powell, who stepped in, and then turning round bade him to take her trunk from the buggy and carry it into the house. "Yes, ma'am, I'll attend to it," he answered. "But do so at once. I must see it brought in. I believe in attending to things myself, and then I'm sure of having them right," she said with an unpleasant assumption of authority which Abner did not at all relish. "Then I've a great mind to let you carry it in yourself," he muttered, as he proceeded to lift the trunk down while she stood watching him. "How do you do, Aunt Comfort? You are welcome to Oakdale," said Nina in her pleasant childish voice, as at this moment she reached Mrs. Powell's side. "I'm Nina, you know. Mamma is too sick and weak to come out to meet you, and so I have come instead." "Will you walk in? Mamma is longing to see you, and Abner will take care of your trunk." "So you are Nina. How do you do, child? I had no idea your mother was so ill." A cold formal kiss and a keen searching look out of a pair of sharp black eyes accompanied the words, which, though spoken in a milder key than those addressed to Abner, grated harshly on the ears accustomed to the gentle, affectionate tones of Mrs. Clemmens' voice, and the hearty, cheery ones of Kizzie. Even Abner's gruff way of speaking was far more agreeable, and the impulsive Nina, with her sensitive nature and strong feelings, instantly decided in her own mind that Aunt Comfort was not a person to be loved, but entirely the reverse, not one bit like Mamma, and that the sooner she went away again the better. "We will see my trunk taken in first," continued Mrs. Powell, stepping out of Abner's way as he came in with it on his shoulder. "Shall I carry your basket, Aunt?" asked Nina, holding out her hand for it. "Yes, but carry it carefully. I don't want the contents jumbled up together, and you may as well take the shawl too," replied Mrs. Powell, giving her both, without a word of thanks for her proffered assistance, which omission was noticed and duly resented by Nina, who could not remember ever failing to receive her mother's thanks for even the smallest service rendered or offered to her. Her dark eyes flashed and her lip curled with scorn as she followed Mrs. Powell, who kept close behind Abner and the trunk. "Where is it to go? Which room am I to occupy?" she asked, turning to Nina as they reached the hall door. "The best room, the company room upstairs over the parlour," said the little girl. Abner walked on up the stairs of his burden. Mrs. Powell seemed more than half inclined to follow him. But the door of the sitting-room was open, and a pale, white-robed figure, starting up from an armchair by the window, tottered forward to meet her. "Why, Esther, how you are altered!" exclaimed Mrs. Powell, stepping quickly towards her sister and opening her arms to receive her. "Oh, Comfort, my sister, you've come at last," sobbed Mrs. Clemmens, throwing herself upon her sister's bosom and clinging about her neck. "I've wanted you so since—" "Yes, I know. I ought to have come sooner," returned Mrs. Powell, betraying some emotion in her tone. "But really, there were so many arrangements to make about the children in the house, and Mr. Powell too, that it's a wonder I got off when I did." "Yes, it was very kind in you, Comfort," sighed Mrs. Clemmens in a voice so low and feeble that her sister started with surprise and alarm, saying hastily, "Let me help you to the couch, Esther. You are not fit to stand, or hardly to sit up, I should think." Nina had set the basket down carefully, laid the shawl with equal care over a chair back, and now ran to assist in placing her mother comfortably on the pillows. "Don't cry so, dear mamma, 'cause you know it always hurts you and makes you weaker," she said tenderly, while the big tears were chasing each other fast down her own cheeks. "I will try to stop, darling," whispered Mrs. Clemmens, as the child leaned over her, striving to soothe and console her with the fondest caresses. "Shall I bring you your drops, mamma?" asked the little girl. "Not now, dear. Comfort," and she turned to Mrs. Powell, "come and sit down close by my side. This is my Nina, Comfort, my darling only child, whom I have mentioned so often in my letters to you. I want you to love one another," she added, with an almost feverish earnestness, taking the little girl's hand and putting it into her own. "You must, indeed you must, for my sake. I cannot have it otherwise." "It would be very unnatural not to love my only sister's only child," said Mrs. Powell, drawing Nina to her and giving her another of her cold formal kisses, from which the child could scarcely refrain from shrinking in evident disgust. But she had a strong will, and love for her mother made her control herself and receive it passively, though her naturally candid nature, scorning everything like deceit and hypocrisy, would have led her to show openly her loathing of the caress. "Would you like to go to your room now, sister?" asked Mrs. Clemmens. "Nina will show you the way and get anything for you that you may want." "I can find my way, and you may need her," said Mrs. Powell, rising. "It's the room I had when I was here before, isn't it?" "Yes, but let Nina go with you. They may have forgotten something you will want. Nina, dear, carry Aunt Comfort's basket for her." "Yes, ma'am," said Nina, moving to obey. "No, I will carry it," said Mrs. Powell, preventing her. "But you may take the shawl, only be careful not to trail it on the floor." "Perhaps you'd better not trust me with it, Aunt Comfort. I'm very careless sometimes," said the little girl, smiling and shrugging her shoulders. "Then it is time to teach you better," replied Mrs. Powell, folding the shawl and laying it over the child's arm. "Now go on before me and let me see how nicely you can carry it." Nina's eyes flashed, and, but for an entreating look from her mother, she would have thrown the shawl down and refused to carry it, for her high spirits rebelled at the assumption of authority apparent in Mrs. Powell's words, and still more in her tone and manner. "She orders me about and reproves me as nobody but mamma has a right to do. She has begun it very soon too," thought the child, as she silently led the way to the room prepared for the guest. It was very neat and tastefully arranged. Kizzie had spared no pains upon it, and had said a good deal about Mrs. Powell's exceeding particularity. As they entered, the latter sent a sharp searching glance all around, and Nina noticed it with a resentful feeling, thinking to herself, "She's trying to find some dust or dirt or something out of its place." "Ah, there is my trunk," she said. "Set down in the most inconvenient spot, of course. Nina, you may go down to the kitchen and send that stupid fellow up to move it for me." "We haven't any stupid fellow about the place that I know of," replied Nina, in a tone that left Mrs. Powell uncertain whether her remark was meant for impertinence or was made from pure simplicity. She turned and gave the little girl a keen look out of her cold black eyes, saying, "One would think you might be supposed to belong to that class yourself. Go down and tell Abner I want him." Kezia was very busy in the kitchen frying chicken and baking waffles, and had hardly time so much as give Abner a look as he came in from putting away the buggy and attending to his horse. "I'll tell you what, Kizzie," said he, seating himself down with a long-drawn sigh. "I don't want to see any more of that woman than I'm obliged to. If I'd known the sort she was, I guess she might have stayed at the depot or walked out here, whichever she pleased, for all me." "Oh, now, Abner, you needn't talk that way," rejoined Kizzie, turning her waffle iron. You do a sight more than that to please Mrs. Clemmens, I know. Well, yes, Kizzie, so I would. I do almost anything for her, but I can't think it will add to anyone's comfort or happiness to have that woman, she ain't a lady, around. Don't let her look into your dairy. She'll sour the milk quicker than any thunderstorm, or my name's not Abner Hearth. Come, don't be so hard on her. She has her good qualities as well as other folks, said Kezia good-naturedly. I haven't found 'em out yet. No, how should you when you haven't spent an hour in her company? But I knew her some years back, and I can tell you there's not a more industrious and saving person to be found, nor a neater one either. Abner, said Nina, coming in at that moment, looking flushed and angry, you're wanted upstairs to move that trunk into a better place. Aunt Comfort says you've put it in the most inconvenient spot you could find. Very well, she can move it herself if she's a mind to. I'm no slave to come and go at her bidding. Come now, Abner, said Kizzie soothingly. Behave like a gentleman. She's a woman, you know, and I suppose the trunk's too heavy for her to move, and you're a big strong man. He made no answer, but looking at Nina asked civilly, Well, now how do you like your aunt? I don't like her at all, cried the little girl vehemently, half stamping her foot as she spoke. She isn't a bit like Mamma too. No, not one single bit, and I wish she'd go away tomorrow. Why, Nina, exclaimed Kezia in surprise, while Abner burst into a loud laugh, and the child turned about and ran away. Did I ever? Cried Kezia, looking after her. My, but that child has got a temper of her own. Oh dear, dear. To think she is likely to have to live with that woman, and has taken such a dislike to her already. Now, Kizzie, that hadn't ought to be no how at all, said Abner. They're just the sort, them two, to torment each other half to death. I suppose Mrs. Clemmens isn't long for this world, but can't you persuade her to put the child with someone else that wouldn't plague the life out of her? I don't know what else can be done, said Kezia, shaking her head and sighing. But aren't you going to go up and move that trunk? No, not I. She may wait on herself. I'm off to feed the pigs and fetch the cows from pasture. And he walked away, whistling Yankee Doodle. That tune stands for independence, soliloquized Kezia, going on with her culinary labours. Well, it's Mrs. Powell's own fault, for Abner's as ready as the next one to wait on them that treat him decent. From the kitchen, Nina went straight to the sitting room and took her usual seat on a stool beside her mother's couch. What has gone wrong with my darling? Asked the feeble voice of the invalid, as, with her thin white hand, she tenderly smoothed back the curls from the flushed face. Never mind, Mamma. It was just that Aunt Comfort speaks so, in a way I don't like, but I'll try not to mind it any more for your sake, said the little girl, leaning her rosy cheek against the pillow and looking fondly into her mother's eyes. My darling, my poor darling, she murmured. Why, Mamma? Why do you call me that? Nina asked with an inquiry look. The world is full of trouble, dearest, and you cannot escape your share, Mrs. Clemmens answered evasively. Kizzie had just announced that her supper was ready and on the table when Mrs. Powell came down, looking cold and severe, and asked in an injured tone, Why did you not do as I requested, Nina, and send up Abner to move my trunk? Nina thought it had been an order rather than a request, but only answered that she had told Abner and supposed he had gone up to do it. Why, I was surprised at Abner, said Mrs. Clemmens apologetically. He's always very obliging to me. But please excuse him, sister. I suppose he had something else to do which he imagined ought to be attended to first. I will have him go up and move it after supper. No, thank you, Esther. I've done it myself, replied Mrs. Powell stiffly. Ah, I'm sorry, said Mrs. Clemmens, slowly rising from her couch and leaning on Nina for support. But let us have our supper now. You must be hungry after your journey, sister. Yes, rather. Quite enough so to enjoy Kizzie's good cookery, replied Mrs. Powell in a mollified tone, and giving her arm to her sister. Lean on me, she said. Nina is hardly tall enough or strong enough to give you much support. They took their seats at the table, and Mrs. Clemmens inquired, How do you like your tea, sister? With cream and sugar? But a look of mingled surprise and reproof from Mrs. Powell called a blush to her wasted cheek, and dropping her hands in her lap, she murmured, Excuse me, I forgot your ways. Whereupon Mrs. Powell, bending low over her plate, said a very long grace, which Nina listened to with some impatience, thinking the waffles and chicken would be quite cold. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bria Snow. Chapter 6. Comfort causes much discomfort. Esther, have you got religion? Do you belong to the church? The question was so abrupt, so unexpected, that Mrs. Clemmens started and coloured deeply, and Nina felt the hand she was holding tremble in hers. They had just come in from the supper table, and Mrs. Clemmens, quite exhausted with the exertion she had made, was lying panting on her couch. "Nina dear," she said in a half-whisper, "suppose you go out and wipe the dishes for Kizzie. She has so much to do today. Mamma can spare you a little while, now that Auntie is here." Nina understood that her mother would rather not have her hear what Mrs. Powell was about to say, and she rose at once and went without the slightest objection, but longing to send Aunt Comfort away instead, to keep her from worrying Mamma, who was quite good enough, she was sure, if she didn't belong to the church. There was a silence for a moment after the little girl had left the room, and then Mrs. Powell repeated her question in a solemn sepulchral voice. "I've never joined a church, Comfort," replied Mrs. Clemmens, speaking low and faintly. "As to getting religion, I hardly know what you mean by it." "Not to know what it is to get religion? Oh, Esther, is it possible?" cried Mrs. Powell, lifting her hands in holy horror and finishing her sentence with a deep-drawn sigh. "Why, to get religion is to repent and forsake your sins and to begin to serve God." "I don't know how," answered her sister sadly. "You must read the Bible and pray. You must think over all you've said or done that was wrong and try to feel sorry for it. You must get to feel that you're the greatest sinner that ever lived, and tell God so, and then you may hope to be forgiven." "I can't, for I know there are plenty of people that have done far more wicked deeds than I ever have." "But you must feel as Paul did, that you are the chief of sinners. Do you feel so about yourself, Comfort?" "Well, no, not exactly, but you see it is different with me. For of course I was never a blasphemer and persecutor like Paul, and I joined the church before I was grown up, and have been careful to live a Christian life ever since. I always read my Bible and pray every night and morning, and would not think of eating a meal without asking a blessing. And unless I'm kept home by sickness, I'm always in my place at church, rain or shine, Sundays and weekdays too. And that is the way you should have lived, Esther, and then you'd have some comfort when you came to lie on a sick and probably dying bed. I feel my duty to say it to you, Esther," she added, as her sister turned away with a bitter groan. "I see you're far gone in consumption, and you ought to know that you've but little time left for securing your soul's salvation, that you may be diligent in attending to it." Her tone was kind, and she wept while she uttered the last few sentences. "I know it, Comfort," sobbed her sister. "I made the doctor tell the truth weeks ago, and I knew before my husband's accident that I was a dying woman. I can hardly think to bear of losing you, Esther, the only sister I have," said Mrs. Powell. "And yet, if you had religion, it would be a happy change for you. I hope you'll try to get it." "I can't think of anything but George, and my longing to be with him, and of Nina, and of how hard it is to leave her," said Mrs. Clemmens sadly. "Oh, Comfort, be kind to my darling when I am gone. Love and cherish her for my sake. Don't fret about her, Esther. I'll be a mother to her, and try to train her up in the way she should go. Of course your child would be almost as near to me as my own. She is a dear warm-hearted child, and easily ruled through her affections. She would do anything for those she loves," said Mrs. Clemmens, "but you cannot drive her one step. I know you will think me dreadfully wicked, Comfort, but I can't help feeling that it's very hard and cruel my darling must lose both her parents so early in life. It makes me angry with God, and I can't love him. We were so happy together, we three, and I felt it was terribly hard when I found that I must go, but then I thought George would be left to care for Nina, and now he is gone, and she took his loss so hard. I don't know how she will ever bear it when she knows I must leave her too. Oh, my darling, she cried with a burst of bitter weeping. "I'm very sorry for you, Esther, and for the child too," said Mrs. Powell in a tone of mingled sympathy and reproof. "But how can you be so wicked? Angry at God? Is it possible? I should think it would be easy enough for you to feel yourself the very chief of sinners. I'm sure God can't love you while you feel so. He is angry with the wicked every day, and he must be dreadfully angry with anyone that feels as you say you do. I suppose he is, but it doesn't make me love him to think so, sighed the invalid. I love those who love me. It is perfectly natural to me, and I think to others also, to hate or at least dislike where I know anger and aversion are felt towards me. Esther, you frighten me, exclaimed the sister. You must get rid of these wicked feelings. You must repent and turn to God, or you'll lose your soul. Promise me that you'll try to do so, that you try to feel right. I will try, she answered in a sad, despairing tone. But I fear I shall never succeed. I can't change my feelings, and you say God will not love me till I do. But I will read the Bible and try to pray and feel as I ought. There is Kizzie with a lamp, and you may read a chapter to me now if you choose. I will listen and try to profit. Poor dear darling mamma, how sorry and how sick you look, whispered Nina, standing at her mother's side and leaning over her with a fond caress. May I stay and sit beside you now? Yes, indeed, my darling, as close as you can get, and let me hold your hand in mine while Aunt Comfort reads to us, returned Mrs. Clemmens in the same low and tender tone. Mrs. Powell moved her chair nearer the light, opened a large, handsomely bound Bible that lay on the table, and which appeared to have seen very little use, and began to read. The passages she selected were full of the requirements and threatenings of the law, while she seemed studiously to avoid those that proclaimed the glad tidings of a free salvation through the merits and intercession of a crucified and risen Saviour. Mrs. Clemmens lay listening in silence and with a contracted brow, a look of hopeless sorrow deepening every moment upon her expressive countenance. She slept little that night, mental distress uniting with bodily to banish from her pillow the refreshing rest so much needed by her exhausted frame, and morning found her even more unfit for exertion than on the previous day. Several very wretched days followed, Mrs. Powell seizing upon every opportunity to repeat her well-meant but ill-judged warnings and exhortations, and the poor heartbroken sufferer finding it utterly impossible to obey. But at length a better counsellor was sent her, one who spoke of a God of love, a Saviour who was the friend of sinners. She learned to love him, to trust her all in his hands, and death lost its terrors. She no longer clung to life except for Nina's sake. Still, the thought of the grief and desolation her darling must suffer when she was gone made her very sad at times. She knew the child's passionate love for her, and she could see that Mrs. Powell was not one to whom it could be readily, if ever, transferred. Their natures were not congenial, and while Nina's faults were just those that would clash most frequently with her aunt's peculiarities, they were of a kind to be extremely irritating to one of her disposition. The poor dying mother had to listen to frequent complaints from Mrs. Powell of her child's heedlessness, untidy ways, and quick temper, which she vainly tried to excuse, and to many an outpouring of Nina's grief and indignation, of Aunt Comfort's fault-finding, scolding, and ordering. She tried to persuade each to love and forbearance towards the other, but was painfully conscious that her words had little effect upon either, and that her darling's future was likely to be one of severe trial. She then earnestly strove to lead her to Jesus, as a friend whose love and sympathy would never fail her, but Nina only answered that while she had the love of her own dear precious mamma, she cared for no other. And when a hint was given of the possibility that she might be taken from her, it was received with a burst of such bitter weeping that Mrs. Clemmens felt it impossible to tell her the truth, and merely soothed her with her careless and tender words of love. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Wanted, a Pedigree by Martha Finlay. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bria Snow. Chapter 7. Surprising Disclosure. But the end was drawing near, and Mrs. Clemmens felt that whatever she had to do must be done quickly. She shrank from revealing to her sister the secret connected with Nina's birth, and all the more as she perceived how slight was the hold the child had upon Mrs. Powell's affections. "Ah, I fear Comfort will not care for my darling when she learns that she is mine only by adoption," was her sorrowful reflection,
yet she felt that her sister ought not to be left in ignorance of facts of such importance in regard to Nina, her knowledge of which might at some future day become necessary to the child's welfare, and she preferred that comfort should learn them from her own lips rather than from those of Mrs. Croft, Dr. Blake, or Kizzie. So one bright pleasant afternoon she sent Nina on an errand to the house of a neighbour who lived at such a distance that she knew the child could not return under an hour or more. Seated in her easy chair by the window, she watched the little figure with a look of yearning tenderness until it was out of sight. Then turning to Mrs. Powell, "Sister," she said, "I'm glad we are left alone for a little while, because I have something of great importance to tell you. But first, will you please call Kizzie to me for a moment?" With a face full of surprise and curiosity, Mrs. Powell laid aside her work, rose from her seat, and did as requested. "Kizzie," said Mrs. Clemmens feebly, as Kezia's kindly face appeared in the doorway, "will you go to the closet in my room, please, and get me the little wooden box you will find far back on the topmost shelf, and also the key belonging to it, which is in the left-hand corner of the upper drawer of the bureau under a pile of handkerchiefs?" "Yes, ma'am, that I will," said Kizzie, moving away with alacrity to comply with the request of the mistress, whom she loved so dearly that she would almost lay down her life for her. She returned in a moment, and setting the box on a chair beside Mrs. Clemmens, handed her the key. "Unlock it, Kizzie, please," she said, in a voice scarcely raised above a whisper, "and, if you have time, you may stay and help me out with my story. I've hardly breath enough to talk so much." Kizzie did as requested, and, at a sign from her sister, Mrs. Powell was about to raise the lid of the box and begin an examination of its contents, when Kezia laid her hand upon it. Looking with affectionate concern at the pale, agitated face of the invalid, said, "Why should you distress yourself with this matter, Mrs. Clemmens? There'll be 3 of us left yet, and that is enough to keep the secret for any time of need there'll be to use it. I see it's dreadful trying to your feelings, so let me lock up the box again and take care of it, or let one of the others do it. It's all one to me till it's wanted, if that time ever comes." "No, Kizzie, thank you. I think my sister should be entrusted with the secret, for when I am gone she will be the one on whom Nina will have the strongest claim for love and care. My darling's nearest and dearest friend, I hope." "Of course, the only near relative she will have left," said Mrs. Powell. "Well, just as you please, Mrs. Clemmens," said Kezia, taking her hand from the box. "It was only to save your feelings I spoke, but in regard to the love the child will get, I'm free to say that she'll not find a warmer corner in any other body's heart than in mine." "I'm sure of it, Kizzie. You've always loved her," Mrs. Clemmens answered with emotion. Mrs. Powell, who was by no means deficient in feminine curiosity, had already raised the lid of the box and lifted from it a bundle carefully pinned up in a white towel. Laying it on her lap, she quickly removed the pins and unfolded the towel, uttering an exclamation of wonder and astonishment at the sight which then met her view. A complete suit of baby clothes of the finest materials, the little dress richly embroidered and trimmed with costly lace, and the underclothing scarcely less beautiful or expensive. "I never saw anything handsomer, no, not even in Philadelphia," she cried. "But they must have cost a great deal of money. Esther, I'm sure you could never have been so extravagant, even for your first and only baby. But what's this underneath the baby clothes? A lady's handkerchief, I declare, and as fine and trimmed with as expensive lace as the rest," she added, holding it up and examining it closely. "And here are letters in the corner, almost faded out, but I'm sure they're not yours. What does it all mean?" And she looked from her sister to Kezia and back again. The latter did not speak. Mrs. Clemmens' only answer was a mute invitation to continue her examination of the box. Mrs. Powell lifted out another bundle, wrapped, like the first, in a clean white towel, with a strong scent of camphor about it. The contents were some little flannel skirts and an infant's blanket, all of silky-like softness and heavily embroidered with white sewing silk. "Oh, these are beautiful," she said. "I never saw flannel to equal this, and the embroidery is splendid. Here is something else, and that's all, except this bit of paper," said Kezia, handing Mrs. Powell a folded scrap of letter paper and a tiny box, such as jewellery is often kept in. Mrs. Powell opened the latter with eager haste, and again exclaimed with surprise. It contained a pair of coral armlets with clasps of gold, the workmanship of which must have added largely to their cost. "These are lovely," she cried. "They must have cost a pretty penny too. Pray, where did they and all these other things come from, Esther? I know you never had the money to buy them." "Read what's on the paper," said Kizzie shortly, while Mrs. Clemmens merely closed her eyes and turned away her head with a deep sigh. As the reader is already aware of the contents of this paper, it is unnecessary to repeat them here. Mrs. Powell read it out slowly and distinctly. Then, letting it fall into her lap, "Ah, I see it all now," she said, in a sneering, sarcastic tone. "Nina is not your child, but a foundling, and it is strange I have not suspected it before. Many times as I have remarked a total lack of resemblance to either you or George in form, feature, complexion, or disposition, but I have had confidence in your word, Esther, and could never have believed you capable of such deceit. That long string of falsehoods, I can't give them any milder name, about your joyful anticipations, and then the birth of your child, your illness at the time, and all that." She paused for want of breath. Kezia was swelling with indignation, and Mrs. Clemmens' voice was low and full of tears as she answered, "You wrong me, Comfort, me, your dying sister. I wrote you nothing but the truth, though a part of it I kept back, as I thought then, and I still think I had a right to do. I had a babe, and suffered greatly at the time, barely escaping with life, while it just breathed and died. Tell her the rest, Kizzie, I have no more breath." Kezia finished the story in a few brief sentences, making it as short as she could for the invalid's sake, and not caring to gratify Mrs. Powell's curiosity more than was absolutely necessary. But that lady was not satisfied with so meagre an account, and proceeded to cross-question her till her patience was nearly exhausted. "Well, I must say it's all very strange," she said at last, "and Esther, I beg your pardon for accusing you of falsehood, but I still think you might have taken me, your only sister, into your confidence. So Nina is not your own child. That must be a comfort now, as it cannot be so hard to leave her." "Yes, she is my own. She was given to me, and I took her into my very heart of hearts from the first moment," cried Mrs. Clemmens in earnest, tearful tones. "I could not have loved the one that was bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh any better, and I cannot realize that she is not it. The exchange was made so soon, and she has always been such a darling." "How can you talk so or feel so, Esther?" exclaimed her sister in a tone of disgust. "You surely are not silly to believe the assertions of the writers of these lines. For my part, I haven't a doubt that she is a child of shame. What other motive, except poverty, which evidently could have nothing to do with this case, would ever induce a parent to put away a child in such a heartless manner? And how do you know it was the parents? I will tell you what I think, that the mother died at the child's birth, and the father had died before, and some relation who wanted to secure the property Nina was born to inherit took that way to get rid of the little creature and her claim." "Quite worthy of your romantic imagination, Esther," replied her sister contemptuously, "but I am sure my theory is far more probable." "Well, Comfort, we can neither of us do more than conjecture," said Mrs. Clemmens with a sigh. "But even the certainty of what you suspect could make no difference in my affection for my darling, nor would it have done so with George, as he himself assured me, and we have willed her all that we had to leave." She did not see the flush of anger and disappointment which these words called up to her sister's face, for Mrs. Powell was seated so nearly behind her that it required something of an effort to bring her within line of vision, an effort which she had hardly strength to make. Nor did Kezia see it, for she had gone back to her kitchen as soon as she found that her services were no longer required in the sitting-room. "There is a copy of the will among my husband's papers in a secretary yonder," continued Mrs. Clemmens in her low, feeble tones. "Come, sit close beside me, Comfort, till I tell you all about it. Mr. Lancaster, our lawyer, who lives in the village, has another copy. He and Dr. Blake are the executors, and will see to the renting of the farm, for it is not to be sold, but kept for Nina. We have some money in the bank, and I think there will be enough left, after everything is settled up, to board and clothe Nina and pay her schooling until the first year's rent is due. You will have no trouble about these matters, for Mr. Lancaster and the doctor will manage them all, but for my sake, sister, you will take my darling to your home and be a mother to her, will you not?" As she spoke, she took the hand of Mrs. Powell, who had complied with her request to come and sit close at her side, and looked entreatingly into her face. "Yes, for your sake, Esther. I would do a great deal for your sake, sister," was the audible answer, accompanied by a slight caress, while the hidden thought was, "I know how to economize, and I dare say I can make it pay, and more too, perhaps." "Thank you," said Mrs. Clemmens gratefully. The property is to belong to Nina while she lives, and to her children after her, should she have any, but should she die unmarried or childless, it is to go to you and your children." "Esther," said Mrs. Clemmens, in a severely virtuous tone, "you are treating me as I never would have treated you. I could never disinherit a sister for a stranger." "A stranger? Oh, comfort, how can you? Have I not just said that my darling could not be nearer or dearer to me were she my own flesh and blood? Besides, the will is my husband's, and I could not alter it if I would, nor would I if I could." Mrs. Powell bit her lips. "His relations are expected to be perfectly satisfied, I presume?" "There are none near, and such as there are, as far as I know, able to take care of themselves," replied Mrs. Clemmens wearily. "But at all events, having adopted Nina, and thus prevented someone else from doing so, we were bound to provide for her as we would for our own." "And what if Nina turns out to be an heiress, and comes into such a property of her own that this small farm will be of little consequence to her, while it will be quite a godsend to Mr. Powell and me, with our 4 children to feed, clothe, and educate? Then I'm sure Nina will do what is just and generous, for though such a mere child, she is the soul of honour and generosity." "Perfection in your eyes, but far from it in mine," thought Mrs. Powell. But she said nothing, and her sister went on slowly, as she could gather strength to speak, giving directions about the household goods, furniture, bedding, etc. Some few things Mrs. Powell was to have, some were to be given to Kizzie, but most of such things as would keep were to be packed away in the garret till Nina came of age, for her mother was sure she would like to have them because of their association with her happy childhood's home. "And what is to be done with these?" asked Mrs. Powell, indicating the wooden box and the articles taken from it, which still lay in her lap. "I commit them to your care, sister, to be restored to Nina, or her family when the right time comes, of which you will, of course, be the judge. But believing as I do that it would be a great grief to the poor child to learn this secret now, I want it carefully concealed from her. Do not let her know it until she is grown up and married, unless something turns up respecting her relatives. And now will you please restore everything to the condition in which you found it, and lock the box, and take possession of it and the key?" With this request Mrs. Powell willingly complied, while her sister, greatly exhausted by the excitement she had gone through and the effort of talking so much, laid her head back among the cushions of her chair, closed her eyes, and presently fell asleep. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Wanted, Pedigree by Martha FINLEY. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Bria Snow. Chapter 8. Kizzie speaks her mind. Mrs. Clemmens was gone. Sweetly and peacefully she had fallen asleep in Jesus, her last look of love resting upon Nina, her latest breath spent in commending her darling to her sister's tender care. A few days before the blow came, Nina learned the sad truth, and her grief and despair were heart-rending to behold. Yet, on being told she was injuring her mother, she ceased her cries and sobs, forced her tears back to their fountain, and from that moment showed a determined self-control very surprising in one so young, waiting upon the invalid with a calm, quiet, tender solicitude that would have been worthy of all praise in a woman of thrice her years. But when her loved task was done, and the dear one could no longer be pained by her tears and her bitter cries and moans, they burst forth with a violence proportioned to the restraint she had before put upon herself. Dr. Blake, Mrs. Croft, and Kezia were deeply touched, and strove to soothe her with the tenderest sympathy and love, but silent endurance at first, then cold rebuke were all that Mrs. Powell had to offer. She had never felt her heart warm towards Nina, even while believing her to be her sister's own and only child, from the moment of learning that such was not the fact, and the little girl's parentage was unknown, and that the property of her adopted parents had been bequeathed to her instead to herself and her children. She had cherished for the child a feeling of indifference and contempt that amounted almost to aversion. She could scarce brook the thought that by her sister's adoption of this nameless waif she had missed coming into the inheritance of Oakdale Farm, a house and furniture and all Mr. Clemmens' savings, and even while that sister yet lay in death's sleep in the parlour below, she sat in the silence and solitude of her own room, pondering these things in her heart, and feeling that,
But for the other copy in the lawyer's hand, she might be tempted to hunt up and destroy the will in the secretary downturned, turn Nina adrift, and take possession. But that could not be done, and under the circumstances she was, for reasons of her own, well pleased that the child had been committed to her care. As yet Nina knew nothing of this, and when at length communicated to her, it was far from being a cause of rejoicing. Nay, at the moment it seemed the bitterest drop in her cup. She had come home almost heartbroken from seeing the grave close over the remains of her beloved mother, had been with difficulty persuaded by Kizzie to take a little food, and on leaving the dinner table she was returned into the sitting room when Mrs. Powell called to her. "I think you have now wasted quite enough time in idle fretting," she said. "There is no more time to spare for it. We must leave for Philadelphia in the early morning train day after tomorrow, and you had better be gathering up and packing whatever you want to take with you." For an instant Nina stood spellbound with astonishment, then she answered in a tone of decision, "But I am not going with you, Aunt Comfort. I choose to stay here with Kizzie. She loves me, and will take good care of me." "You have no choice in the matter," was the cold reply. "Your home is henceforward to be with me until you come of age, for such was my sister's will, and I advise you to submit without making any fuss or objection, for it will not avail you in the least." She walked upstairs as she spoke, leaving Nina standing in the hall below. For one moment the child stood as if stunned by this new unexpected blow. Then she rushed away to the kitchen, and throwing herself into Kizzie's arms, and clinging to her with bitter weeping, cried, "Oh, Kizzie, Kizzie, don't let her take me away. I can't live with her. I want to stay with you. Oh, I can't go away from my own dear home and leave Papa and Mamma lying there in the graveyard. Kizzie, can't I stay?" "I wish you could with all my heart," said Kezia, wiping her eyes with a corner of her apron and then dropping it to stroke Nina's curls caressingly. "But you see how it is. The farm should be rented out, and the house too, of course, and I'll have to look for another place, and I couldn't take you with me. Besides, your mother said you were to live with your Aunt Comfort, and I'm sure you'd want to do as you wish." "Yes, Kizzie, but Mamma wouldn't have said it if she'd known how I'd hate to go and to live with her. She isn't one bit, no, not one bit like Mamma." "No, that's true enough, but try to like her, make her like you. Maybe you'll get along very well after all. And just think how nice it will be to take a journey all the way to Philadelphia to see the fine sights in that big city, and to get acquainted with your cousins." Nina's only answer was a mournful smile, almost sadder than tears. But Kezia, bent upon cheering the child and coaxing some of the old brightness into the pale, sorrowful little face, went on to tell her of the provisions of Mr. Clemmens' will, and to speak of the joy of returning to take possession of the old home when she would come of age, promising that she too would come back and live with her if she was wanted. That seemed to give some comfort, though Nina remarked with a sigh that it was such a long, long while to wait. "Oh, 'twill slip round before you know it," said Kezia cheerily. "I'll be through here presently, and then we'll go up to the garret and get your trunks, and I'll help you gather up your things and pack them." She managed to keep Nina with her the rest of the day, and to prevent her from shedding very many tears, though occasionally bursts of sorrow would come in spite of all her efforts. Very weary was the little girl when nightfall came, weary with her sorrow and with her unaccustomed exertion, and she readily yielded to Kezia's advice that she should go to bed an hour earlier than usual. "Did you say your prayers, Nancy?" asked Mrs. Powell, coming into the room just as the tired little head touched the pillow. Nina started up, asking wrathfully, "Why do you call me that, Aunt Comfort? It is not my name." "Yes, it is," was the answer, in a cold, quiet tone. "My sister only called you Nina, but your true name is Nancy, and it is one of my principles to call people by the names that properly belong to them. But it is not my name, and I will not be called by it. Mamma always said my name was Nina. She always called me that when she didn't say daughter or use some pet name." And the childish voice was almost choked with tears. "And it's written so in the big Bible too." "No matter, I know what your name is, and shall not ask for leave to call you by it," replied the cold, heartless voice. "But you have not answered my question. Did you say your prayers before getting into bed?" "No, I didn't." "Then get right out and do it, you wicked girl." "I won't," cried Nina. "I would rather be like Mamma than like you." "What do you mean by that? What has that to do with your saying your prayers?" Why, you're one of the people that say prayers, and Mamma was not when she was well, and she was always sweet and kind, and you are very unkind to me." "Spoiled children are very apt to think those unkind who reprove and punish them for their own good," replied Mrs. Powell feelingly. "And you have been very impertinent to me. I am astonished that you would dare to tell me you won't do what I bid you. I will pass over it this once in consideration of the present circumstances, but you had better be aware how you repeat the offence." She left the room as she finished speaking, and Nina, springing out of bed, ran to the kitchen, and throwing her arms around Kizzie, cried with a passionate burst of tears and sobs, "Is my name Nancy, Kizzie? She says it is, and she will call me so, and I can't bear it. It's such a hateful name. Is it my name, Kizzie?" "No. Your mamma named you Nina, and she had a right to call you what she pleased, a better right to give you your name than anybody else," replied Kizzie, her eyes sparkling with indignation. "But there, never mind, you poor darling. I'll tell her she's mistaken, and I'll guess she'll not call you that again. My land, she hadn't ought to, for I'm sure you've enough trouble just now without being pestered with such nonsense. But what was she saying to you anyhow? I thought you'd gone to bed and was fast asleep for now." Nina replied by her exact repetition of the conversation that had just passed between her aunt and herself. "Oh, but you hadn't ought to answer your aunt that way," said Kizzie, caressing her tenderly even while she reproved. "It was real sassy, and I'm sure your mamma would never have let you talk so. She never allowed you to say you won't to her. You don't think it was right, do you?" "No, but she made me so angry I couldn't help it. Oh, what else could I say, Kizzie?" "I guess I will. It's as easy to say as I won't, ain't it? And it sounds considerable better." "Yes, but I couldn't say that when I wasn't going to do it." "Oh, why not, Nina? Saying prayers is what everybody ought to do." "I told you the reason I gave Aunt Comfort," replied the child slowly, "and I had another one besides. Once, when I went to Sunday school with Lucy Dean, the teacher talked about praying, and she said it was not real prayer unless it came from the heart. If we only repeated prayers with our lips, it was mocking God. We must love Him in our hearts and really want what we asked for, and I've never forgotten it." "You never do forget anything, I believe. But now, why should all that keep you from saying your prayers?" "Because I don't love God," cried the child bitterly, while the hot tears streamed from her eyes and her whole frame shook with sobs, and she clung to her friends, hiding her face in her bosom. "He's taken away my papa and mamma, and how can I love him?" "Poor dear," sighed Kizzie. "I hope the day'll come when you'll see it was all meant for good. But I'm right sure you would ought to say your prayers, that you'll feel the better for it." "No, I won't be a hypocrite," exclaimed the little girl vehemently. "Papa said that folks that make long prayers and are not good are hypocrites." "To be sure, but that's no reason for not trying to live right and asking God to help us. No one can be really good without God's help, and there are plenty of hypocrites that don't make prayers as well as that do, and it's always right and wise to ask God to teach us to love Him and to pray with our hearts. And we need to ask Him to take care of us. I suppose He didn't. We'd all die for mourning, and besides, if He hasn't given us anything we'd like to have, He's given us a great deal more than we deserve. Suppose you had nothing to eat or to wear, and nobody to care for you at all. And isn't it mean and ungrateful to take it all, and never return Him a word of thanks?" "Yes," said Nina softly. "I didn't think of that. I will thank Him. I'll thank Him that He has not taken you away, Kizzie. But, oh dear, to leave you so soon. And what shall I do then, without anybody to be good for me?" And again the bitter tears and sobs burst forth while she hung about Kizzie's neck, as if she would never let her go. "There, don't cry any more," said the latter soothingly. "Well, I'm afraid you'll cry your eyes out if you creep on this way. I've heard of folk going blind just from crying, and 'twould be an awful thing if that should happen to you. So now just dry up your tears and kiss me good night and go back to bed." Nina obeyed with lamb-like submission, and peeking in through her crack behind the door, Kezia saw that she knelt down beside the bed for a moment before climbing into it. "Needn't anyone tell me that child's hard to manage?" she muttered, turning away with wet eyes. "You've only got to treat her decent and like a reasonable being, and she'll not give you a mite of trouble. But I'm bound to give that woman a piece of my mind before I close my eyes this night. Calling her Nancy, bah, it's too bad. If Mrs. Clemmens had consulted me, my advice would have never been to let her sister into that secret. She might have known it would set her dead against the child." Half an hour later, Mrs. Powell was in the sitting-room, examining the contents of the secretary, when Kezia, having finished her work in the kitchen, walked in and took a seat where she could look her full in the face. There was some surprise and more annoyance in Mrs. Powell's tone as she glanced at the intruder with a, "Well, Kezia, what do you wish?" "To have a little talk with you when you get through there, but I ain't in no particular hurry. I can wait a spell." "I'm just done," said Mrs. Powell, closing the desk, "and, as it is about my usual hour for retiring to my own room, I hope you will make your remarks as brief as possible." "I can't say I'm overly anxious for a very long talk with you," replied Kezia in a slightly sarcastic tone, "but I've something on my mind that must be got off before I take my rest. I don't think you're disposed to be any too kind of that poor little orphan in yonder, Mrs. Powell," and a motion of her head indicated the next room. "Little orphan," repeated Powell. "You cannot say she is that. For all you know, both her parents may be living." "She had lost all the parents she ever knew," returned Kezia in low pitying tones, "and she is just about heartbroken, poor dear. And one would have thought that you, sharing the sorrow, for I suppose you loved your sister, would have had some feeling for her." "And so I have, but I can't be expected to pet her as my sister did. I don't even pet my own. It's not my nature. And hers is but a selfish sorrow, after all. My sister took care of her and petted her and humoured her, and she misses all that." "Selfish sorrow!" cried Kezia indignantly. "They say actions speak louder than words, and that child has been waiting on her mother day and night for weeks past, caring nothing for play or rest either, and never thinking it a trouble to do anything for her. I've seen her sit by the hour fanning Mrs. Clemmens and watching her while she slept, as still as a mouse, and she's a child that's naturally fonder than common of being in motion, and she's never owned she was tired, not a bit of it. You needn't tell me hers was selfish sorrow, or that her sorrow is either. You can't see a fault in her, I believe," was the cold reply. "Yes, I can. I know she's got an awful quick temper, and is as proud as Lucifer, and careless and slovenly in her ways, but she's got her good qualities too. There isn't the least mite of meanness or stinginess in her, and if you'll only love her and treat her like a reasonable person, which she is, and no mistake, why, she's as easy managed as any child that ever was born. But try to drive her, and you'll find her stubborn as a mule. I've already made that discovery," replied Mrs. Powell in her most freezing tones. "I can see that her will has never been broken as it should be, and that I shall have no end of trouble with her in consequence, but I intend to do my duty by her, no matter how difficult it may be." "I dare say, that is, you mean to cross her will on all occasions, even when it would hurt neither you nor her to let her have her own way. Miss Cullen and Nancy is a specimen of it." Mrs. Powell coloured slightly and moved uneasily on her chair, but said nothing, and Kezia went on. "Now there's no earthly reason why you need to do that. Nancy's not her name, no more, and it's mine or yours. But who knows who the person was that wrote those lines, or whether she had the least right to name the child? Whoever it may have been, I'm sure she hadn't as good a right as Mrs. Clemmens, and she named her Nina, and would have called her anything else sooner than Nancy, for she had a special dislike to that name, as I've heard her say many a time. And you're not doing as she'd wish when you call the child that. And if you've any sort of fear of the dead, Mrs. Powell, you'd better be good to Nina, for I happened to overhear Mrs. Clemmens telling her husband one day, when she thought he'd outlive her, poor thing, that if he ever let a stepmother abuse that child, she'd haunt him. I don't intend to abuse her, but I do mean to make her mine when I get her home. But I think you are forgetting your place, Kezia. I must say I'm not used to reproof or advice from a servant." "I'm no servant of yours, Captain Powell, and don't ever intend to be. And you know well enough that I came of as good stock as yourself, and might be as well off now as you are, and better too, if I'd chosen to marry a man I didn't care for the sake of a good home and money in my pocket. And your sister never called me a servant, though I helped to do her work for many years, rather than sponge with my relations or sit at a tray that would have ruined my health. No, you're not an ordinary servant, I know, and I oughtn't to have said that, but still I think you are presuming in lecturing me about my duty." "Perhaps so, but it does folks good to hear a bit of the truth once in a while, and I want you to be good to that poor child. She's a very smart, observing one, I can tell you, and if you don't live up to your profession, she'll conclude you're a hypocrite, and probably that all church members are. She'll compare you and all others with her mother, who was naturally the sweetest-tempered, kindest-hearted woman in the world. And if you fall short of the pattern, she'll think there's no truth in Christianity, don't you see? For her mother, you know, made no profession, and so you may make an infidel and a scoffer of the child, and maybe cost her the loss of her soul." There was silence for a moment, while Mrs. Powell sat gazing thoughtfully at the carpet, Kezia watching it. Then she said, You are certainly right about my sister's amiability, but I don't despair of being able to show Nina that Christians are quite as good or better. Mr. Powell and I are very careful of the example we set, and I think no one can say it is not all it ought to be. And you need not fear that I will abuse the child. I shall endeavour to do my whole duty by her." "Well," said Kezia, rising, "I don't know. Maybe I misjudge you, but all you've been saying sounds to me very much like the Pharisee's prayer. God, I thank thee that I am not as other men are. Good night. I've locked up the house, and am going to bed." And she took up her candle and went out. "Strange impertinent creature," muttered Mrs. Powell, looking after her. "Well, I'm thankful I have not to stay long under the same roof with her." End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha FINLEY. Chapter 9. A Stranger in a Strange Place. Mrs. Powell felt herself in a strait betwixt two. She was a very managing woman, and by no means content with settling such affairs as came legitimately under her control, but anxious to do the like service by those of other people also. And it cost her a pang of regret to go away and leave Kezia to her own devices in regard to the packing and storing of the household linen, bedding, and furniture. Yet a still greater repugnance to allowing anyone but herself the conduct of matters in her own family kept her firm to her resolution to depart for home on the second day after seeing her sister's remains consigned to the grave. By Nina, this last day was spent principally in leave-takings of schoolmates and friends, and of many an object, animate and inanimate, dear to her warm, loving child heart. The very hardest of all was the parting from Dr. Blake and Mrs. Croft, who seemed like second parents to the now almost friendless orphan. They bade her a very tender adieu, and left her all drowned in tears. This was at 8 o'clock in the evening, and Mrs. Powell immediately ordered her off to bed, where she presently wept herself to sleep. The travellers were to take an early start. The train passed through the village at 6, and Mrs. Powell had decided that it would not do to be later than 5:30 in leaving the house, and had directed Abner to have the buggy at the gate at that hour precisely. Nina slept heavily after the fatigue and excitement of the previous day, and Kezia would not disturb her, or allow anyone else to do so, till breakfast was almost ready to set on the table. The meal was a tempting one, for Kezia, in her strong affection for the little girl, had exerted her utmost skill to make it so, but Nina ate scarcely anything, and, leaving the table before the others were half done, picked up her hat and hurried toward the door. "Where are you going?" demanded Mrs. Powell, springing after her and catching her by the arm. "Let me go!" cried the child in a choking voice, and making a violent effort to release herself. "Not till you tell me where you're going. Answer me this instant!" And Mrs. Powell tightened her grasp. "Let me go," repeated Nina. "Let go of my arm, Aunt Comfort. I must bid mamma good-bye once more. Oh, I must. I can't go without." And she burst into an agony of weeping. "No, you shall not. It's the most absurd nonsense. As if my sister was there, and could see and hear you. Just come back and finish your breakfast like a reasonable being." "I don't want any more, and I will go," cried Nina again, exerting all her strength to free herself, but in vain. Kezia now interfered, and begged that the child might be allowed this slight solace for her grief. But Mrs. Powell would not be persuaded. That dusty road and wet grass would render her clothes unfit for the journey, she said, and she had been there yesterday. And besides, there was not time now, for it was already nearly 5:30, and Nina had to submit, though it almost broke her heart. Kezia took her in her arms for a moment, soothing her with loving words of sympathy, then led her back to the table and tried to induce her to eat a little more, but without success. And presently Abner drove up to the gate, and the time for parting had come. Nina clung to Kezia in speechless anguish, while the latter strained her to her heart with tender caresses and whispered words of endearment and of hope of a future reunion. "Come, Nina, no time to waste," cried Mrs. Powell impatiently. "Come and get into the buggy at once. Good morning, Kezia. I forgive all your impertinence and wish you well." "Thank you, ma'am," answered Kezzy dryly, as she assisted Nina to climb to the seat by the side of her aunt, who was already in the vehicle. "But so's you're good to the child, I don't care particularly what your feelings are towards me, except that it's wicked to be spiteful and unforgiving. I'm not meaning any impertinence now, Mrs. Powell, but I must just remind you of one thing the good book says, 'Ye fathers, provoke not your children to anger, lest they be discouraged.' And I hope you will remember that it was meant for mothers and aunts as well as fathers. Good-bye, and I wish you a safe and pleasant journey." Nina hardly heard Kezia's words, for springing to her feet and dashing away the blinding tears, Abner stepped into the buggy and gathered up the reins. She was taking a last loving farewell look at the dear home of her childhood. A toss of the head and a curl of the lip were Mrs. Powell's only reply to Kezia's parting admonition, and, seizing Nina with no gentle hand, she dragged her down to the seat and bade Abner drive on at his utmost speed. He obeyed in silence, and for a while nothing was heard but the roll of the wheels, the thumping of the horses' hoofs, and Nina's bitter sobbing. But at length, as they neared the village, Mrs. Powell said in a cold, reproving tone, "Come, come, Nina, I think you have treated us to quite enough of this. I'm heartily tired of sobs and tears. Let us have something else." Touched to the quick by this harsh rebuke, the little mourner made a determined effort, and, calling Pride to her aid, presently succeeded in checking her rising sobs and forcing her tears back to their fountain. She was perfectly calm and quiet as they drew up and alighted at the door of the depot, but the expression of her face was very sad, and when Abner came with checks and tickets, and, as the sound of the approaching train was heard, said he must bid her good-bye, her self-control was very near giving way again. Her lips quivered, and tears sprang to her eyes. "You hain't give me a kiss this 2 or 3 years back, and maybe we won't never meet no more on this earth," he whispered with a wistful look, and proud little lady as she was, she gave it at once. For she had known him all her life, and he was old enough to be her father. He had always petted her too in his rough fashion, and there were so few now left to love her. How glad he looked, although there were tears in his eyes too. He took her little soft white hand in his, pressed it to his lips, and held it fast while he led her to the car and handed her up the steps. Then, with a bow and a murmured "God bless you, my pretty bird," he stepped back and stood watching for her face at the window till the train moved on again. He did not see it, for Mrs. Powell, muttering, "That vulgar, unbearable fellow," was careful to select a seat on the farther side of the car, and to make Nina sit down there with her. She soon perceived, to her annoyance, that Nina's extreme beauty, joined to her deep mourning and sorrowful countenance, was attracting a great deal of attention from their fellow travellers, and she could have shaken her for it, particularly as a whisper reached her ear, "That woman can't possibly be her mother, she's so hard-featured, and the child is bewitchingly beautiful." Mrs. Powell coloured with anger and glanced at Nina to note the effect of the remark on her, but she did not seem to have heard, and looked as if her thoughts were far away, perhaps lingering beside the graves it had been so hard to leave without a farewell visit. This was not Nina's first journey. Several times she had taken short trips over the same road in company with her parents, so that it lacked the charm of novelty, and at first her thoughts were more occupied with her unpleasant change of protectors, and a consequent renewed sense of her irreparable loss, than with anything else. But at length, as they entered upon scenes entirely new to her, she began to look about her with something of the curiosity and interest natural to her age. She had never been in a city, and when they arrived in New York she felt quite bewildered by the noise and tumult. but clinging close to her aunt, who seemed in no wise disturbed by it, she made the transit from car to stage, from stage to ferry boat, and reached the depot, where they were to take the train for Philadelphia in safety. It was crowded with passengers that day, and they had some difficulty in obtaining seats. All were already filled in the first car they entered, and they had passed halfway down the second, when a lady made room for Mrs. Powell by her side, and at the same instant a gentleman beckoned Nina to a seat with him. It took her some distance from her aunt and out of her view, as it was behind her, which Mrs. Powell did not like, thinking it gave the child too much liberty to act as she pleased. But there was no help for it, and Nina went. She slipped into the seat with a murmured, "Thank you, sir," but without lifting her eyes, which were full of tears, for she was feeling very sad and lonely in the crowd of strangers, and there was an inexpressible longing in her little sad heart for the love and protecting care that were wont to surround her. Thus she did not notice the emotion of the gentleman as he first caught a full view of her face. That was, as he rose and stepped aside to let her pass in and take the seat next the window. He started, became deadly pale, and trembled visibly. His colour returned in an instant, but he seemed unable to remove his eyes from the child's face, and continued to regard her with an expression of intense and painful interest, as he resumed his seat with her by his side, while she, all unconscious of his gaze, was struggling hard to keep down the rising sobs and force back the tears that, spite of every effort, would roll down her cheeks. The train was not yet in motion, so that conversation might be easily carried on, and many of the passengers were engaged in lively chit-chat between themselves, or with friends who had come down to see them off. Nina's companion presently took the opportunity to speak to her. The deep mourning, the tears, the half-suppressed sobs and sighs had already told him more than half her sad story. He had a kind heart. It yearned over the little weeper. "My dear little girl," he said, bending down and speaking in a low tone of tender sympathy, "I see that sorrow and bereavement have been sent to you, and I feel deeply for you. What can I do to comfort you?" A fresh burst of tears and a silent shake of the head were her only answer. "My poor little girl, my poor dear little girl," he whispered pityingly, taking her hand in his. His manner was so kind and fatherly, his tone so gentle and loving, that he completely won the desolate heart of the little orphan. She looked up gratefully through her tears, and as she met the yearning tenderness of his glance, the impulse was strong upon her to throw herself into his arms and sob out all her bitter sorrow on his breast. Ah, she little guessed how he was longing to take her into such a fatherly embrace. But the train was put in motion, the noise preventing further talk for the present, and he straightened himself, leaned back in his seat, and opened the book he had been reading. But he could not fix his attention upon it. His eyes were ever wandering from its pages to the face of his young companion, and his features worked with emotion as he looked, while now and then a heavy sigh escaped him. At length, as the train paused for a moment at a way station, he leaned toward her again, and in a low, gentle tone asked, "Will you tell me your name, my dear?" "Nina Clemmens," she answered without any hesitation, but her tone was low, and he caught only the last name. "Clemmens," he repeated to himself. "I never met with anyone of the name before. But where did she get that face, those eyes? I never thought to behold their like on earth again. Ah, if she were but mine! She is not the child of that woman, surely? So unlike! If not, if she should be in want of a home, a father." A thrill ran through his whole frame at the thought. He leaned towards her again, and asked, with an inclination of the head toward Mrs. Powell, "Is that lady your mother, my dear?" Nina shook her head, and the downward glance at her black dress, and the fast-dropping tears, told him that his question had proved a still bleeding wound. He regretted that he had asked it. She struggled with her tears a moment, then answered, in low, quivering tones, "No, sir, that's Aunt Comfort. Papa died 4 weeks ago, and Mamma last Sunday, And she could get no farther. The words choked her. "My poor, poor child," he said involuntarily, throwing his arm round her and drawing her close to his side. Nina looked up and saw Mrs. Powell beckoning to her to come and take the seat next herself, which had just been vacated. Very unwillingly, the child rose to obey. "I must go," she said, struggling with her tears, and holding out her hand in farewell. He took it and pressed it to his lips, then, still retaining it in a kindly grasp, "Wait one moment," he said. "You like candy, no doubt. All children do, I think. Here." He motioned to a lad who had come into the car with boxes of confectionery, bought one, and put it into Nina's hand. "God bless and keep and comfort you, dear child." His lips just touched hers. She looked up with eyes nearly blinded with tears, made a vain effort to thank him, and at the same instant felt her arm seized by Mrs. Powell, who fairly dragged her away to the seat she had been summoning her to occupy. "I think you will come when I call you another time," she said, speaking close to her ear, and pushing her in next the window, and planted herself in front of her. "What business have you to be making acquaintance with strange men? How do you know who or what they are?" The child's quick temper rose at the rough treatment and undeserved reproof. Her eyes flashed. She clenched her teeth hard, while her lip trembled and her bosom heaved, and turning her back upon her aunt, she looked steadily out of the window. Mrs. Powell felt that she could have enjoyed shaking her well, but restrained herself for decency's sake. Nina's temper was hasty and violent, but resentment was never long-lived with her. Her nature was too noble for that. 5 minutes later she turned toward her aunt a very sweet, though touchingly sad face, and with a beseeching look held out a peace offering, the little box of confectionery. Mrs. Powell rejected the overture with scorn. She was not to be cajoled with sweets, not she. Nina read it plainly enough in the sudden drawing up of her angular figure, the cold set look about her mouth, and the freezing expression on her hard black eyes. The child's anger was roused again. "Who cares? I'm sure I don't," she muttered to herself as she opened her satchel and bestowed the candy there. But her little heart was very heavy, too heavy for even sweetmeats to tempt her appetite. 2 young girls sitting nearly opposite had watched the whole scene. "Wouldn't I like to shake that woman well?" whispered one to the other. "I fairly ache to do it." "I should enjoy seeing you, provided you did it with a will," rejoined her companion through her shut teeth. Nina's new friend, too, was looking on with a heart full of sorrowful indignation, and a longing desire to rescue the little one from her tormentor. He made an effort. Going to Mrs. Powell's side when next the train stopped. "Excuse me, madam," he said courteously, lifting his hat with a slight bow as he spoke. "If what I am about to say seem impertinent, and, believe me, I do not mean it so, but my heart is strongly drawn toward this little girl, especially on account of her remarkable likeness to one now in glory, who was inexpressibly dear to me." His voice almost failed him for an instant, but controlling it with an effort he went on, "And I cannot refrain from asking if you would be willing to resign her to me. I would like to adopt her as my own Anne." "Sir," interrupted Mrs. Powell with dignity, "do you mean to insult me? I know nothing of who or what you are. I was about to say that I could give you the best of references as to my character, standing in society, and so forth. It is entirely unnecessary, useless. I promised my sister that I would bring her up myself, and I am not one to break my word. Then let me beg of you to be patient and forbearing with her childish faults, and to remember that God is in an especial manner the father of the fatherless, their helper and protector." Mrs. Powell was literally speechless with rage and astonishment, but Nina, who had listened with almost breathless eagerness to the short colloquy, started up, exclaiming eagerly, "Oh, Aunt Comfort, do let me go with him. I'm only a trouble to you, you know." A withering look was the only reply. "Good-bye, my dear child," the stranger said, holding out his hand, for the train was starting again, and they must part. Nina put hers into it for an instant, and looked up, longingly into his face, meeting a glance of tender, loving sympathy in return. Then, as he went away, she covered her face with her hands to hide the tears she could not restrain. "Oh, he is so good, so kind, and I shall never see him again," was the cry of her sorrowful little heart, repeated yet more bitterly as she saw him leave the car at the next station. Mrs. Powell did not address her again for a long time, not until everyone seemed to be preparing to leave the cars, which were moving very slowly. Then she said, "This is Camden, Nina. We have only to cross the river to be in Philadelphia. There, we have stopped. Come, bring that basket. We must make haste or we shall miss the ferry boat." Nina obeyed, pushing her way through the crowd as best as she might, and with difficulty keeping near her aunt, who paid her not the slightest attention. Mr. Powell met them as they landed at the Walnut Street wharf. He was a little thin, wiry-looking man, with a meek, submissive air strangely in contrast with that of his wife. He shook hands with her, saying, "Ah, Comfort, how do you do? I'm right glad you've got back." Then turning to Nina, "And this is Esther's child, I suppose? How do you do, my dear? I hope you like Philadelphia." He grasped her hand for an instant, then hurried them into an omnibus, which was already nearly full. Nina found herself squeezed in between a great fat man and a mulatto child's nurse with a babe in her arms, while Mr. and Mrs. Powell sat directly opposite. As they rattled on over the stones, there was just light enough to enable her to improve the opportunity to study the countenance of this new relative. She heaved an involuntary sigh as she did so, for almost unconsciously she had been hoping to find a friend in him, and she was disappointed. For though he did not look unkind, there was nothing attractive in his countenance. It lacked manliness and decision, and child as she was, though a quick-witted one, she soon came to the conclusion, from something in his manner, that he was afraid of his wife, and from that moment she despised him in her heart. The omnibus set them down at the corner of 6th Street. Mrs. Powell took her husband's arm and started on a rapid walk up the street, calling to Nina, in her sharp, imperative tones, to keep close behind them. By dint of a good deal of exertion, the child managed to obey, but her little feet, unaccustomed to the hard city pavements, grew very weary. Daylight was fading into night as they reached the door of her new home, a 3-story brick house, just like dozens of others they had passed. At least so it seemed to Nina, and she wondered how she could ever be able to tell it from the rest if she should walk out alone. There was nothing homelike to her in its appearance, and it was with a sad and shrinking heart that she crossed its threshold, following her aunt and uncle into a narrow, carpeted hall, dimly lighted. The sitting room was in the 2nd story of the back building and opened upon the first landing. A boy of 14, the very image of Mrs. Powell, stood in the doorway. "So you've got back, mother," he remarked. "Yes, Homer," she said, shaking hands with him and a younger son whom she called Sylvester. "But what's the baby doing up at this hour? She should have been in bed long ago. But it seems my rules become a dead letter in my absence." She looked severely at her husband as she spoke. He hung his head and answered meekly that he had thought Anne would attend to it. "Just like a man," she said sneeringly, as she took up the little toddling thing in question, caressing it, and another who was clinging to her skirts, with more warmth of affection than Nina had ever thought her capable of. "Come, my dear, walk in and make yourself at home," said Mr. Powell to Nina, who had slowly mounted the stairs, and now stood at the sitting-room door, looking with sad, wistful eyes at the children as they clustered about their mother. "Come in," repeated her uncle. "Children, this is your little cousin Nina, who has come to live with us. Shake hands with her, boys. Essie, haven't you a kiss of welcome for the new cousin?" Homer stepped forward and gave her his hand in a cold, stiff, formal way. Sylvester followed, grabbed her hand and shook it roughly, staring at her in a very rude, disagreeable manner, and finishing with an ugly grimace, seen by no one but herself. Nina turned from them in disgust and aversion. "Come, Essie, speak to your cousin," repeated Mr. Powell. The child, a sweet-faced little girl of 4 with a fair complexion, pretty blue eyes, and sunny hair of the aunt for whom she was named, hung shyly back for a moment. Then, as Nina, struck with the likeness to her almost idolized mother, stooped and held out her arms with a winning though tearful smile, she sprang forward and held up her face for the kiss, saying in sweet childish treble, "I like you, Essie, like new cousin." "You darling!" was Nina's most inaudible exclamation as she hugged the little creature tightly and kissed her 2 or 3 times. "Come, Nina, and I will conduct you to your room," said her aunt. "The tea bell will ring in a few minutes." "The child must be tired, Comfort. Can't she take off her things here?" suggested Mr. Powell in the mild, half-hesitating tone of one accustomed and not expecting his wishes and opinions to have much weight. "Certainly not," was the reply. "I should have thought you had lived long enough with me, Mr. Powell, to know my rules better than that. A place for everything and everything in its place is a rule I have always insisted upon and always shall, and the place for Nina's things is in her own room." "Of course, my dear, and your rules are excellent, but should not Homer or Silly carry them up for her this once? And let her go down to tea with all the dust of travel still on her face, her hands, and her clothing, I suppose," said his wife sneeringly. "Plenty of soap and water in the bathroom yonder," replied Mr. Powell, with a tone and manner that seemed to say he was astonished at his own temerity. His wife evidently was, and deigning no other answer than a meaning look, as she put the babe into his arms, she walked out of the room, commanding Nina to follow her. The little girl, though indeed very weary, obeyed without a word. A short flight of stairs brought them to the second story of the main building, but Mrs. Powell made no pause here. Turning to another flight, she kept on till the third story was reached, Nina following close behind her. They passed the first door, Mrs. Powell saying, "That is the boys' room," and went on to another, which she opened. "This is to be your room," she said, stepping in, "and I presume you will find it in good order, every article in its place, and no dust or dirt to be seen, and that is the way in which I expect it to be kept." She was lighting the gas as she spoke, taking a match from a box which hung on the wall immediately beneath the burner, and striking it on the roughened part. "Remember," she continued, "you are never upon any account to strike a match on the wall. It is a trick I will not allow. Yes, the room is in order, I see," and she glanced searchingly about, "though I believe there is a trifle of dust on the bureau and the mantel. I shall send Anne up to remove it. Now look, Nina, here is a closet with pegs, where you are to hang your dresses and outdoor garments, and shelves for the rest of your clothes. Take off your hat and sack, and hang them on this peg, and remember that is exactly where they are always to be put. Now I will leave you. There is water in the pitcher on the washstand, and soap beside it, and there are towels in the drawer, and you have a comb and brush in your satchel. Make haste and use them all, and when you hear the bell for tea, turn down the gas so, and come down to the dining room. It is under the sitting room on the ground floor of the back building. Do you understand?" "Yes, ma'am, Aunt Comfort. May I give some of my candy to the little ones?" "No. No child of mine shall taste anything bought with the money of that man. And that reminds me that you have behaved very ill to-day, and richly deserve severe punishment. Yet in consideration of your recent loss, I will pass it over for this once. But beware how you show me a repetition of such conduct." With these threats and reproaches, spoken in hard, cold tones and without one caress, one word of sympathy or a welcome to the desolate, homesick little creature whom her sister had with her dying breath entreated her to love and cherish this paragon of perfection, this model wife and mother, as she deemed herself, went out and closed the door behind her. The child stood in the middle of the floor listening to the sound of her retreating footsteps, till they could no longer be heard. Then she cast a hasty glance around the room. She had seen it only in detail while her aunt was there, but now took in the whole effect, which was far from cheering, for bare whitewashed walls, guiltless of the slightest adornment, curtainless windows, coarse, faded, worn rag carpet and quilt, and rough, unpainted wooden furniture, very much the worse for the wear, formed a most unpleasing contrast to her customary surroundings at Oakdale, in the pretty cosy chamber her fond parents had taken such pains to fit up and adorn for their darling. Here there was nothing inviting to the eye save the perfect neatness and order always to be found where Mrs. Powell held sway. Nina had a strong love for the beautiful, and the change was exceedingly distasteful to her. Yet all this was as nothing compared to the loss of the love and tender solicitude which had surrounded her during all her infant years. There came over her at that moment such an overwhelming sense of it, that bitter, irreparable loss, that she sank upon her knees, clasping her hands together and dropping her head upon her breast, with a low, passionate cry. "Oh, mamma! Oh, papa, I want you. Oh, I want you. I can't do without you." But she felt that the time had not yet come when she might venture to indulge her grief, and suppressing by a mighty effort the heaving sobs, and dashing away the falling tears, she rose up hastily, and obeyed as quickly as she could the directions her aunt had given. She had not quite finished when a bell rang below, and she heard the others leave the sitting room and go down to the lower floor. "There, I shall be late, and shall get a scolding," she said to herself. "Well, what need I care? I'll have to get used to it." And laying aside her comb and brush, she began washing her hands. A stumbling step came along the passage, and someone fumbled at the door. "Who's there?" she demanded. "It's only me, Miss Ann Quin," answered a rough-looking, half-grown Irish girl, coming in with a bucket of water in one hand and a duster in the other. "The mistress, she won't loan me no candle, 'cause I'll drop grease or set the house afire, she says. No, she won't have the gas lit neither, and so I've to fumble about in the dark to find the door handles, and I've come up to fill the pitchers, and to wipe off that dust on the mantel and table here, that niver a soul but herself could find. Begging your pardon, miss, but ye'd better hurry, or ye'll ask for getting a scolding, for they're all at the table, and the mistress is sure to be mad if anybody's late." "Yes, I'm just ready," said Nina, hanging up the towel she had been using. "Will you turn down the gas when you're done here?" "Sure and I will, thin, for a purty scolding I'd get if I didn't," the girl answered in a rough but not ill-natured tone, and Nina went out, groped her way down to the sitting-room door. From there the lamp in the lower hall gave her sufficient light, and she had no difficulty in finding the dining room, as the door stood open, and she could see the family seated about the table. "Come in. Here's a seat for you," said Mr. Powell. "We will excuse your lateness this time, Nina," said her aunt, as the child came forward and took the offered chair. "But after this you must endeavor to be punctual." Nina perceived the implied rebuke in silence, and accepted with a murmured, "Thank you, sir," the bread and butter Mr. Powell put upon her plate. Though she glanced over the table with an emotion of surprise at the meagre fare, only cold bread, a little stale, and firkin butter so strong that she found difficulty in forcing herself to eat it, for she had always been used to the sweetest and freshest butter made by Kizzie's skilful hands. There was tea for the grown people, but the children had each only a cup of cold water, which Mrs. Powell said was far more wholesome for them, though perchance she might not have been so sure of that, had it not also been much cheaper, for she was a notable housekeeper, in her own estimation at least, and knew well how to economize by abridging the comforts of her family. One piece of bread was all Nina wanted, and she was ready to leave the table as soon as the others were. They all repaired to the sitting-room again, where they seated themselves in solemn silence, Nina wondering what it meant, till she saw her uncle open a large Bible that lay on the table. He selected a very long chapter in the Old Testament, or perhaps he had come to it in course, a part of the Levitical law, which she did not understand or care to listen to, and she had great difficulty in keeping awake. Then followed a long, tedious prayer, uttered in a dull, monotonous tone, well suited to give the impression that the suppliant was merely repeating by rote a lesson in which he felt no personal interest. And poor, weary little Nina, worn out with her journey, and even more with her grief, fell fast asleep before it was half over. But at its conclusion, Homer, who knelt near her, gave her a slight push, which woke her suddenly, and she rose with the others. "You can go to bed now, Nina," said her aunt, and the little girl gladly availed herself of the permission. She was not quite out of hearing when Homer said, "She went fast asleep while you were praying, father," and Mrs. Powell answered, "Yes, I dare say. She's a wicked girl, who has no love for prayer, indeed dislikes it so much that she stoutly refused to say her prayers one night when I bade her." Nina heard the words distinctly, and she felt her cheeks burn, and her eyes fill with hot, indignant tears. "Aunt Comfort hates me," she thought, "and she is trying to set them all against me." She would have liked to stop there upon the stairs to hear the rest of the conversation, but her mother had long ago taught her that eavesdropping was very mean, almost as bad as stealing, and that listeners never hear any good of themselves. And scorning the mean act, Nina hurried on out of earshot, and was soon in her room, where, having locked the door, she threw herself upon the bed in a wild paroxysm of grief and anger. Very, very lonely and desolate she felt, and intensely she longed for the love and sympathy which had hitherto made her life so bright and joyous, while bitterly, most bitterly, she mourned over the certainty that they were gone from her forever. Then she thought of the stranger who had taken such kind notice of her in the cars that day. She seemed again to feel the gentle sympathizing pressure of his hand, and to hear the soothing tender tones of his voice. Ah! If Aunt Comfort would have let her go with him! But now she could never hope to see him again, and that thought added to her grief. She wept on till the violence of her emotion had spent itself, then rose and languidly began her preparations for the night's rest. The moment these were completed, she crept into bed, utter weariness, joined to a defiant feeling toward her aunt, and would have required it if present, preventing her from bending her knees even for a moment in prayer. Mr. and Mrs. Powell had a long conversation that night, though rather one-sided, it may be observed, she being the principal speaker, he, for the most part, merely a listener, except when she asked a question or made a remark to which she seemed to expect an answer. He had to tender up a strict account of his stewardship during her absence, and she gave him the whole history of her visit, including every detail concerning Nina, not omitting her own conjectures in regard to the child's parentage, or her feelings of indignation that the property of her sister and brother-in-law had been left to one who belonged to them only by adoption, instead of to herself, whose claim of kindred she considered so much stronger. "Was it not too bad, Thomas?" she asked in conclusion. "I wish it had come to you. It would have helped us along nicely with our growing family," he said. "But still, I can hardly blame them for wanting to provide for her, for I suppose they felt toward her pretty much the same as though she'd been their own. And no wonder either, for she's a beautiful child, Comfort, a great deal handsomer any of ours." "Handsome is that handsome does," replied his wife coolly, "and I can tell you she's a perfect young tigress. I wouldn't be willing a child of mine should have such a temper as hers, even if it would make it as beautiful as an angel." "I wonder you undertook to care for her," he said with a look of dismay. "You need not be alarmed," she answered somewhat contemptuously. "I have no doubt I shall be able to manage her. But I am surprised, Mr. Powell, that you know so little of my willingness to sacrifice myself for the good of others, as to express any wonder that I should consent to undertake such a charge, particularly when it was a request of an only and dying sister." "Excuse me, my dear, I ought to have known you better," he said meekly, "but I fear I shall never be able fully to appreciate your many excellences of character." "No, I never expect to be fully appreciated in this world," she remarked, with a sigh of resignation to her hard fate. "I feel that I have done a truly praiseworthy deed in accepting the disagreeable task of bringing up this child of strangers," she went on, "but we are not required to work for nothing, and I intend to make it pay." "How?" he asked with some curiosity. "I shall charge well for her board, her washing and ironing, the care of her clothes, etc., etc., and I shall make her useful in various ways about the house." "I see," he answered slowly, "but don't let us rob the orphan, Comfort. I'm superstitious about that. You know we're told God is the father of the fatherless, and I don't think there's ever a blessing on what's taken from them. Nonsense, Mr. Powell. What are you talking about? She's not Esther's child, and I've hardly a doubt that her parents are living. Besides, who thinks of robbing her? I am only not going to work for nothing and find myself. Well, well, Comfort, no doubt you know what's right. And will do it too, he said, turning over to go to sleep. But if you're right in your conjectures, the child's a great deal worse off to my thinking than if she was an orphan. Come, don't go to sleep yet, she said. I have something more to tell. And she went on to give an account of the unexpected offer of the strange gentleman to adopt Nina. Surprising! Exclaimed Mr. Powell. But did you not feel tempted to accept it? May you not have been a little too hasty in giving so decided a refusal on the spur of the moment? It would have been so easy an escape from all the trouble and care over the prospect of which you have just been groaning. Mr. Powell, do you take me for a born fool? Was the indignant rejoinder. Or are you one yourself? Have I not already explained to you that I expect to make a good thing of having her here? Ah, excuse me, I had forgotten, he answered sleepily, ending with a slight snore. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 10. Rule of a Strong-Minded Woman. Mrs. Powell was an early riser, and required all under her rule to follow her example in this respect. Nina had been duly informed that a rousing bell would be rung at 5:30, and that at 6 all were required to be in the sitting-room to attend family worship. The penalty of failure being the partial or entire loss of breakfast, according to the extent and inexcusableness of the delinquency. Fortunately for her, she had been accustomed to early hours, and was of too active a temperament to feel it a great hardship to have to be up betimes. Nor did her couch of straw, hard and uneven, invite to lengthened repose. She was also naturally quick in her movements, so that half an hour was to her quite sufficient for the duties of the toilet, and at the ringing of the bell for prayer she made her appearance in the sitting-room with hair and dress in perfect order. The family devotions were a repetition of those of the night before, except that a short psalm was substituted for the long chapter. Breakfast followed immediately after prayers, the bell ringing just as they rose from their knees at 6:15. It was Mrs. Powell's boast that everything went on like clockwork in her family when she was at the helm of affairs. She did not consider it necessary for the servants to be present at family worship. Their time was too valuable. Peggy, the cook, must be getting the breakfast, and Anne was needed to set the table and to answer the doorbell if it rang. Nina found the morning meal a little more abundant and inviting than the one she had sat down to the night before. But even it was very meagre in comparison with those she had been accustomed to at Oakdale, and she felt the change very sensibly. She made no complaint, however, but thought within herself that perhaps it was because Aunt Comfort had been away so long, and maybe things would be better soon, now that she was at home again. It was Mrs. Powell's custom to give her orders for the day to husband and children, while she had them all together at the breakfast table. On this particular morning, Mr. Powell was reminded of some commission he was to execute for her downtown. The boys were bidden to do various errands, then review their lessons, learned the previous afternoon, and go to school, while Nina was directed to put her room in order immediately on the conclusion of the meal, and afterward to unpack her trunk and arrange her clothes neatly in the closet and the bureau drawers. Even little 4-year-old Essie had a duty assigned to her. She must watch over and amuse the baby while her mother went to market. "Oh, mamma, I don't want to," she said, a shade coming over her bright little face. "Baby won't be good with me." "Esther, you must do as your mother bids you, and without ever saying 'I don't want to,'" replied Mrs. Powell, in a tone of severity that made the tears start to the sweet blue eyes, and sent one or two rolling down the rosy cheeks. Nina longed to kiss them away, and comfort the darling with a promise to undertake her task for her. But Mrs. Powell said still more severely, "Naughty girl, go right away from the table. I will have no crying here, and especially not when it's just because you cannot have your own way." The child got down from her chair and went sobbing from the room. Nina half rose to follow her, but was stopped by a peremptory order to sit still till she had permission to leave the table. She obeyed in silence, though boiling with indignation against her aunt, and wondering how the others could take it so coolly, as quite an everyday occurrence. For little Elsie, her mother's namesake and her mother's image, had already possessed herself of the warmest corner of Nina's very warm heart. The orphan's strong affections, torn with so sudden and cruel a wrench from the parent stem to which they were wont to cling, were reaching out in their helpless agony for other support around which to entwine their beautiful tendrils, and this sweet young cousin was the first suitable object they had been able to lay hold upon. Nina had found something to love, and she was no longer utterly desolate. Elsie had gone into the kitchen, and Nina, hearing her half-suppressed sobs as she passed the door on her way from the dining-room, turned to go in there, with the intention of trying to comfort her. But Mrs. Powell's voice arrested her on the threshold. "No, you are not to go in there," she said sharply. "I don't allow any comforting of children who are in disgrace with me. Go directly to your own room, and perform the tasks I have given you there." Nina obeyed, going slowly up the stairs, but first gave Mrs. Powell a look which that lady would certainly have visited with condign punishment had she seen it. But fortunately for the culprit, Peggy had at that moment drawn the attention of her mistress another way by coming to the kitchen door and asking directions about dinner. "I'd like to beat her, so I would, the mean, cross old thing," muttered Nina between her clenched teeth, as she slammed the door of her own room and threw herself passionately down upon the one hard wooden chair. "I'm glad she's not my mamma." But with the words came the remembrance that, though not Mrs. Powell's child, she was now under her authority, and must obey her orders, or probably be made to suffer some very unpleasant consequences. And jumping up, she set to work to make the bed and dust the furniture. She was accustomed to such tasks, having often assisted her mother in that way, and being fond of active exertion, she grew more cheerful and contented as she moved quickly about, trying to make everything look its very best. But with all her efforts the room still had a bare, unfurnished appearance, very, very different from the one she loved so well. She sighed drearily as she perceived it. Then a bright thought struck her. Why should she not send to Kizzie for the furniture of that room? Carpet, curtains, pictures, everything, all were hers, her very own. Kizzie had told her so, and they could be easily moved. And perhaps her aunt might be persuaded to let her buy some pretty paper with her own money and have it put on the walls. It would make her so much happier, because she would feel so much more at home. And, eager to carry out her plan with all speed, she ran downstairs in search of her aunt. But Mrs. Powell had not yet returned from the market, as Nina was informed by Anne, whom she met at the foot of the first flight of stairs, and suddenly remembering that she had still to unpack and arrange her wardrobe, the little girl hastened back to attend to it. In her anxiety to get through quickly, she was tempted to slight this part of her work, but reflecting that her aunt would probably come up and examine it, and would be much less likely to grant her request if any fault could be found with the performance of her allotted task, she was careful to do it so well as to leave no room for censure. She had just finished when the door opened and Mrs. Powell walked in. "The room looks neat," she said, sending a keen searching glance around it. "I see you have been taught how to make a bed and dust a room properly, which is more than can be said of half the girls who live out as chambermaids." She looked into the closet, pulled open and shut the bureau drawers one after another without remark, until she came to the last, when she said, "Your work is all very well done. I never withhold praise when it is fairly earned. Now you may come downstairs with me, and I will find you another employment." "But, aunt," said Nina as she was turning to leave the room. "I want to ask you something." "Well, ask it quickly then," was the reply, "for time is precious and mustn't be wasted." Nina unfolded her plan, speaking rapidly and eagerly, as was her habit when she was very anxious to gain her point, while Mrs. Powell stood listening with unmoved countenance and an air of cold, quiet determination, not to be influenced to do or allow aught against her own inclination or interests. "I will consider the matter, Nina, and give you an answer this afternoon," she said, as the child ceased speaking. "But come now and show how anxious you are to please me by working industriously. This is sweeping day, and there is a great deal to be done." She left the room as she spoke, and Nina followed, feeling a good deal disappointed, but still hopeful for the final result. If she should be able to keep in her aunt's good graces through the remainder of the day, a very doubtful thing. Mrs. Powell led the way to the parlour. "This has been swept," she said, "but not dusted, as you may readily see. I shall dust the mantels and the ornaments on them, which I never allow to be touched by any hands but my own, and also the picture frames, and then I will leave you to do the rest. The dining room, too, has been swept, and when you are done here you will go and dust it, and after that the sitting room, and then my room." Nina looked somewhat aghast at the amount of work thus laid out for her, but merely said, "Yes, ma'am," and taking the duster her aunt handed her, began at once with the sofas and chairs. The parlour furniture was quite handsome, and, she could not help thinking, entirely out of keeping with that of her own room, but she had not been many days in the family before she learned to understand it. It was Mrs. Powell's principal ways to put the best foot foremost, as she expressed it, and accordingly those parts of her house which were open to visitors were furnished much more expensively than those occupied by the family, and likely to be seen only by themselves or their very intimate friends. She would have no dirt or disorder in any part of her dwelling, but anything was good enough for themselves, provided it was clean and whole, and not liable to be seen by strangers. And the less expense they put on in the rooms in the back building, the third story, and the attic, the more they could afford for the parlour and the rooms immediately over it. The company bedroom and her own, which being close to the former, could not always be kept out of sight, and must therefore be comfortably furnished. It was nearly noon when at length Nina had completed the task set her, and as she shook out her duster for the last time, she owned to herself that she felt very tired indeed. "Now," said her aunt, "go upstairs and make yourself neat again, and then come down and amuse the children till dinner is ready, which will be in about 3/4 of an hour." An indignant flush rose to the little girl's cheek, for she thought to herself, "She treats me like a slave. Mamma would not have let me do half of what I've already done this morning." But that the boon she had craved was yet ungranted. Nina could hardly have suppressed the angry words that trembled on her lips. She hastily left the room to do her aunt's bidding. When she came down again, the little ones were in the sitting room, and Elsie came running to meet her with outstretched arms. "I love you, cousin Nina," she said, holding up her face in a kiss. "And I love you, you darling little pet," was Nina's glad response, as she clasped the child in a close, affectionate embrace. "What makes you cry?" asked Essie softly, for Nina's eyes were full of tears. "Because my precious darling mamma is gone away, and will never come back," sobbed Nina, hiding her face on the little one's shoulder. "And I've had to leave my dear home too, and Kizzie, and there's nobody to love me. Only me. Essie loves you, Essie does. So don't cry any more," she said in sweet coaxing tones, and softly kissing Nina's wet cheek, while she hugged her tighter than before. "I'm so glad you do," whispered Nina, hastily turning the caress and releasing Essie, for the baby was fretting, and as no one else was in the room, she felt obliged to leave the older child and attend to it. The baby was a fretful, uninteresting child, and Nina felt greatly relieved when the dinner bell rang and Anne came to take charge of it. After dinner, Nina followed her aunt to the sitting room, and was about to ask if she might not now have an answer to the request she had made in the morning, when Mrs. Powell stopped her by remarking, "I think you must have some clothes that need mending, haven't you? Are your stockings all whole?" "Not quite all. Some of them have holes. Then bring them down and mend them at once. A stitch in time saves 9. Can't I rest a while first? Asked the child, adding, I've been at work all the morning and I feel real tired. Change of works is all the rest you need, I think, was a cold reply. You have been on your feet a good deal, and of course need to sit down a while. But you can use your hands to do a little sewing while you sit. It is an excellent rule never to be idle, and you are old enough now to give up childish amusements and to feel it is a duty to improve all your time. Mamma didn't think I was too old to play a part of the time, said Nina, tears starting to her eyes, for she had not yet learned to mention that beloved name without emotion. And she always mended my stockings for me, and I don't know how. I will teach you how, said her aunt. Go and bring them down at once. You need not feel abused, for I require no more of you than of myself. I never waste time in idleness. Nina obeyed, sighing to herself as she went slowly up the stairs. Mamma used to say that even big folks needed to play some, and little folks a good deal, and I'm sure I can't work all the time. She was strongly tempted to rebel, but the sight of her ill-furnished room as she opened the door helped her failing resolution to be good, in the hope of gaining the coveted permission to improve its appearance. So, gathering up the articles she had been sent for, she went down to the sitting-room again, seated herself beside Mrs. Powell, listening patiently to her instructions, and did her best to follow them.
At length,
she ventured a repetition of the morning's request, reminding her aunt that she had promised an answer that afternoon. Wait till you have finished the stockings, was the ungracious rejoinder.
It will take me all the afternoon, sighed Nina dejectedly.
It will teach you patience, a lesson you have great need to learn. Indignant tears rushed to the child's eyes, but she hastily wiped them away, and went on forcing her weary little fingers through their hated task. At last it was done, and as she folded the last pair, she said, Now, Aunt Comfort, you will tell me, won't you? May I write to Kizzie tomorrow to send the things? No, you may not, Mrs. Powell answered in freezing tones. They are all here now except the furniture, and it would cost quite too much to bring that.
The room is plenty, good enough for you, as it is.
I meant to pay for it all with my own money that Papa and Mamma left me, said Nina, controlling her temper with great difficulty. And so it wouldn't cost you anything, Aunt Comfort. You have nothing to do with the spending of that money, replied Mrs. Powell, and I don't choose to have it spent in any such folly. Nina could have stamped and screamed with passion, but again she controlled herself and spoke in her ordinary tones. Well, Aunt Comfort, if I can't have the furniture, I suppose I can have the other things, the carpet and curtains and spread and my pretty pictures. As you say, they are all here. You need not suppose such a thing, replied Mrs. Powell coolly. As I have already said, the room is quite good enough for you as it is. I am not going to have my washing increased by white curtains and spread for you every now and then. And the pictures shall be hung in the parlour, where someone else can have the pleasure of looking at them as well as you. The carpet shall be laid away till it is needed. There is no reason why you should have a better one in your bedroom floor than it has on it now. For a moment Nina was struck dumb with astonishment and amazement. Then she burst out in such a storm of passion as astonished Mrs. Powell in her turn, well as she thought herself acquainted with the child's temper. How dare you? She cried, stamping her foot with rage and looking at her aunt with flashing eyes. They are my things, and I will have them. You shan't put one of them in your old parlour or any of your rooms.
I'll tear them down if you do.
The quiet contempt in Mrs. Powell's manner, as she rose and deliberately folded and laid aside her work, the cold glance of her eye, which seemed to say, You may rage as you like, it will be as useless as the beating of the waves against a rock, for I have you entirely in my power, as you shall be made to feel to your cost, was almost maddening to the high, untamed spirit of the child, used to no control but that of the gentlest and most affectionate of mothers, and she poured forth a torrent of bitter words which Mrs. Powell never forgot or forgave, though she listened to them with unmoved countenance, giving herself great credit for her Christian forbearance in so doing. Well, she said at length, as Nina finished with a burst of passionate weeping, have you done now, wicked, ungrateful, rebellious girl that you are? I should be serving you right if I turned you into the street to take care of yourself as you best could. But I am too good a Christian for that, and little as you deserve it, I shall still give you a home here in my house. Yet, after such behavior as this, you cannot be permitted to remain in my presence, or to mingle with the rest of the family till you humbly beg my pardon and promise to be submissive and respectful in future. Go this instant to your room and stay there till you are ready to do so." "I'm glad to go. I don't want to stay where you are," Nina answered, gathering up her work and hurrying from the room. "But I'll not ask your pardon till you ask mine, for I never would have been saucy to you if you hadn't abused me so." "Did ever I hear the like!" exclaimed Mrs. Powell, as she seated herself and resumed her work. "She's the most impertinent, high-tempered beast that ever I came across. But never mind, my young tigress, I'll find means to tame you, and that before you've spent many weeks in my house." The words were lost on Nina, for she was already halfway upstairs, but little Essie, who had watched the whole scene in silent wonder and dismay, came to her mother's side, asking, with a quivering lip and eyes brimful of tears, "What, mamma? What will you do to Cousin Nina? Poor Cousin Nina, that has no mamma or papa to love her." "Hush!" said her mother sternly. "Nina is a very naughty girl, and if ever you talk to me as she did, I'll whip you till you can't stand. Yes, and I'll whip her too if she doesn't behave herself." "No, mamma, Essie isn't naughty. Essie will be good," said the child in a frightened tone. "Then go back to your play, and don't be meddling with what doesn't concern you," was the stern reply, and the child obeyed, furtively wiping away the tears her mother's harsh words and harsher tones had sent rolling down her cheeks. Nina locked her door, and lying down on the bed, presently cried herself to sleep, for it was late in the afternoon, and she was very weary with the unaccustomed labours of the day, and also much exhausted by the storm of passion that had swept over her. She slept long and heavily, and woke at length with a start, to find that it was night, as the stillness of the house and the darkness of the room, slightly relieved by the light of a street lamp reflected from the opposite wall, made evident. She sprang up, groped for the matches, and lighting the gas, hastily undressed herself and crept into bed. But she felt faint and weak from having gone without her supper, and thoroughly chilled by lying so long outside of the cover, for the nights had grown quite cool, and it was long before she could go to sleep again. She rose when the rousing bell rang, but not feeling ready to comply with her aunt's conditions, did not go down in answer to either of the others. She was very hungry, and had begun to wonder if she was to be starved into submission, when Anne's shuffling step was at length heard in the passage, and opening the door she walked in, carrying a tea tray, which she set down on the window sill before Nina, saying, "There's your breakfast, miss. It's not very good, but that's no fault of mine, for the mistress has everything in her own way in this house, and she says you'll not be getting nothing better till you'll do and say as she bids you." Nina's face flushed, for the tray contained nothing but a tumbler of water and a few slices of dry bread. Pride rebelled stoutly against accepting such fare, but hunger conquered, and only waiting till Anne had left the room, she ate what was set before her, and was surprised to find it taste so good. She spent the whole day in her room, seeing no one but Anne, who brought up a fresh supply of the same sort of prison fare at dinner, and again at tea time, except once, when the door suddenly opened, and Sylvester put in his head and made faces at her. "Oh, but you're a sweet one, a perfect angel, and have got a lovely temper of your own too," he said in a jeering tone. Nina was reading, and she sprang up and flung the book at him. He dodged it and hastily withdrew his head. She rushed to the door and locked it. "Hateful boy," she muttered through her clenched teeth as she stooped to pick up her book. "I wish I had hit him a good hard knock to teach him better manners." She grew very weary of her confinement and of her meagre fare, and felt no desire to join the family, of whom Essie was the only one she loved, while for the others, her uncle perhaps excepted, she already began to entertain a hearty dislike, and this feeling, united with pride, helped her to hold out for another day. It was Sunday, and she sat by the window watching the people as they passed on their way to church, and thinking that she would like to be going with them, if it was only to get out into the air and the sunshine, and to see something of the city. Then she thought of Kizzie in the dear old home, making her preparations to go to the little country church, where for so many years she had been a regular attendant. She seemed to see her attired in her Sunday best, coming out of the front door and locking it behind her, passing along the gravelled path underneath those grand old trees, then through the gate and up the road that led past the spot that had become to Nina the most sacred on earth, perhaps pausing there for a brief space to drop a silent tear, or leave love's offering of a few sweet-scented flowers. As fancy drew this picture, the child forgot everything else in a longing desire to be there beside those graves, an intense longing for the living presence and the love of those whose dust slept beneath that sod, while with it there came over her as keen and overwhelming a sense of her irretrievable loss as in the first moment that she knew herself an orphan, and bowing her head upon the window-seat, she burst into such bitter weeping as comes only from a heart well-nigh ready to break with its load of anguish. The storm had partially spent itself, but tears were still falling fast, and the childish bosom still heaved with sobs and sighs, when there came a soft little rap, as from a tiny fist, on her chamber door, and a baby voice said sweetly, "Cousin Nina, let Essie in. Essie wants to see you." It sent a thrill of gladness to the desolate young heart. Nina raised her head, and dashing away her tears, sprang to the door and opened it. "May Essie come in?" asked the little one, looking up into her face with a bright, sweet smile. "Yes, indeed, you darling. How good of you to come and see me," was Nina's glad response, as she drew the child in and closed the door again. "How good of you to come," she repeated, stooping down to clasp the little creature in her arms and kiss her over and over again. "You been a-crying real hard, Cousin Nina. Poor Cousin Nina, what makes you cry? Essie's sorry for you," said the sweet baby face, and a tiny hand was lifted to wipe away the tears that began to fall again in answer to her loving words of sympathy. "I don't feel half so sad now you've come to tell me you are sorry for me," said Nina, hugging her close and closer still. "But won't your mamma scold you for coming up here to talk to me?" "No, mamma's gone away to church, and papa too, and Homer and Silly, and Anne and baby are gone to sleep, and Peggy's cross if Essie goes to talk to her in the kitchen. May Essie stay with you?" "Yes, indeed, you little pet. I wish I could have you with me all the time. Tell Essie something. Essie likes stories. Tell her about your papa and mamma, and your nice home," said the little one coaxingly. Nina's heart was full of tender recollections of her loved home and idolized parents, and it gave her the greatest happiness she could have known at that moment to be able to pour them all out into the ear of a sympathizing listener, which Essie showed herself to be, in spite of her infant years. And thus a half hour glided very quickly away, when the loud ringing of the door-bell told that the family had returned from church, and at the sound Essie bade her cousin a hasty good-bye, and hurried downstairs, evidently fearing a reproof if found with her. But to Nina's great joy, she paid her a second visit in the afternoon, telling her that everybody was gone to church but papa, who was taking care of baby, and he had said she might come if she wouldn't say anything to mamma about it. "And Essie won't," added the child, "'cause maybe mamma would scold." "Scold you or scold papa?" Nina could not refrain from asking. "Both us," said Essie. "Mamma do scold real hard sometimes, and makes Essie cry." "My dear mamma never scolded," said Nina, sighing. The ringing of the doorbell was again the signal for the little visitor's departure, and Nina spent the rest of the day in solitude. She was growing very weary of it, and reflection having made her sensible that she had been very impertinent to her aunt and honestly owed her an apology, she had almost subdued her pride to the point of making it, when Mrs. Powell came in on Monday morning and told her that arrangements had been made for her to begin attending school that day, and that she could go, if she would now comply with the conditions on which she might leave her room. There was a moment's struggle with her pride and self-will, sustained by a consciousness of injustice in the treatment which had roused her passion and prompted the angry and rebellious words for which she was now required to make an apology. And then it came. "I will ask your pardon, Aunt Comfort, because I know I did say words to you that I oughtn't to have said, though you were so unkind and unjust to me. And I remember mamma used to say it was right and noble to acknowledge our faults, and mean and cowardly to refuse to do it. So I own it, and I say I'm sorry, and don't mean to talk so again, if I can help it." "Humph! A pretty sort of an apology, truly, almost as insulting as the fault it pretends to atone for," was Mrs. Powell's comment. "If I were not the most Christian and forgiving of women, you would be kept here another week on bread and water. But as it is, I pass it over, and give you permission to come down now and join the family at the breakfast." The cold, hard tones and the look which seemed to say, "You are the greatest of sinners, and I, a woman the hem of whose garments you are hardly worthy to touch," roused again all Nina's ire and indignation, and it was well for her that her aunt turned and left the room with her concluding sentence. Her very air and manner, as she did so, seemed to proclaim her exalted sense of her own superior goodness and worth. Perhaps she was not conscious how much the decision on which she was pluming herself had been influenced by the fact that it was not convenient to keep Nina confined to her room that day, as Anne was needed to help with the washing, and would not have time to carry up her meals. Besides which, it would suit well to have Nina take charge of the little ones for an hour after breakfast. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 11, New Friends. Nina did not follow her aunt immediately, but hung back for a while, striving hard for the mastery over the fiery temper which longed to give back scorn for scorn, and words of fear, anger, and hate for looks of cold contempt and aversion. It was a hard-fought battle, and the victory was scarcely won when the breakfast bell rang, and she knew she must go down at once. Her uncle said good morning to her in a pleasant tone as she took her place at the table, and Essie welcomed her with a bright loving smile and a whispered, "I'm so glad, Nina." But her aunt took no notice of her whatever, and Sylvester's rude grimace and muttered, "I guess you had to come in at last, my lady," passed without reproof. Nina's cheeks burned and her eyes flashed with indignation, roused quite as much by the cool nod Homer gave her, and the air of conscious superiority with which he drew himself up, as by the more open insult of his brother. And it required all the self-control of which she was mistress to refrain from speaking the passionate words that rose to her lips. But her weariness of the close confinement she had endured for the last 2 days, exceedingly irksome to one used to passing much of her time in the open air, roaming over hill and valley, field and woodland, at her own sweet will, helped her to put a restraint upon her tongue, and after a little even to banish the angry depression from her countenance. But the change from the silence and solitude of her own room to the companionship of the other members of the family did not strike her in the first half hour, nor indeed at any time during the day, as worth the sacrifice of pride she had made to obtain it. Mrs. Powell was never in an amiable mood on washing day. As she now sat stately and grim behind the coffee urn, not opening her lips except to administer a rebuke in sharp, severe tones to one or another of the children, while her husband, seeming to shrink within himself, scarcely raising his eyes from his plate, and the moment he had finished his meal, rose, pushed back his chair, and, with a few muttered words about business hurrying him, hastily left the room. Nina wished she dared to follow his example, for she had already eaten all she wanted of the uninviting breakfast: stale bread, strong butter, and watery potatoes boiled in their skins. But Mrs. Powell's rule was that the children must sit at the table till she herself either rose from it or dismissed them. And Nina, not choosing to ask to be excused, sat still till her aunt and cousins had finished, when she was ordered to take the little ones to the sitting room and amuse them there until such time as she should be released from the task. She made no objection, though her cheek flushed at her aunt's tone of command, a tone to which she was little used, for her mother had been wont to put her directions in the form of a gently spoken request. Anne carried the baby up the stairs, and Nina followed, leading Essie, who seemed overjoyed to be with her cousin, and asked in an eager whisper for a repetition of all Nina had told her the day before about her old home. Nina complied very willingly when she found she would have no other listeners. The time passed pleasantly, yet she was not sorry when her aunt came and told her to go to her room and make herself neat, as it was near the hour for school. "Am I to go alone, Aunt Comfort?" she asked, as she returned to her sitting room, with her hat on and her gloves in her hand. "No, of course not, child. How should you know the way?" was the rather ungracious answer. "Homer will take you. I'm ready, and there's no time to be lost," said Homer's disagreeable voice at the door, and saying good-bye to her aunt, Nina followed him down the stairs, putting on her gloves as she went. It was a bright, beautiful October morning, the air clear and embracing, even in the city, and, with a pleasant companion, Nina would have enjoyed her walk, especially as there was much to be seen that was new and strange to the little country girl. But Homer, with his cold, proud bearing and air of conscious superiority, was anything else than agreeable. After one glance at him, Nina drew herself up in the most dignified manner, and, turning her face from him, walked on with stately step and in unbroken silence. They had gone several squares before either of them spoke. Then Homer began a lecture on behavior, which he wound up remarking that he hoped she would not disgrace herself and them by any such display of temper as she had made to his mother a few days ago. "Never fear that I will disgrace myself," said Nina, with a proud toss of her head. "But as to disgracing you, Mr. Homer, I'd rather do it than not. But I never get into a passion with those who treat me well, and all the teachers I ever went to have been real good to me." "I'm sure, Miss Nina, that my mother has been far better to you than you deserve," he answered in her own freezing tones, and Nina, giving him a scornful look, remarked, "You're exactly like her." "Thank you," he said, with a bow of mock courtesy. "I take it as a compliment, though I understand very well that it was not meant as such. But I consider my mother as an almost perfect pattern of all that a Christian lady should be." "Then I never want to be a Christian," exclaimed Nina, with more candor than discretion. "I'd a million times be rather like my own dear mamma, who wasn't a Christian at all." "You're an ungrateful, wicked girl," he said. "Foolish, too, and you don't know what's good for you. And here's the school, and you're to go in at that door. You may introduce yourself, for I shall take no more trouble for a girl who speaks so ill of my mother." "I can do it," she replied, looking after him as he walked away and left her. Nina was neither a forward nor a bashful child, but blessed with a large share of quiet self-possession, seldom felt troubled by timidity or nervousness. She did not care very much for being left alone now. Homer's company was hardly better than none, she thought, and she could go in alone and introduce herself to the teacher. She did so, and was kindly received and assigned a seat beside the sunny-faced, blue-eyed lassie about her own age. The child bestowed many a friendly glance and smile upon Nina, while study and recitation were the order of the day, pitying looks too, as she noticed the deep mourning dress, and the moment races was announced, Nina's hand was seized with a cordial "How do you do? I'm so glad you've come to sit with me. I know I shall like you. My name's Diadema Tripp. What's yours?" "Nina Clemmens." "Nina? What an odd name. Not half so odd as yours, I think," said Nina, smiling. "Where did you get it?" "Oh, I don't know. Mother found it somewheres, in a book, I guess, and she liked it. My big sister's named Oriana, and the little one's Dora, and I've two big brothers, Max and Colin." The two made acquaintance very rapidly, and in the course of the conversation discovered that they were quite near neighbours. Mr. Tripp kept a grocery and provision store on a corner, scarcely half a square from Mr. Powell's. The families attended the same church too, and knew a good deal about each other, but did not visit. Mrs. Powell, considering herself quite above those low, uneducated, vulgar Tripps. They were uneducated and not very refined, but exceedingly kind-hearted and hospitable, and, very fortunately for Nina, soon took a deep interest in her, and invited her often to their well-spread table, treating her with a cordiality and affection which, in her eyes at least, fully atoned for the lack of the education and polish that would have made them altogether congenial to her. Ignorance of or disregard for the rules of etiquette, grammar, and rhetoric seemed to her far more excusable than self-righteousness, harshness, ill-temper, and parsimony. And indeed she sometimes found a good deal of quiet amusement in listening to the odd use of the words indulged in by her new friends, Mrs. Tripp in particular. And Mrs. Powell allowed her to visit them frequently, not from any desire to gratify either them or the child, but as a stroke of economy. Her own table was never very bountifully supplied, and every meal Nina ate elsewhere was just as much gain. For was not a penny saved always a penny gained, and did not pence oft heaped amount to pounds? Two proverbs not seldom upon her lips. So Nina had many a happy hour with the Tripps, many such at school also, where she soon became a great favourite with both teachers and fellow pupils, none of them ever dreaming that she had such a temper as was considered by Mrs. Powell her chief characteristic. The first 3 days of Nina's life in her aunt's family were a fair specimen of the whole. Essie was the bright spot, the one bit of sunshine, of comfort and happiness there, all the rest weariness and vexation of spirit. Her uncle liked her, but did not venture to show her much kindness. Homer and Sylvester made themselves altogether disagreeable, and Mrs. Powell continued to be, as at first, stern, cold, and exacting, yet not very much more so to Nina than to her own children, who seemed to fear far more than they loved her. Her parsimony and her extreme neatness and particularity made every one uncomfortable from her husband down. To bring in the smallest amount of dust or mud on your shoes, to drop a crumb on the carpet, to leave a chair out of its appointed place in a line with the wall, or a book or newspaper or bit of sewing on the table, or to step on the carpet instead of the oilcloth in going up or down stairs, were one and all great crimes in her eyes, never to be passed over without rebuke, and, if committed by the children, seldom escaped punishment. And Nina, careless by nature, and hitherto accustomed to as perfect freedom as a judiciously indulgent mother could accord, could scarcely brook what seemed to her the intolerable thraldom of such rules, and was continually bringing herself into disgrace by forgetting or neglecting them. Then, too, Mrs. Powell was ever, as on that first day, very exacting in regard to the employment of time, especially of Nina's. She seemed either to forget or utterly ignore the fact that children need a certain amount of play, and was constantly preaching to the little girl on the duty of being always usefully occupied, and the great wickedness of wasting times. And the child no sooner came in from school than she would set her down to her lessons for the next day, or to some sewing, or if Anne was otherwise engaged, bid her take charge of the little ones. Nina could bear it till it seemed no longer endurable. Then there would be an indignant outbreak, a battle in which she was, of course, finally and vanquished party, when for a time she would submit again from very weariness of contention. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Roohi. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 12, A Young Tigress. One Saturday afternoon, after having been, as usual, kept hard at work all the morning, Nina was sent on an errand for her aunt that gave her a walk of several miles, a very disagreeable and fatiguing one, for the pavements were slippery with ice and snow, and, as she returned, a keen cold wind blew directly in her face nearly all the way. The child was completely worn out, and found it utterly impossible to keep her eyes open that evening during Mr. Powell's monotonous reading of a very long chapter, Genealogies, and the equally monotonous and still longer prayer that followed. And when the others rose from their knees, she remained upon hers, while her audible breathing told plainly why she had not copied their example. The boys exchanged glances, and Sylvester laughed aloud. "Hush!" said his mother sternly, as Nina, roused by the sound of his mirth, rose hastily to her feet and looked about her in some confusion. "Don't laugh at such sinful conduct. Nina, I am astonished," she went on, turning to the delinquent, and speaking with great severity of tone and manner. "You've been sleeping while Mr. Powell was praying, and the rest of us uniting with him." "Sleeping in prayer time! I never heard of anything so wicked. Why, it absolutely frightens me. I almost expect to see the roof fall in and bury us all in the ruins." "I couldn't help it," muttered Nina, hanging her head, while her cheeks crimsoned with mortification. "I was so tired, my eyes wouldn't stay open." "Tired!" exclaimed her aunt. "I should like to know what you've had to tire you. But go up to your bed this minute. We've had quite enough of you for tonight." The child's sympathies had been strongly excited that morning for a poor seamstress who had brought home some shirts she had been making for Mr. Powell, a pale, weary-looking little woman, who went away sobbing because of the pitiful sum paid her for her work, and the cold, harsh words and tones with which her pleading for a more just remuneration had been denied. Nina had felt deeply for her, and now, as she obeyed her aunt's order and went slowly and wearily up the stairs, she muttered to herself, "I don't think it was half so wicked as paying that poor woman such a mean little bit for her work, and then talking so crossly to her besides. I'm sure that was wicked and mean too. Mamma always said it was wicked to be cross, particularly to folks who were poor and in trouble." The next day Nina was told that she must stay at home and take care of the children while all the rest went to church. She was too wicked to go there or to Sunday school. A girl who could fall asleep in prayer time was not fit to enjoy such privileges. She listened in silence to the cold, cutting reproof, and turned away with an air of indifference, presently remarking that she didn't consider it any pleasure or privilege to go to church or Sunday school, and would about as lief stay at home as not. "Then you're even more hardened in sin than I took you to be," said her aunt severely, "and I'm really afraid there's very little hope of a girl who can feel and act and talk as you do, after so many weeks spent in the bosom of this Christian family. What do you think, Thomas?" "Why, I'm afraid you're right, Comfort, as you generally are," he answered, in a half-hesitating way. Nina's temper was rising, and she hastily ran out of the room, lest she should not be able to keep back the angry words she was longing to speak. It was an unhappy beginning of a very unhappy week. Monday was a dreary day, and everybody in the house seemed to be in a bad humour. Mrs. Powell scolded more than was usual with her, even on wash day. The little ones cried and fretted. Homer was more conscious than ever of his own vast superiority to Nina, and took special pains to make it evident to her, while Sylvester teased her, and she lost her temper so completely that she went away from the breakfast table before she had half finished her meal. She was on her way upstairs to get ready for school when her aunt called her into her room and read her a long lecture on her wickedness, her bad temper, and the great crime she had committed in falling asleep during prayers on Saturday night, winding up by saying, "You're certainly the most depraved child I ever saw. I don't believe you will ever come to any good, and yet it is very surprising to me that you could have lived so long in this house, beholding day after day the very Christian example that Mr. Powell, Homer, and I set before you, without showing any desire to copy it." Nina had stood with folded arms and downcast eyes, listening in silent attention through the whole of the lengthened harangue, delivered in Mrs. Powell's most disagreeable tones, her cheeks growing redder and redder, and her lips more and more tightly compressed with each unkind accusation and harsh epithet bestowed upon her. But as Mrs. Powell pronounced these last words, then paused for breath, the smouldering fire suddenly burst into flame. "Aunt Comfort!" cried the child, lifting her head and looking her full in the face with kindling eyes, while her lip curled with scorn and contempt. "It seems to me you are exactly like the Pharisee your minister preached about the other Sunday, a proud man who thought himself so good that he prayed, 'God, I thank thee that I am not as other men are.' And you're just as mistaken as he was. Bad as you think I am, I wouldn't for the world treat anybody as you did that poor woman on Saturday. You didn't pay her half what her work was worth. You know you didn't. And you gave her the crossest words besides, when you might just as well have said something kind and pleasant. And I'm sure all that was a great deal worse than for me to fall asleep in worship, when I was so tired I couldn't keep my eyes open. I'm not good, I know, but I wouldn't be as wicked and proud and self-righteous as you are for anything." The words were poured forth in such a torrent that there was no stopping her till she had said her say. Aunt Powell rose to her feet, white and speechless with rage, and seizing the child by the shoulder, shook her till her teeth chattered and her head swam so that, as her aunt loosened her hold, she was obliged to catch at the bedpost to save herself from falling. "I've had enough of this impudence, and I'll teach you to give me no more of it," exclaimed Mrs. Powell, finding her tongue at last, and she left the room. She was gone several minutes, which gave Nina time to recover from her giddiness, though by no means from her passion, and that rose to a fearful height as her aunt returned with a switch in her hand and the evident intention of using it upon her. "Aunt Comfort," she cried in a tone of concentrated fury, "if you touch me with that, you'll be sorry for it." "I guess you'll find that you'll be the sorry one," replied Mrs. Powell, moving rapidly toward her with the whip raised in one hand while she attempted to lay hold of the child's arm with the other. But Nina was too quick for her, and, springing nimbly aside, avoided both the seizure and the intended blow. "You'll not get away from me, or escape the sound whipping I mean to give you. You needn't think it," said Mrs. Powell through her shut teeth, as she darted after her, and again tried to catch hold of her arm. Nina made no reply, but suddenly faced about toward her aunt, seized the switch, jerked it out of her hand, broke it in two, and threw it into the fire. Then, straightening herself up and looking Mrs. Powell full in the face, "You'd better not try that again," she said. "I'm too old for such punishment, and I won't submit to it. Neither papa nor mamma ever struck me in their lives, and they never allowed anybody else to. They didn't approve of whipping children, especially girls, and so you've no right to do it. I have a right to punish you in any way I think proper, and I shall do it too. My sister did not do her duty by you, or she would have broken this high spirit of yours long ago, and I should have had less trouble with you now. You'd better not try to strike me. I'll fight you if you do, and I'm very strong when I'm angry." "Very well, then, I'll turn you over to Mr. Powell, and you'll find that you're not nearly as strong as a man. Go to your room. You shall stay there for a week at least, on bread and water. Go." "Anywhere to get away from you, Aunt Comfort," was the saucy rejoinder, and Nina vanished. Rushing up to her own room, she locked herself in, and paced to and fro like a caged lioness, clenching her small white fists till the nails were almost buried in the palm, and muttering angrily to herself through her shut teeth, "The wicked, wicked wretch! How dare she say such hateful things to me, and then try to whip me for getting angry? To whip me as if I were a boy or a dog! What would mamma have said? She would have been as angry as I am. Oh, mamma, mamma, darling mamma!" And anger was for the time swallowed up in grief, as she threw herself on the bed, weeping and sobbing as though her poor little heart would break. She wept herself to sleep at length, for she had been a good deal overworked in the last few weeks, and passion had exhausted much of her remaining strength. The dinner bell roused her. She woke with a start and a shiver, for the room was cold, and she had been lying outside of the bed with no covering over her. She jumped up, got her cloak and put it on, then seated herself by the window, resting her elbow on the sill and her head on her hand, while thinking over the morning's stormy interview with her aunt, and considering what she should do in case the threat of handing her over to Mr. Powell for punishment was carried out. "I don't care if she does," she muttered to herself. "He's nobody to be afraid of, and he'll not dare to touch me." Her cheek crimsoned and her dark eye flashed at the very thought. "But he'll not do it," she went on muttering to herself between her clenched teeth. "Oh, I'd be furious if he did. I think I could like to kill him for it." Then she shuddered and hid her face in terror at the thought. "What if I ever should do such an awful thing as that? Oh, I must try to rule my temper, for I remember that Mamma used to tell me of people that did do such dreadful things because they let themselves get so angry, just as I did this morning." Someone tried the door, and Anne's voice was heard saying, "Here's your dinner, Miss Nina. Bread and water, of course. Well, that's better than nothing, so I'll open the door." Anne stood before it with a slice of bread and a tumbler of water on a small tea tray, which she handed to Nina. As she did so, Mr. Powell pushed her aside and stepped past her and Nina into the room, much to the surprise of the latter, for he was in slippers and had come up the stairs and approached her door with so light and cautious a tread that she had not heard him. He shut the door, and Anne, hearing her mistress summoning her from below, shuffled away as fast as possible, though longing to stay and listen to what would follow. Mr. Powell had come up very much against his will. He liked Nina in spite of her temper, and was really not at all sorry that she had baffled his wife's attempt to whip her. He was no great believer in corporal punishment for girls, except perhaps in their very earliest years, and if he had dared to assert his marital authority, he would have forbidden his wife to try anything of the kind again. But alas, he had not even spirit and independence enough to insist upon his right to control his own actions, and refused to interfere in the matter. Mrs. Powell had ordered him to go to Nina, and at least threaten her with condign punishment at his hands, unless she promised passive submission to it from hers. And though hating the task with all his heart, he had not ventured to refuse and obey. And now he shrank before the glance of Nina's flashing eye, as she turned and looked at him with compressed lips and heightened colour, after setting down her tray upon the washstand. Neither spoke for a moment. Then Mr. Powell stammered out, I was very sorry indeed to hear of your misconduct this morning, Nina." "Were you?" she said quietly, folding her arms and looking steadily into his face. "I hope you were sorry to hear of Aunt Comfort's behaviour also. She said some very dreadful things to me." He gave her a glance of surprise, then looked past her at the wall, fidgeted a little, cleared his throat, and began again. "I didn't come here to discuss your aunt's words or actions, but yours. I am sorry to be obliged to say that I think you behaved very ill this morning, as well as the other evening when you went to sleep in prayer time." "I couldn't help going to sleep. I never can help it when I am so worn out. Aunt Comfort had kept me on my feet all day, and I think it was more her fault than mine that I went to sleep." "Come," he said, speaking with some spirit, "let me hear no more of that. You seem to be throwing all the blame of your faults upon your aunt, and I will not hear it. But you deserve the punishment she meant to inflict upon you this morning, and you ought to have submitted to it. She is mistress in this house, and I cannot allow any rebellion against her authority, and so, if you will not submit to be punished by her, I shall be obliged to take you in hand." He spoke very fast, as if fearful that his courage might evaporate before he had said all that was necessary, and Nina had sense enough to perceive it. "You will never do that, Uncle Thomas. You know you won't," she said, drawing herself up to her full height and giving him a haughty glance out of her kindling eyes. "You would not be so unmanly as to lay a finger on a little girl like me, a little girl who will soon be a woman, and who has no father or brother to defend her. And you would never have come up here to say such things to me if you hadn't been afraid to say no to Aunt Comfort when she ordered you." He could not gainsay the truth of her assertions, and colouring with anger and mortification, he turned about and left the room, merely saying in a threatening tone, "You had better not try me." Nina drew a long breath, ran to the door and locked it after him, and returning, sat down, to her scanty meal. She tasted nothing but bread and water and saw no one but Anne for the rest of the week. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 13, Pharisee and Publican. One evening, shortly before Christmas, Nina was sent to the dining room to pare apples to be made into pies for the next day's dinner. She went into the kitchen to get a knife and found Peggy standing at the ironing table, hard at work upon a little white dress with which she was taking the utmost pains. "How tired you look, Peggy," said Nina in a compassionate tone. "Why don't you put that away till morning and sit down now and rest a little?" "Because there'll be plenty of work tomorrow without this, and because Mrs. Powell insists on having the ironing finished tonight. She won't have it about any longer, she says," Peggy answered querulously. "She's a hard mistress, is Comfort Powell. She got the wrong name, I'm sure, if anybody ever did, and has no mercy on folks that are so misfortunate as to have her work to do." "That dress must be a good deal of trouble to do up, isn't it?" remarked Nina, lingering a moment to watch the skilful movements of Peggy's iron. "You may well say that when you look at all these ruffles," said the old woman with a weary sigh. "But it's white. There's not a particle of gay colour about it, so it's no sin to have it made this way, though it does break my back to iron it, and though it cost hours of Mrs. Powell's valuable time to make it," she went on in a bitter, mocking tone. "And it's no sin either for her to stint us all in our victuals, and lay out the money she saves in expensive dresses and shawls, and the like for herself, always provided the colours are plain and quiet. But it's a wicked thing for anybody to wear a bit of bright ribbon, or gay-coloured flowers, or feathers in her bonnet, as you'll find out one of these days when you put off your mourning." "Yes, I heard her talking very hard about some of the ladies we see at church, because they wear such things, and I remember hearing somebody else talking that way to mamma once, and how she told her that God made the clouds and the flowers bright and gay, and so it couldn't be wicked for us to like pretty bright colours, or to wear them either. But I must hurry, or I'll not get my apples pared by bedtime." 10 minutes more might have passed, and Nina's knife and fingers were moving nimbly round and round the rosy apple which she held in her hand, while several others, divested of their bright covering, lay in the deep dish before her on the table. She glanced at the clock on the mantel. 20 minutes of 8, she murmured to herself. "I must make haste, or I'll not get done by 1:15, as Aunt Comfort said I must, and what a scolding I'll catch if I'm not. Hark, what was that? I think there's somebody at the gate, and Peggy doesn't seem to hear. Maybe it's only the wind, though, for how it does blow and keep the windows rattling and the shutters banging. No, there is somebody knocking." And she jumped up, set her pan of parings on the table, and hastened to the kitchen door. "Peggy, there's somebody at the gate, I'm sure. I've heard 2 raps. Do please go and see who it is. It's too cold to keep anybody waiting outside tonight." "It's only a beggar, and they're the plague of my life, for I'm never allowed to give him anything," grumbled Peggy, setting down her iron and going to answer the knock, while Nina went back to her work. A slender female figure, wrapped in a blanket, shawl, and hood, glided quickly in the instant the gate was opened, and as the astonished Peggy hastily shot the bolt again and turned to ask her errand, she suddenly sank upon her knees on the pavement, letting fall a bundle which she carried in her arms, and lifting her face and her clasped hands with a gesture of almost despairing entreaty. "Mother," she gasped, "don't spurn me. Don't bid me be gone, or it will break my heart." "Margaret, my child," cried the old woman, sinking down beside her, and falling on her neck with a burst of tears and sobs. For several minutes they remained clasped in each other's arms, mingling their tears and sobs and exchanging mute caresses. Then the daughter arose, lifting her mother up and saying in sad, tremulous tones, "I must go now, for you will catch your death of cold if I keep you out here any longer. But, oh, mother, I did not dare hope to be received so. I thought you would spurn me from you, and curse me for the shame and disgrace my folly and sin have brought upon you. But you forgive me? Do you forgive me and love me still?" "Yes, child, yes. I know I've always known that you were more sinned against than sinning, and my old heart has been most broke with the longing to see my darling again. And I can't let you go yet, Margie. Come in. No, mother, she would drive me out if she found me there, and maybe turn you adrift too. I must go." "Not yet. She's in her own room at a piece of work that'll keep her busy all the evening. So come in. I can't let you go yet, and we'll freeze if we stand outside any longer." The girl yielded, for she was hungry for a better view of her mother's face than she could get out there in the darkness, and longing to pour out into her mother's bosom the whole sad history of her sins and sorrows, and to tell of her repentance and the sweet hope that she had been forgiven. She picked up her bundle, and softly they stole in, softly closed the door and seated themselves by the fire, the girl on the floor, with her head in her mother's lap, the old woman bending over her, and stroking her hair with a trembling hand, while with many sobs and tears the poor outcast unburdened her heart to the one earthly friend she possessed. Nina wondered much at the strange sounds which reached her from the kitchen, murmured words, sighs, moans and sobs, but had too much delicacy to intrude upon the private interview she supposed Peggy was having with some friend or acquaintance. But the clock struck 8, and the girl started to her feet. "Mother, I must go," she said, "for what if she should come and catch me here?" "Not yet. I can't let you go yet," said Peggy in eager, tearful tones, while she clung convulsively to her. "Oh, but I must," cried the girl. "For your sake I must go before she finds out that I am here. This bundle is for you, mother, my Christmas gift. You know Christmas comes day after tomorrow. It's some flannels I've made to help your rheumatism." "It is very good in you to think of it, Margie, and to do it, and they'll be very comfortable. But why did you spend your money on me, child?" said Peggy, examining the garments with tearful pleasure. "You'll need it all yourself." "No, mother," she answered, turning away her face. "The days of greed for finery are past with me, and the few clothes I must have don't cost much, and I'm getting tolerably good wages." The door into the dining room was suddenly thrown open at that instant, and Mrs. Powell stood on the threshold, glaring upon the two with an expression of mingled rage and scorn. "How dare you!" she cried, addressing Peggy. "How dare you pollute my house with the presence of such a vile wretch as that?" And she pointed her finger at Margaret's cowering, shrinking form. "And you who have brought disgrace upon an honest name, how dare you venture to cross my threshold? Begone this instant, and never dare to darken my doors again. You have sinned past forgiveness, and can expect no good, pure Christian woman to hold any intercourse whatever with you. Your very presence is polluting. Begone." "I will go," said the girl humbly, rising and wrapping her shawl more closely about her as she spoke. "I ought not to have come in here without your permission, but the temptation of a half hour with my mother was too great to be resisted." "It is not the first temptation you have found so," sneered Mrs. Powell, interrupting her. "You are a weak, wicked girl." "I am," was the meek reply, while the girl's head drooped, and her cheek was suffused with blushes. "But oh, you are mistaken in saying I have sinned past forgiveness. For he whose servant you say you are, he has forgiven me, and bid me go in peace and sin no more," she added, raising her clasped hands and streaming eyes to heaven. "And if he has forgiven me, cannot you? If he permits me to draw near to him, cannot you allow me sometimes to come into your kitchen, to say a few words to the mother who bore me, and then go away again without troubling you?" "Never," cried Mrs. Powell, waving her away. "Begone this instant, or I will send for the police." The girl obeyed. Peggy followed her, and giving her a silent, tearful embrace ere she closed the gate upon her. Mrs. Powell still stood by the ironing table as the old woman re-entered the kitchen, and a more grim visage, or harder, colder face, poor Peggy had never looked upon. She sighed deeply as she closed the door, and turned to meet the storm that she knew awaited her. Sinking into a chair, she folded her wrinkled, toil-hardened hands into her lap, and bowed her grey head upon her bosom in an attitude of utter weariness and despondency that few of her sex could have looked upon unmoved. But of those few Mrs. Powell was one. Not a muscle of her cold, stern face relaxed, and her voice had never been harsher than now, as she emptied the vials of her wrath upon the devoted head of her ancient serving woman. Nina heard it all, and was filled with astonishment and indignation, both at her aunt's fury and Peggy's passive endurance of her abuse. For many minutes she bore it in silence, but at length, as the virago paused for breath, the bowed head was lifted, and the cold grey eyes looked steadfastly into hers, as their owner replied, in tones tremulous with age, weakness and excitement, "Comfort, Powell, you're a hard woman, and a hard life I've led with you these 2 years, treated like a slave, though your husband's next of kin after you and his children." "A fact which, according to our agreement, was never to be mentioned," returned Mrs. Powell severely. "You are a most ungrateful creature. Many would have cast you off entirely after all that has happened, while I give you an asylum in my house in spite of the disgrace your children, ruined by your indulgence, have brought upon the family. You ought to be thankful, cheerful, and contented, but instead of that you are forever fretting and complaining, and nothing but my Christian kindness and forbearance has kept me from sending you adrift long ago." "Stay," said Peggy in a tone of contempt and incredulity. "I think there's another motive you're forgetting to mention. You know very well you could not get anybody else to slave from morning to night, day in and day out as I do, for the mean pittance you give me." "You're a hard mistress, I say again, Comfort Powell. You've no bowels of compassion at all, no feeling for an old woman bowed down with trouble. You never care how tired or how full of aches and pains I am, or how heavy my heart is, but go on, day after day, heaping work on me till I'm ready to drop. You have no sympathy for the bitter grief and shame that has made my life a burden and a curse to me," she added, rocking herself to and fro, and moaning as if in pain. "There, that will do," said her mistress. "If I served you right, I would tell you to take your things and go, and never darken my doors again. But I am forbearing. Your ironing, I see, is not yet done, and you are wasting fire keeping the irons hot. Get up and finish your work at once, and then go to bed and rest, and let me hope that morning will find you in a more reasonable frame of mind." So saying, she turned about and walked into the dining room. She stared at sight of Nina, whose presence there she had entirely forgotten. The child had finished paring the apples, and was now coring and slicing them. "So you have heard all this," remarked Mrs. Powell, in a tone of annoyance and displeasure, "and I suppose will be repeating it to all those trips. But if you do," she added threateningly, "mind, you'll spend a month shut up in your room on bread and water." "Aunt Comfort," replied Nina with dignity, "I don't reveal family secrets. Mamma taught me long ago that it was foolish and wrong and mean to do so, and if you've no objection, I'd like to know what that girl has done so bad that she can't be forgiven." "I shall not indulge your curiosity," was the short, sharp answer. "Those apples will do now. Wash your hands and go to your books." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 14. A Pattern Boy. Kind-hearted Mrs. Tripp, learning that there were to be no Christmas doings at Mrs. Powell's, sent an invitation for Nina to spend the holidays with them. There was a partial acceptance, Nina obtaining permission to go to her friends early on the afternoon of the 24th and stay until 8 o'clock on Christmas evening. She had a very pleasant time and received a few little gifts, among which was a volume of fairy tales from Max. Homer was sent for her at the appointed hour, and very reluctantly she obeyed the summons. There was no one to give her a pleasant greeting as she came in, or to ask if she had enjoyed her visit. Mrs. Powell was out. Essie and the baby had been put to bed, and Mrs. Powell and Sylvester were the only occupants of the room, the latter sitting in sullen silence, with his hands in his pockets, moody and cross because he had no Christmas gifts. And home was such a dull, stupid place, with no fun going on, and nothing to do but work or study. And the former silent also, grim and cold as usual, her countenance expressing conscious rectitude and superiority to the weaknesses and failings of ordinary mortals, as she sat bolt upright before a pile of stockings that lay upon the table, some already mended, carefully rolled up and laid by themselves, others awaiting that process, and one drawn over her left hand, while with her right she sent her darning needle up and down, back and forth, with surprising swiftness and energy. "Well, miss, I hope you have had play enough for a while," she remarked as Nina entered. "Go up to your room and put away your things. Then bring your word basket and mend these stockings of yours." Nina obeyed with a sigh. Stocking darning was very distasteful to her, and had never seemed more so than at this moment, for the summons to return home had obliged her to break off in the middle of a most enchanting fairy tale, leaving the heroine in a position of imminent peril, from which she was extremely anxious to see her rescued. An hour was spent over the hated task, and then she was ordered off to bed. But this time she ventured to disobey. Her room was uncomfortably cold, but she wrapped herself up and finished her book. Then, hastily undressed, put out the gas, and crept into bed, thinking no one knew, or would ever know, that she had not been there an hour earlier. But she had never been more mistaken. Homer's dislike to his cousin led him to be ever on the watch to get her into trouble, nor was he over scrupulous in regard to the means he used. He had seen the light shining under the door, and took care to report it to his mother the first thing in the morning. As usual, Nina was left in charge of the little ones while her aunt went to market. She brought down her new book for their amusement, and was showing the pictures to Essie and telling her the stories, when suddenly the door opened and Mrs. Powell stalked in, looking like a thundercloud. "What is this?" she asked in tones of stern displeasure, as she snatched the book from Nina's hands, and gave her a look that, had it been a dagger or a spear, would have transfixed her on the spot. "What is this? Where did you get it? How dare you bring it in here and show it to my child?" "It is one of my Christmas gifts. I got it at Mrs. Tripp's, and I thought I was doing a kindness to the children to bring it down and show it to them," replied Nina, recovering from the surprise that had made her dumb for the moment. "Fairy tales!" cried Mrs. Powell, with increasing indignation, as she hastily turned over the leaves, scanning them with a reproving eye. "Fairy tales! I forbid story books of any and every kind, and fairy tales are the worst of all, made up of falsehoods, lies. I'll have no such pernicious literature brought into my house, or read by anyone under my authority. I shall confiscate this book, and sell it for waste paper, or commit it to the flames." "You have no right," cried Nina, jumping up and facing round upon her aunt, with flashing eyes and cheeks crimsoned with passion. "It is my book, mine, and you shall not destroy it or sell it. Mr. Max Tripp gave it to me, and it is mine." "What impertinence! And what a wicked temper!" "Awfully wicked," said Homer, who had followed Mrs. Powell into the room, and now stood regarding the culprit with an expression of righteous indignation. "She's enough to bring down a judgment on the house, with her fearful temper, her love of bad books, and her sly acts of disobedience. Mother, are you going to put up with it all? Return her that book, which she claims so impudently, and let her insolence, disobedience, and all her misdeeds go unpunished." "Certainly not. I hope I understand my duty far better than that," Mrs. Powell answered, drawing herself up and speaking with dignified severity. "Nina is indeed insolent, disobedient, and passionate, and must be treated in a manner to bring her to a sense of her guilt and contrition on account of it. Why, miss, did you not go to your bed at 9 last night as you were bid?" What were you doing with the gas blazing high after 10 o'clock? Reading this book, without doubt, for which you deserve to be deprived of it, even if it was such as I could approve, instead of the pernicious stuff it is. I'm not sly. I hate slyness and mean tale-telling, cried Nina, with a glance of concentrated scorn and contempt directed at Homer. I'd blush to look any honourable person in the face if I'd ever been guilty of listening at keyholes or peeping through cracks, and then telling what I found out in such a mean, shameful way. And I'd like to know, Aunt Comfort, if you call it honest to take other people's property and keep it? That book is mine, and you have no right to it. I'll have no more of this insolence, exclaimed Mrs. Powell, catching hold of the child and shaking her. I'll show you whether I have a right to the book or not. You'll never see it again, I promise you, and your disobedience and impertinence shall not escape punishment. You will go now to your own room, which you will not leave during the remainder of the holidays, and bread and water shall be your only refreshment while your imprisonment lasts. Homer heard the sentence with intense satisfaction, which he vainly tried to conceal by an assumed expression of regret that his cousin's depravity should have rendered such severity necessary. A shallow pretence that Nina saw through at a glance, and treated with the contempt it deserved. Slowly and in indignant silence she moved to obey the cruel order, but at the door she paused for an instant and turned about so as to face her tormentors. I'd like to know, Aunt Comfort, she said, how much you charge for my board when you feed me on bread and water for a week at a time, and keep me in the cold besides? And I'd like to know, too, if you think it's keeping your promise to mamma to treat me so. She would not have been so cruel to a cat or a dog, and neither would I. Oh, mamma, don't send cousin away, sobbed little Essie, who had retreated into a corner at her mother's entrance, and had been crying bitterly there ever since. Do let her stay and show me the pretty pictures. Hush, Esther, commanded her mother sternly, and you, Nina, leave the room this instant, or I'll send Homer for a nod and have him hold you while I apply it. Nina rushed away to her room, speechless with indignation at a threat so outrageous, while Homer remarked with a low chuckle, I wish you would, mother. I'd really enjoy seeing you tame the young tigress. To think of the impudence she has given us both. I never heard anything like it. Mrs. Powell left the room without answering, and Homer followed, ostensibly for the purpose of asking further directions about an errand she had bidden him do, but really to take note of her disposition of the book, which he was longing to examine for himself. She threw it far back on the topmost shelf of the closet in her room, turned and answered his question, and then went downstairs to give Peggy her orders for the day, bidding him have an eye on the little ones until her return. He said, "Yes, ma'am," in a dutiful tone, and moved toward the sitting room as if to obey. But as soon as she was safely in the kitchen, he ran back on tiptoe to the room they had just left, secured the forbidden book, and put it in his pocket. He then hastened down to the sitting room, where his mother found him a few minutes later, taking most exemplary care of his little sisters. A few days afterwards the book was returned to its hiding place unharmed, but before relinquishing it the Patten boy had eagerly devoured every word of its contents. It was the natural and inevitable result of Mrs. Powell's over-strictness and denial of all amusements, that her children would take them by stealth. The week was a very long one to poor Nina, though Anne, who liked the child and heartily disliked her mistress, managed to smuggle into the little girl's room various storybooks and pieces of cake and pie, all of which were furnished by the Tripps, to whom she had carried the tale of Nina's imprisonment, and who heard it with much indignation. "I don't approve of encouraging children in disobedience, or sauciness either," said kind-hearted Mrs. Tripp, "but I do think Mrs. Powell's entirely too hard with that poor motherless child. And I can't bear to think of her being shut up in that cold room, and with nothing to amuse her, and nothing but dry bread to eat day after day, while other folks are having such good times. So I'll send her whatever I can to hearten her up, and I hope I'm not doing wrong, which I don't believe I am. Anyway, it's what I'd like to have done for a child of mine, if she was in the same fix. But what on earth makes Mrs. Powell dislike her so? She's a unanimous favourite with other folks." "Maybe she doesn't dislike her," remarked Oriana, Nonsense, said her mother. Don't actions repeat louder than words? End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 15. Petticoat Government. There's a letter for you, Mrs. Powell, and one for Miss Nina, said Anne, handing them to her mistress and going back to her work. Mrs. Powell glanced at the address, looked at the postmark, which was the same on each, opened hers and read it, treated Nina's in like manner, then deliberately folded the two, and consigning them to her pocket, took up her sewing again, and for several minutes went on with it before, her face wearing its usual cold, calm, self-satisfied expression. She was in the sitting room and alone, for it was the middle of the forenoon. Her husband was away at his business, the older children were still at school, and the little ones at play in the yard below. For summer had come, and they need no longer be cooped up in the house. She was glad it had so happened, glad that no one but Anne and herself knew of the arrival of those two letters. Yet Anne might be so indiscreet as to inform Nina that the postman had brought one for her. She had several times heard the child inquiring if he had not, and wondering and lamenting that no one in her old home cared to write to her. Mrs. Powell could have told of 2 or 3 letters which had been intercepted by herself and Homer, but she did not choose that Nina should know of them or of this one. And presently she laid down her work for a moment while she went to the head of the stairs and called to Anne. "What do you wish, ma'am?" asked the girl, showing herself below, broom in hand. "Merely to say to you that I desire you not to mention to Miss Nina that a letter came for her. I do not choose that she should hear of it until I tell her myself." "Very well, ma'am," said Anne, retreated to the dining room, whence she had come, while Mrs. Powell returned to her easy chair and her sewing. "Anne's a pretty fool I was to carry it to her," muttered Anne, wielding her broom with an energy born of vexation. "I could hate myself for it. Haven't I heard the pretty dear wearing for a letter time and time again? And how to think I've gone to give it to that old termagant, and I'll never let her get a glint o' it. Anne Quinn, you ought to be late." "Oh dear, how awful hot it is!" exclaimed Diadema. "There isn't hardly a breath of air stirring, and the sun's just scorching, and the pavements burn me through my shoes, don't they you, Nina?" "Yes, the bricks feel as if they'd been in the fire. This is the worst time of day to be out, for there isn't a bit of shade on either side of the street. I wish we had but one session, like some of the private schools." "So do I, but one good thing, this is the last week of school, and then there's 2 months' holiday, and I can stay in the house and keep pretty cool if I like. And mother says I shall go to Aunt Sally's for 2 or 3 weeks if I want to, and that'll be grand, for you see they live on a farm. And I always lived on a farm till I came here. Oh dear, if I could only go home." And the scalding tears fell from her eyes. "And you don't care much for vacation, do you?" "No, this home's a good deal worse than school to me. I know Aunt Comfort will keep me at work from morning to night." "Comfort?" cried Diadema. "She ought to be called Discomfort, for I'm sure she must be the most discomfortable person to live with that I ever saw or heard tell of. You poor dear, I wish you could come and live with us, but here's home, and so good-bye till afternoon." "My sakes, Miss Nina, you look a'most melted," said Anne, and she let the child in at the gate. "Ain't it awful hot?" "Yes, I feel just like a wilted flower," replied the little girl, pulling off her hat and using it for a fan, while she dropped into a chair with a weary sigh. "Well, your school's a'most out, ain't it?" asked Anne, setting the chairs up to the table. "Yes, this makes the last week, but I'm not a bit glad, unless I could go home. Oh dear, why doesn't somebody write to me? Anne, don't letters ever come for me?" Anne's rosy face grew more rosy, and for once she was glad to see Mrs. Powell walk into the room, as it saved her the trouble of answering, for she had not made up her mind whether she should tell Nina the whole truth or not. "What are you sitting there for, Nina?" asked her aunt sharply. "Dinner is coming on the table, and you are not ready. Go upstairs instantly and wash your hands and face and smooth your hair, as I have ordered you to do whenever you come in from school." "I was so tired and hot I couldn't help sitting down to rest a minute," murmured the child, rising to obey. "Lazy, slovenly creature," muttered Mrs. Powell, looking after her as she left the room. "I guess maybe she's kind o' weak, ma'am," remarked Anne simply. "You know she ha'n't had much but bread and water lately, and that not over-strengthening." An angry look, which the girl pretended not to see, was the only reply. Anne was quite right, as doubtless Mrs. Powell's conscience told her. Nina was suffering from the want of a sufficiency of nourishing food, as well as from being overworked and too constantly confined to the house, for she was allowed scarcely any out-of-door exercise save the daily walks to and from school. "I wish to have a little private talk with you, Thomas," said Mrs. Powell to her husband, as they rose from the tea table that afternoon. "We will go up to the sitting room. The boys can amuse themselves here, and Nina may take the little ones into the yard for half an hour." "Very well, my dear, I am at your service," Mr. Powell answered, feeling uncomfortably apprehensive of a curtain lecture, but trying not to show it. "Well, my dear, what is it?" he asked, as they seated themselves and she took up her sewing. "I believe I said I wanted to have a talk with you," was the rather curt rejoinder. "Certainly, my dear, I know you did, and I am prepared to give the closest attention to whatever you may have to say. Here are some letters I wish you to read in answer," she said, taking from her pocket and handing to him the two the postman had brought that morning. "You have more time than I. Man's work is from sun to sun, but a woman's work is never done. And it does seem as if I should never get to the end of this everlasting sewing. Well, my dear, hire someone to help you." "Hire someone? You talk as if you were made of money, but you'd soon sing another song if I took you at your word." "Indeed, my dear, I want you to have all the help you need," he said soothingly. "Nonsense, Thomas. Don't be a fool if you can help it. You know as well as I do that we're not rich enough for me to live in idleness. But instead of appreciating my unceasing industry, you talk as if I was exerting myself without any necessity, and as if it would be quite as well for me to fold my hands and do nothing. Well, when I'm gone, and you get a lazy, shiftless wife, you'll perhaps begin to understand my worth." "Oh, now, my dear," he answered deprecatingly, "I assure you that you have quite misunderstood me. I know you are the very best of wives, and that you deserve unlimited credit for your untiring industry. And I really meant nothing but that I would like to see you relieved of some of your burdens, and would gladly pay for any help you might choose to hire. Will you comply with my request and read those letters at once?" "Certainly, but," glancing over them, "this one is addressed to Nina. Excuse me for asking, but is she quite willing that I should read it?" "Thomas Powell, I do declare you are the most aggravating man I ever came across. Of course Nina knows nothing about it, has never seen it, and never will. But, my dear, I'm not sure that it is quite honourable. Indeed, it is a penitentiary crime to open and read other people's letters." "How ridiculous! A mere child, and under our care too. Really, Mr. Powell, I give you credit for more sense, but if you are really too honourable or too cowardly to read that letter, let it alone and examine the other. It will be sufficient, as they are from the same person and on the same subject." He coloured and looked uncomfortable, but without making any reply, dropped Nina's letter and took up the other, which he read carefully through. "Well, my dear, what do you say to Mrs. Croft's proposal?" he asked as he laid it down. "I suppose she may as well go, since it will occasion no expense to us. She will enjoy the visit to her old home, and it will do her good. I notice that she looks pale and thin of late, and then you will be relieved, for those 2 months, from a portion of your cares." "There, that's just like a man," she remarked in her severest tone. "Your first thought is of Nina's enjoyment. Your wife is only a secondary consideration, and you would relieve me of my cares by taking away the one on whom I shall depend to look after and amuse the little ones. You are good at planning for your wife's comfort, Mr. Powell." "I must say I think you are a little unjust to me now, Comfort," he said in a hurt tone. "How could I suppose that Nina was a help rather than a care, when I have so frequently heard you speak of the trouble, annoyance, and expense caused by her coming amongst us?" "Yes, she has given me no end of trouble, and now that there is an opportunity to make her useful, you would send her away," replied his wife, not in the least embarrassed or confused by the glaring inconsistency he pointed out. She then proceeded to unfold her plans. The boys were to be sent to some cheap place in the country for the holidays. Anne was to be dismissed, and her work given to Nina. The girl was growing careless and saucy. Nina could be made to supply her place very well while out of school, and it would be an easy matter to find another half-grown girl in the fall. And in the meantime there would be the saving of Anne's wages, to say nothing of her board. "I am afraid the plan, though an excellent one in most respects, will hardly work well," suggested Mr. Powell diffidently. "Nina is so much younger than Anne, and does not look very strong." "Nonsense! She is perfectly healthy, and a little work will do her no harm. It will be much better for her than idleness. Satan finds some mischief still for idle hands to do. There never was a truer saying, and therefore I shall consider that I am doing the child the greatest kindness in furnishing her with plenty of employment." "Very well, my dear, no doubt you are in the right, as you generally are," meekly replied her submissive spouse. And so the matter was settled, and the two letters were written and mailed that evening. One to Mrs. Croft, politely declining her invitation to Nina to spend the summer holidays with her, and the other to the proprietor of a place in the country where, according to advertisement, boys were boarded for the summer at moderate rates. "My dear," inquired Mr. Powell in a mildly suggestive tone, as he held his pen for a moment suspended over the paper, on beginning this second letter, "my dear, do you feel quite safe in trusting the boys alone at such a distance from home, and for so long a time too?" "Mr. Powell," she replied with dignity, "you surprise me. What a question for you to ask! I would trust Homer anywhere and for any length of time, for I am certain he would never do anything his mother would not approve of, and he will keep Sylvester straight." "Oh, very well, my dear. I merely suggested it because I know boys will be boys. But of course, if you have such confidence in Homer, it is all right, and I have no doubt he will prove himself entirely trustworthy. He ought to be a pattern boy with such a mother." As Mr. Powell came downstairs with the letters he had just written in his hand, his eye fell upon the slight childish figure of Nina seated in the doorway of the side entrance in an attitude of dejection, her elbow on her knee, her head resting on her hand. And as he drew nearer he saw that there were tears in her eyes, and that the expression of her face was very sad. First glancing hastily toward the sitting-room door to make sure that his wife was not observing his movements, he stooped down, and laying his hand caressingly on the soft glossy curls of raven hair that adorned Nina's pretty head, he said kindly, "What is it, my dear? What is the matter?" "I want my home," she answered with a half-suppressed sob. "I want papa and mamma. Oh, if I could just see their graves for a little while, just lie down on mamma's." The tears were falling fast now, and the sobs would not be suppressed. Mr. Powell was a kind-hearted man, and it hurt him to witness the child's distress, and all the more because his conscience told him that he could relieve it, at least in a measure, if he would, and that he ought to do so. "But, my dear," he said soothingly, "you must not think of them as lying in the grave, and it would not really do you any good to look at the sod that covers their poor bodies. They could not speak to you, nor you to them, any more there than here." "But I want my home," she repeated, "my dear, dear home. It is so hot and close here I can hardly breathe, and I am so tired of brick pavements and brick houses and white shutters, and I want to sit under the trees on the lovely green grass in the front yard at Oakdale, and hear the birds sing, and look at the flowers. The beds will be full of them, all in bloom. Oh, how mamma and I used to love them." "Poor child, I am truly sorry for you, but try to be cheerful and contented, and one of these days you shall go back there for a visit among your old friends." "Shall I?" she said, looking up with a half smile on her tear-stained face. "Ah, why can't I go now? Next week, when there'll be no school?" "I'm afraid it can hardly be that soon," he answered, avoiding her questioning look. "But some day, next summer perhaps, you shall go." She drooped her head again with a heavy sigh. "And they don't even write to me," she said mournfully. "It is very strange. I think they might send me a letter once in a while. Oh, I hope one will come tomorrow. I'm so hungry for it." Mr. Powell could hardly refrain from telling her that one had come, and he actually ventured to go up to the sitting room again with the letters in his pocket and ask his wife to reconsider her plan, telling her he found Nina was so homesick that it seemed cruel to refuse to allow her to accept Mrs. Croft's invitation. Mrs. Powell was so astounded at his unheard-of audacity that she was struck dumb for a moment, but presently recovering her speech, she indignantly ordered him to go and mail those letters at once, and never let her hear another word on the subject. And he meekly obeyed, quieting his conscience with anything for peace. The next week the boys were sent away. Anne was dismissed, and a harder time began for Nina than she had ever known before. She was called upon to sweep and dust, set tables, clean knives, run errands, answer the doorbell, and act the part of nursery maid between times. The first day she ventured an indignant remonstrance. "I am not a servant girl," she said, "and I am sure if mamma was here, she would say I ought not to be made to work like one." "You are none too good to work," replied Mrs. Powell in her coldest and most contemptuous tone. "But you can take your choice, obedience to my orders or the solitude of your own room. And as the Bible says, those who don't work are not to eat. You will get nothing but bread and water while there." "You are paid money for my victuals. Kizzie told me so, and it isn't fair to make me pay for them and work too," cried Nina with flashing eyes. "Impertinent girl! Do you dare accuse me of dishonesty?" said Mrs. Powell, turning pale with anger. "If ever I hear such an insinuation from your lips again, you will not leave your room for a month. You are wonderfully conceited, to imagine that the slight services you are capable of rendering are of any real value to me. I require them of you merely for your own good. Learning how to do these things is as necessary a part of your education as what is taught you in the schoolroom, and you ought to be grateful to me for taking the trouble to teach you. But it is evident that ingratitude is a very large ingredient in your base, selfish nature. I am daily more and more convinced that you are an exceedingly depraved child, and nothing but my solemn promise to my dear departed sister could induce me to allow you to remain under my roof another day." "Then send me back to Oakdale, Uncomfort, do," cried Nina eagerly. "I should be so glad to go, and I'm sure Dr. Blake could find me a place to board till I'm old enough to keep house in my old home, and I could go to school there, and you would be rid of me. Oh, if you only would!" And the child clasped her hands beseechingly, while her beautiful eyes sparkled at the thought, and the rich color came and went in her cheeks. "And break my promise to the dead?" said Mrs. Powell coldly. "No, I am not capable of that, and therefore must keep you here till you are of age, at whatever sacrifice of interest or inclination. Now go at once and sweep the halls and stairs, as I have bidden you, and never let me hear another word of objection to the tasks assigned you." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 16. The Woman in Black. Nina had always loved fresh air and sunshine, and the errands which took her into the street were the pleasantest part of her tasks, except when she was required to do them in the heat of the day. She was coming home from the market store one bright July morning when a tall woman, dressed in mourning, her face nearly concealed by a thick crape veil, stopped her and inquired in honey accents, "What is your name, you dear little beauty?" "My name is Nina Clemmens, ma'am," answered the little girl simply, her tone expressing surprise. "You must excuse me for asking," said the stranger, "but you look so like a dear friend of mine, long since dead," and she heaved a deep sigh, "that I really could not help speaking to you. But her name was not Clemmens, so you cannot be related to her, as I had supposed you might. Are your parents living, my dear?" "No, ma'am, I am an orphan," and Nina's lip quivered and her eyes filled. "Ah, that is sad, very sad at your tender age. But you have kind relatives with whom you live, I trust? The tone was interrogative, and Nina answered shortly. I live at my aunt's, Mrs. Powell's, near here. Why do you ask? What difference does it make to you, ma'am? I feel an interest in you because of your resemblance to my friend. Well, it is in the next block, but I must go. Good morning. She hurried on, expecting a sharp reprimand for her tardiness, and did not look back till she had knocked at the gate. Then, glancing behind her while waiting for Peggy to give her admittance, she saw that the stranger had followed her to the corner of the little black street into which the gate opened, and was standing there, apparently watching her movements. How very odd, thought Nina, as she stepped in and Peggy secured the gate behind her. I wonder why she cares to know about me, and who she is. Then, as a sudden recollection came over her, it seems as if I had seen her face before, she murmured to herself, only I didn't get a good look at it today because of her veil. I wonder if she is the very same. And she shuddered involuntarily. You seem to be in a brown study, child. There's no time for that, said Peggy crossly, for the little girl was standing quite still in the doorway, with her eyes fixed thoughtfully upon the pavement at her feet. Here, take this basket and run up to Tripp's and ask for a quarter of a peck of tomatoes. I forgot 'em when you were going out to the other market store, and we must have some for the soup, for Mrs. Powell never likes it without. Very well, replied Nina, taking the basket. I'll go, but where is the money? You don't need no money, said Peggy in a snappish tone. You can get 'em charged on the book. Here it is. Mr. Powell pays once a month. Now, make haste, for I want 'em right away. Nina found both Mr. Tripp and Max engaged with other customers, and while awaiting her turn she stood in the doorway, amusing herself with watching what was going on in the street. She started and uttered a slight exclamation as she saw the tall woman in black, who had seemed to take so great an interest in her, come out of an ice cream saloon near opposite, draw aside her veil, though still looking it, so as partially to conceal her features, and look earnestly across at her for an instant, and then walk slowly on up the street. Do you know that woman? Asked Mr. Tripp's voice at her side. Which, the tall one in black? Yes, I thought you were looking at her. She's a queer acting customer. She's been in that saloon every day for the last week, and if she's walked up and down that square, staring across at the houses on this side, once I should say she's done it a dozen times. I'd like to know what she's after. No, Mr. Tripp, I don't know her. I can't say that I ever saw her till this morning, when she stopped me in the street and asked my name and where I lived, and 2 or 3 other questions. I may have seen her before, but I'm not sure. Did she? He exclaimed in surprise. Well, I'd keep out of her way if I were you. I don't believe she's after any good. But what is it you want, my child? Nina told her errand, was waited on, and ran home again as quickly as she could. All the rest of the morning her thoughts were full of the strange woman, but she said nothing about her to anyone in the house, for there was not one of the family to whom she cared to give her confidence. But she had another adventure that day, which for the time almost drove the first one out of her mind. Early in the afternoon her aunt sent her away down into the second street below Chestnut to match some ribbon she had bought there. It was a very long walk for the little girl, especially in such weather, for it was a warm day, even for July. And as she set out on her return, she felt almost overcome with the heat and fatigue. She walked slowly and wearily up Chestnut to 6th, not noticing that a shower was coming on. But suddenly the rain began to fall very fast, and she was forced to take shelter under an awning, for she had no umbrella, nothing but a sunshade, which would have been scarcely any protection from so heavy a shower. Miss, let me return you your fan. You dropped it a little farther down the street, and I picked it up, said a pleasant boyish voice behind her, and turning she found a handsome lad, apparently some 2 or 3 years older than herself, standing beside her, smilingly holding out the fan, which she had not missed till that moment. Oh, thank you, she said, taking it from him with one of her sweetest smiles. I am so much obliged, for I should have been well scolded for losing it. "Oh, that would have been too bad, for I am sure the fault was not intentional," he said in tones of winning sweetness. Then he remarked, with some hesitation, that she had no umbrella, and his was large enough for two, that they seemed to be going in the same direction, and asked if he might have the pleasure of seeing her home. "Thank you," Nina answered, blushing. "You are very kind, but perhaps I had better wait here till the shower is over." "I think it looks as if it might last for the rest of the day," he said, glancing up at the sky. "And may you not run some risk of a scolding for leaving your umbrella at home if you get wet or are belated?" he asked with an arch smile. "It's not at all unlikely," replied Nina, returning the smile and accepting his offered arm. "That's right," he said. "I cannot possibly do you any harm by walking a few squares with you in broad daylight, and who knows but the shelter of my umbrella may save you from catching your death of cold." They walked on, chatting gaily, as if they had been brother and sister, and were mutually sorry to part when Mr. Powell's door was reached. Proud little Nina, preferring the scolding she was sure to get for entering by the front door, or taking her companion, evidently a gentleman's son, round to the back gate. He was a very handsome boy, with large dark hazel eyes, a broad white forehead, an abundance of rich brown curly hair, and a mouth that expressed both firmness and sweetness of disposition. Nina never forgot that face, and often sighed to herself, "Ah, if he was only my brother, how happy I should be! He's not in the least like Homer, or indeed like any other boy I ever saw." How glad she was that the outer door was unfastened, so that she was able to step into the vestibule and let him go before her aunt or Peggy could answer the bell. The door was opened by the latter, who lifted her hands in astonishment at Nina's audacity. "Well, well, I am surprised," she exclaimed. "You're not allowed to come in this airway in dry weather, and here you come, tramping in right out of the mud. What do you suppose you'll catch?" "I don't know, nor very much care either," muttered Nina, as she wiped her feet carefully on the mat and walked up to the sitting-room. Her aunt looked up in astonishment quite equal to Peggy's. "Is it possible that was you who rang the front door-bell just now?" she demanded. "Did you dare to come in that way out of all this rain and mud?" "Yes, ma'am, I did," replied Nina, with provoking coolness, as she laid down the ribbon and the change, and began taking off her hat and gloves. It was certainly a daring act, for Mrs. Powell's front steps were her special glory and pride, kept spotlessly clean, and white almost as the driven snow, scrubbed every morning before the neighbours were up, and in dusty weather wiped off several times during the day, and not even Mr. Powell was allowed to pass over them till after dark. Every member of the family must go in and out at the side gate, and the postman, the grocer, the baker, all who dealt with them, were instructed to come to that entrance. Mrs. Powell seemed actually aghast at Nina's hardihood, but recovering herself in a moment, "Very well, miss," she said in her most freezing tone, "you'll have nothing but bread for your supper tonight, nothing but bread for breakfast tomorrow. You'll not break my rules without suffering for it. Now go upstairs and put away your things, and then come down and set the table for supper." "What a kind, affectionate aunt you are," muttered Nina as she slowly obeyed. "I've walked on your errands till I'm almost tired to death, and you make me keep on working like a slave and give me nothing but dry bread to eat." Poor old Peggy always wore a weary, hopeless look, and seldom if ever spoke in a cheerful tone of voice. She made frequent complaints of feeling weak and ill, all perfectly useless so far as Mrs. Powell was concerned, for she heard them with utter indifference, either passing them over in silence, or answering as if convinced that the ailments which called them forth were wholly imaginary. For like many others who are themselves blessed with strong constitutions and uninterrupted health, Mrs. Powell knew not how to sympathize with the infirmities of age or disease. During the last few days, Peggy's complaints had been louder and more frequent than usual, and Nina had thought her looking really ill. But Mrs. Powell chose to believe that it was only a ruse to get rid of the extra work she was called upon to do as the only servant, and to induce her to procure another girl to fill Anne's place. But Peggy was really very far from well, and when Nina went down to set the table, she found the poor old creature lying half unconscious upon the kitchen floor. Nina did not scream out at the sight, as many a child of her age would have done, but ran for cold water, sprinkled some in Peggy's face, then raised her head and held a tumbler of it to her lips. She swallowed a mouthful, heaved a deep, long-drawn sigh, and said in a half-whisper, "I thought I was a'most gone. I'm clear beat out, and can't work another stroke if it was to save my life." "No, I'm sure you can't," said Nina pityingly. "You ought to go right to bed and have the doctor. Could you get upstairs, leaning on me?" Peggy shook her head hopelessly. "No," she said. "You're a good little thing to offer, but my head's so dizzy, and I feel so weak. I don't believe I could get as far as the sitting room. I'll have to wait till Mr. Powell, comes in. Then let me help you into the dining room, where there's a carpet, and I'll run up and get a pillow to put under your head." "Humph, child, do you suppose she'd let one of her pillows be laid on the floor? No, not if 'twas to save me from dying. Hardly if 'twas to save her husband. But you may help me in there, and then, if you'll just roll up that old skirt o' mine I was ironing, and put it under my head, I'll be obleeged to ye." She rose slowly and with difficulty as she spoke, and leaning heavily upon Nina, staggered into the next room. "I couldn't go another step if you'd give me a gold mine," she said, dropping down upon the carpet with a deep groan. "Oh, I tell you, it's mighty hard to be as old and poor as I be. I haven't one bit of comfort left in this world." "I'm very sorry for you, Peggy," said Nina gently, while the tears sprang to her eyes, "but I hope you'll be better soon." "I don't know as I want to, child," was the reply in a tone of deep sadness. "I haven't much left to live for, and wouldn't care how soon death came, if I was only sure of a better time in the next world." Nina did not know what to say to comfort her, but went for the skirt, which she rolled up and laid under the poor old creature's head. "You're a dear child, a real kind little creature," said Peggy, catching hold of the small white hand and pressing it to her lips. "I thought no one cared for the old woman now. Nobody but my poor Maggie, that can't get a chance to come nigh me." Nina, have you got the table set?" called Mrs. Powell's sharp voice from above. "No, ma'am." "Then come here this instant and tell me what you've been about." "I've been helping Peggy, Aunt Comfort. She's very ill," said Nina, as she appeared at the sitting-room door. "Very ill, is she?" "I don't believe it. It's all put on to get rid of work, but she'll find I'm not to be taken in that way. She must do her work or leave and let me get someone else in her place." Nina dared not trust herself to speak for a moment, she felt so indignant, and she was glad that Essie came running to her with the request that she would tie her shoe, for as she stooped to do so, her face was hidden from her aunt. "Were you helping about the supper?" asked Mrs. Powell. "No, ma'am. I found Peggy lying on the floor in a kind of faint, and she doesn't get over it. She can't hold her head up at all, and I'm sure if you would go down and look at her, Aunt Comfort, you couldn't help seeing that she is really sick." Mrs. Powell rose, folded her work, and went down. She was a little startled at the sight of the death-like face of her old servant, who lay there with her eyes closed, and not a trace of colour on cheek or lip. But determined not to believe that there was anything serious amiss, not to be cheated into a waste of compassion, which was perhaps not unwise, considering that her stock in trade was so small, she remarked in her icy tones, as the old woman opened her eyes and looked up at her, "I hope you are not intending to be sick, Peggy. You could hardly have chosen a more inconvenient time." "I didn't choose," muttered Peggy, adding some incoherent words, which showed that her mind was wandering. The children had followed Mrs. Powell. "She doesn't know what she's talking about," exclaimed Nina in alarm. "Aunt Comfort, shan't I run for the doctor?" "No. Go to work at once and set the table as I bade you. Go for a doctor, indeed. If I sent for one every time Peggy chooses to think herself ill, it would take more than all she earns to pay his bills. I should think anybody could see that she's really sick now, said Nina indignantly, while little Essie exclaimed, Oh, Mamma, poor old Peggy is sick. See how white her face is. Won't you give Peggy some medicine to make her well? Peggy, said Mrs. Powell, if you really are unable to work, you had better go to bed. There is no use in your lying here. You are in the way, and you will be far more comfortable in bed. Peggy had closed her eyes again and did not seem to hear, but Nina said she can't get upstairs without some big strong person to help her, Aunt Comfort. When she tries to walk, she falls right down. Just then there was a knock at the gate, and Nina, running to open it, was very glad to find her uncle there. She began eagerly to tell him about Peggy, but Mrs. Powell was already at the door, wearing a martyr-like countenance and complaining that Peggy had given out entirely, and she found herself compelled to do her own work. I'm sorry, my dear, he said soothingly, but if Peggy seems likely to be ill any time, we must try to get another girl. Is she very sick? How should I know? She makes so much fuss about every little trifle that there's no knowing when she is really ill. Come and look at her, uncle. She's in here, said Nina, leading the way. He perceived at a glance that his poor old aunt was really alarmingly ill, and his look from her to his wife seemed to say, How can you doubt now that her complaints are well-founded? Well, you are satisfied that she's really ill now? She said interrogatively in her cold metallic tones, adding, Then do take her up to her bed. This room is no place for sick folks. Not all the way to the garret, Comfort, surely, he answered in a tone of unwonted decision. And why not? She asked sharply. Being so near the roof, it is much too hot and close for a sick person. Besides, it will be absolutely necessary that she should have some attention, and it would make the nursing very hard to have her up so high. Very well, then, may I ask what room you would select for her ladyship? The spare room I should think the most suitable, as it is the lowest down, he answered with some hesitation. The spare room, indeed, exclaimed his wife indignantly. Do you actually expect me to give up the best room in the house to a servant woman? I'll do no such thing. You forget, Comfort, that she was my mother's sister, Nina heard him say in a low, hurt tone. She had long felt sure there was some mystery connected with Peggy, and so this was it. That makes no difference, Thomas. She has lost caste and is nothing but a servant now, said his wife coolly. You may take her to the boys' room if you choose, but that's the best I can do for her. He lost no time in availing himself of the permission so ungraciously accorded, and gently lifting the half-insensible woman in his arms, he carried her up to the room back of Nina's and laid her on the bed, tried to arrange the pillows comfortably, opened the window to give her air, and coming back to the bedside asked almost tenderly, What more can I do for you now, Aunt Peggy? A moan and a few incoherent words were the only answer, and perceiving that she was hardly conscious, he hastened downstairs, picked up his hat, and merely saying, I'm going for a doctor, I'm afraid she's very sick, hurried out of the house without giving his wife time to object. In a few moments he returned, bringing the family physician with him, and they went upstairs together. Well, what does Dr. Allen say? Is she going to have a spell of sickness? Asked Mrs. Powell, as her husband came in to his supper. He says she's a very sick woman, he answered in a tone of sadness, for conscience was telling him that he had not been as kind to his poor old relation as he ought. It's very unfortunate, particularly just now, muttered Mrs. Powell, pouring out the tea with ill-used air. But that's always the way with servants. They will go off or get sick just when they know they are needed most. Well, my dear, sickness comes without being invited, remarked her husband. But you must have help. Shall I put an advertisement into the papers or call at the intelligence offices or both? Neither, she said tartly. I'm not going to have a stranger coming in to turn everything upside down and steal all she can lay her hands on. I can manage pretty well for a few days with Nina's help, and Peggy may be up again much sooner than the doctor thinks. Doctors are always making mistakes, and I don't see the use of calling them in for every little trifle," she added, so pointedly that her husband coloured and seemed to feel called upon to justify himself. "Peggy is certainly very sick indeed, Comfort," he said, "and I felt that I ought to have medical advice for her at once. For that, if I didn't, and she should die, I could never forgive myself. I have made no objection and found no fault," she answered dryly. "But it's an old saying that a guilty conscience needs no accuser." The next few days were very hard ones to Nina, her aunt putting as much work upon her as possible, making her assist with the cooking and do all the dishwashing and all the running up and downstairs to wait upon Peggy, whose illness increased to such an extent that the doctor soon told Mr. Powell he feared she would not recover, and that if she had any relatives they ought to be at once informed of her danger. That part of the physician's communication which referred to Peggy's danger Mr. Powell repeated to his wife, but the rest he kept to himself, at least as far as she was concerned, though perhaps not as regarded others. For one evening there came a timid rap upon the gate, and Nina, who had just come down from a visit to Peggy, and was leaning out of the sitting-room window, trying to catch a breath of fresh air, saw a slight girlish figure standing before it. Mrs. Powell was the only person in the lower part of the house at that moment, and she stepped out of the kitchen door and opened the gate. "Who are you, and what do you want?" she asked in her usual kind and pleasant tone. I heard that my mother was ill, dying perhaps," said a trembling, tearful voice, and I thought maybe you would be so kind as to let me come and take care of her. Or, if that was too much to ask, you'd permit me just to see her for a few moments." "So it is you!" exclaimed Mrs. Powell, recoiling and putting her hands up before her face as if to ward off something exceedingly offensive. "How dare you come here again? You who belong to the very offscouring and scum of society. You who have been already told that I will never permit my house to be again polluted by your vile presence. Begone instantly, or I will call the police." "Mrs. Powell," said the girl with deep humility, "I know that I am not a fit companion for you or any other woman who has not done anything to injure her good name. But I have repented, and the Lord has forgiven me, and I am trying my best to serve him now. Yet I don't expect forgiveness from you or the world. But could you not let me see my mother for 1/2 hour? My poor dying mother? No, never shall you cross my threshold, Margaret Slater. I have said it, and I will stand to it," was the cold, heartless reply. "Now will you step back and let me shut the gate, or shall I call the police?" "Mrs. Powell," sobbed the girl, "have you no feeling at all that you would deny me the comfort of a 1/2 hour with the mother that bore me, the only near relation I have left to love me? Oh, if you are so hard to me, how can you hope for mercy yourself at his hand, who has said, 'If he forgive not men their trespasses, neither will your Father forgive your trespasses'? Insolent wretch, how dare you institute a comparison between the few failings of my virtuous and Christian life and the dreadful wickedness of which you have been guilty?" cried Mrs. Powell with great indignation. "Step back instantly and let me shut the gate." The girl obeyed, and Nina could hear her bitter sobbing as she moved slowly down the alley in the direction of the larger street on which the house fronted. The child's heart swelled with anger toward her aunt, and with pity for the heartbroken girl, and with a sudden impulse she started up, stole softly down the stairs, through the hall, and out at the front door. She was just in time to hail Margaret as she passed. Stop a minute, I want to speak to you," she called in an undertone. "Oh," cried the poor girl eagerly, "has she relented at last, and will she let me see my poor mother?" "No," said Nina pityingly, "but I want to tell you how very sorry I feel for you, and that I'll carry a message to your mother if you will trust me. She is very sick, but sometimes she knows what we say to her, and I'll watch for one of those times and tell her what you say." "Oh, thank you, how very, very kind you are. Tell her I long to come and nurse her. Oh, it's hard to be kept from her when her life may depend on having good nursing. for that's often worth more than all the doctors can do. And oh, it's dreadful to know that it's all because of my sin that my poor mother must suffer, she exclaimed, wringing her hands in anguish. For a minute sobs choked her utterance, but controlling herself with an effort, she went on. But there's one thing, miss, that I feel even more anxious about than the saving of her life. My poor mother is not a Christian, and she thinks religion is all hypocrisy, because, excuse me for saying it, because those she's been thrown with that profess to be Christians haven't lived up to it, but have been hard and cruel, instead of kind and pitiful and forgiving, like the dear Lord Jesus. And I'd be glad if you'd tell her from me that she's not to judge of religion by them, for I've found those that are full of love and pity and don't feel themselves too good to help the fallen to rise. No, not even to speak kind, cheering, encouraging words to such as me. I'll tell her. But why should anybody think herself too good to speak to you? Oh, I can't tell you. You're too young and innocent, and I'm afraid I oughtn't to be talking to you now. I'm not fit to speak to the like of you, she answered hurriedly, moving away a little as she spoke. But I must say just one word more. Oh, couldn't you tell my mother about Jesus? She cried, clasping her hands together and speaking in tones tremulous with emotion. How he died to save sinners, even the very worst, and that he'll save her if she'll only let go of everything else and go to him just as she is, without waiting to make herself any better. She mustn't wait for that, for she can never do the work herself. But if she'll go right to him, he'll do it all for her. I don't know how much about him myself, said Nina, but I'll try to remember what you've been telling me and tell it to her. Thank you. But oh, I wish you knew and loved him too. Goodbye, little dear, and God bless you for your kindness. So saying, she turned and almost ran down the street, while Nina softly opened the door just far enough to slip in, shut it noiselessly behind her, and, hearing her aunt still moving about in the kitchen, crept cautiously up to the sitting room again. The poor child was very weary. So much work had been required of her, and she had been up and down stairs so many times that day, and indeed every day since Peggy had been taken with this sickness. For the poor old woman was much too ill to be left alone for any length of time, and except when Mr. Powell was in the house, there was no one but Nina to wait upon her. Mr. Powell had carried a cot bed into the sick room, and there Nina now lay at night, that she might be at hand if Peggy needed any attention. This had been done at the little girl's own suggestion, for her kind heart refused to leave even a servant to suffer when it was in her power to give relief. But overexertion during the day and disturbed rest at night were beginning to tell sensibly upon her, and tonight she felt scarcely adequate to the exertion of climbing the stairs to the third story. So she lingered till her aunt came up from the kitchen. "What are you doing here, Nina?" she asked sharply. "I thought I sent you up to go to bed half an hour ago." "Yes, Aunt Comfort, but I'm so tired, and it's so hot in the third story. It's just a little bit cooler here." "Go up to your bed this minute," commanded Mrs. Powell. "You are none too ready to rise betimes in the morning, and it's a wicked waste of time to be sitting here doing nothing when you need to be sleeping. Go." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 17. Watched. Nina, the child started up in bed asking, "What is it, Peggy? Do you want a drink again?" "No, but I want you to know what's going on in the house. I'm sure I heard doors open and shut, and it's the dead of night, ain't it?" "Yes," said Nina, listening. "I think I hear someone going downstairs, and hark, there's the front door. What a slam! Would robbers do that way?" "No, indeed, child," said Peggy with a low laugh that astonished Nina. So foreign to the old woman's character seemed anything approaching to mirth. No, indeed, she repeated with another slight chuckle. Them as comes to rob steals about the house as quiet as a cat. That must have been Thomas, Mr. Powell, I mean, a-goin' after the doctor or the nurse or both on them. She's took, and I'm glad on it, for who knows but he'll let my Margie come to me now, when he can do it unbeknownst to her. He's not half so hard as she is, and he'd be good enough to me if she'd only let him." "Why, Peggy, what do you mean?" asked the little girl in a tone of surprise. "Is Aunt Comfort sick, do you think? I didn't know she ever was." But Peggy only answered with a moan and a muttered request for water. Nina got out of bed and gave it to her, then crept back again and lay listening to her uncle's return, but fell asleep without having heard it. When she woke again, the sun was shining brightly, and she sprang up and dressed in haste, thinking she would get a severe scolding, if not something worse, for so oversleeping herself. Peggy was tossing restlessly from side to side on her pillow, looking wretchedly ill. "I hadn't the heart to wake you," she said, "but I've been a longing to have them shutters pulled to keep out the sun. It's so awful hot." "Yes, I'll shut them," said Nina, doing so as she spoke. "Now what shall I bring you for your breakfast, Peggy? I must hurry down to the kitchen. How Aunt Comfort will scold me for sleeping so long." "You'll not find her in the kitchen. I hope she's feeling as bad now as I be," groaned Peggy. "Just fetch me up a cup o' tea, dear. I couldn't take a mouthful or nothing else." Except a murmur of little voices coming from Mrs. Powell's room, the house seemed perfectly quiet as Nina ran lightly down the stairs. But on entering the kitchen she was greatly surprised to find a strange woman bending over the range, preparing toast and tea, as if she felt quite at home. "Good morning," she said in a cheerful tone, turning her head and showing a good-natured, sensible face as Nina came toward her. "You didn't expect to find me here, did you?" "No, certainly not," said the child with a light laugh. "How should I, when I didn't know there was such a person in all the world?" "Of course you couldn't, but I'm not the only stranger in the house. There's a little boy upstairs." "A little boy?" cried Nina, elevating her eyebrows. "What brought him here, and whose little boy is he?" "Your aunt's. Mrs. Powell's your aunt, isn't she? And a fine plump little fellow he is too, and he has a big voice of his own. There, don't you hear him now? What? Is it a baby? Yes. Are you glad or sorry? Glad, I believe, if I don't have to carry him about too much. I like little babies." The woman presently took her toast and tea upstairs, and Mr. Powell came down with Essie and Belle. "Your aunt's taken sick, Nina, and you and I'll have to turn cooks and get the breakfast, I suppose," he said laughingly. "Just have an eye on these children while I run to the market store and get what's needed. And don't be worried, my dear. I'll go for a girl after breakfast," he added cheerily, as he put on his hat and went out with a large basket on his arm. He came back shortly, bringing with him abundant material for such a bountiful meal as Nina had never before seen in that house, and while helping her to prepare it was so merry and jovial that she could not help thinking he was as glad as herself to escape for a time from his wife's surveillance. "Nina, can you keep a secret?" he asked in an undertone as they left the table. "Try me, uncle," she answered brightly. "Mamma used to say I could. Well then, I'm going for Peggy's daughter. I think she will come for her mother's sake and nurse her, and help you with the work. But I wouldn't have your aunt know it for the world, because she has a strong prejudice against the poor girl, and it would make her quite ill to know that she was in the house." "But how can we prevent it?" "Won't Essie tell her? Essie does not know Maggie, and she must come here under another name. And take care never to let Mrs. Powell see her face or hear her voice. I'll have to let Mrs. Mullen, the nurse, into the secret, but I can trust her to keep it." He went away and returned in less than an hour, bringing with him a young woman, neatly but very plainly dressed. She looked to be about 20, and her sweet fair face, touchingly sad and humble in its expression, won Nina's heart at the first glance. It was Peggy's daughter, and when she spoke, Nina recognized the voice, low, sweet, and mournful in its tones. "I am so glad to get a sight of your face, for I can never forget your kindness," were the first words. accompanied by an earnest, grateful, admiring gaze at the bright, beautiful, smiling countenance of the little girl as she admitted them, and then turned to look at the newcomer while Mr. Powell fastened the gate. "It was nothing," said Nina, taking her hand and pressing it cordially between her own. "And I'm so glad you've come, for your sake and your mother's too, and I'm glad to see how you look, for it was too dark that night to get even a glimpse of your face." "I'm glad you're pleased with each other," said Mr. Powell. "Nina, we are to call this woman Molly. She will take the heavy end of the work till we can find somebody else. I must run up to your aunt's room now for a moment and then hurry off to business." He ran up on tiptoe and finding his wife asleep, beckoned the nurse into the next room, explained matters to her, and received her promise that the new girl should, on no account, be called into Mrs. Powell's presence. Great was the joy of poor old Peggy when, on waking from a doze, she found her daughter standing by her side. The sight seemed to restore entirely her scattered senses. To both the joy was too great for words, and clasped in each other's arms they mingled their glad tears together. Margaret had raised her mother up, and laid the grey head upon her bosom, while she pressed loving kisses upon the pale wrinkled brow. "Mother, dear mother," she murmured at length, "thank God that He has answered my prayers, and opened a way for me to come and be your nurse. You shall get well now, if love and care can make you so." "I know it, my darling," gasped Peggy, "and the very sight o' you does me good like a medicine. But now lay me down, for I'm mighty weak." Margaret's presence seemed to do everyone good. There was something very soothing in her quiet, gentle manner, and even fretful little Belle yielded to its influence, ceased crying, and was so good that her mother asked if the child had been sent away from the house. Margaret was one of those who have the happy faculty of accomplishing a great deal without any hurry or confusion, noise or bustle. Everything went like clockwork under her management, as quietly and as steadily. Her mother's comfort was thoroughly cared for, the house kept in good order, the meals were well cooked and ready punctually to the minute, and yet Nina was no longer overworked. She did what she chose, and that was a good deal for a girl of her age. But nothing was required of her, and what she did was done willingly, and cheerfully too, now that there were no black looks to be encountered, and no scolding and fault-finding to be borne. Mr. Powell never scolded. He was only too glad to be rid of the sound of bitter words of upbraiding and reproof, for he was a dear lover of peace and quietness. And as for Margaret, she would sooner have expected a reproof from Nina than have thought of administering one to her. Her manner toward the little girl as well as toward everyone else seemed to say that she felt herself entirely unworthy to be their companion. She seldom spoke except when it was necessary, or when an answer to some question or remark seemed to be expected of her. Nina watched her closely, often wondering within herself what the poor girl could have done that her aunt thought so wicked, and as she watched and beheld day by day the lowly, consistent Christian walk, the quiet, unobtrusive effort to be and do what was pleasing in the sight of God, the conviction grew strong within her that, in spite of Mrs. Powell's self-righteous boasting, she was not in reality as good as the poor, despised, but humble and penitent Margaret, whom she so utterly condemned. "It's like the Pharisee and the Publican. Aunt Comfort is the Pharisee and Molly the Publican," was the child's silent comment. The only drawback to Nina's enjoyment of this interval of peace and quietness was that the care of the little ones, joined to the heat of the weather, which prevented her from taking them out, kept her too closely confined within doors. But at length a bright cool day succeeding a rainstorm enabled her to do so. They set off for a walk in high glee, Nina saying to herself that she would call for Diadema and ask her to go with them. The two had seen very little of each other since the beginning of the holidays, and had not met at all for nearly a fortnight, which seemed to be a very long time to Nina. "Oh," cried Essie as they turned the corner, "there's an old woman with a basket sitting on our steps. See, Nina, will mamma like it? Won't the old woman make the steps dirty?" "I guess not. She looks clean. But what does she sit there for?" "I don't know, dear, but I suppose she's tired and wants to rest herself." "Yes," said the woman, overhearing them, "and I've got the nice cakes and candies for the little ladies. See, dears, and you'll buy a few cents worth just for to help the old woman a bit." Won't she now? If I had a penny, I would, said Essie, looking longingly at the candy. I would love to help you, said Nina, standing still for a moment, but I have no money. Thank you for the will, Thin dear. And oh, but you're a purty creature. And is them ye sisters now? Them two little darlings? No, we're Essie and Belle Powell. And she's my cousin, Nina Clemmens, said Essie, answering the question which had been addressed to Nina. Nina, oh, but it's an odd name, said the woman, gazing with mingled curiosity and admiration into the bright face of the little girl. And is it the one ye got when ye was Christian sure? Or only what folks call ye for short? It is my full name, replied the little girl, shortly, for she thought the woman's curiosity slightly impertinent. Come, children, we mustn't stop here. And she walked on, leading Belle, while Essie skipped along before her. That'll be her, and no mistake, muttered the woman, nodding her head wisely as she looked after them. That'll be her, and now I'll keep watch on her. Well, she's a purty creature, she is, as ever I set eyes on. They were passing Mr. Tripp's store, and Nina looked in, expecting to see him behind the counter, and intending to ask if Diadema was at home. But to her surprise he was not to be seen, and Mrs. Tripp was waiting upon the only customer there, a poorly dressed woman for whom she was weighing out a pound of tea. Why, good morning, Mrs. Tripp. I didn't expect to see you here, said Nina, stepping in. Is Dee at home? Lass sakes, child, is it you? Cried Mrs. Tripp, with a pleased smile. Why, I haven't seen you for an age. Where have you been keeping yourself? No, Dee's not at home. She's gone down to Jersey to her aunt's. She's been gone nigh on a week, and won't be coming back for 2 or 3 more, I reckon. But aren't you going again, or is to home? No, thank you, ma'am. I'm taking the children a walk, and I wanted to get Dee to go along. She'd go in a minute if she was here, said Mrs. Tripp, as the customer gathered up her change and departed. But she's at her aunt's, as I said afore. Max, he took her down, and he come back this morning, and just see here the beautiful brocade he fetched me, right from my sister's garden. I kept it here on the counter, where I can see it while I tend store. For you see Mr. Tripp has took sick, and the boys is off on some errands their father wanted done. And Ori, she's a sight too proud and stuck up to be willing to stand behind the counter. And he don't care for flowers. And what's the use of shutting them up in the dark parlour? It would be a pity, I'm sure, said Nina. What beauties they are. Those verbenas are lovely, and remind me so of our garden at home in dear old Oakdale, she added with a sigh. Yes, dear, and shall you have a share of them? Said the ever-generous, warm-hearted Mrs. Tripp, making haste to separate several of the fragrant beauties from the bouquet and place them in the child's hand. There, don't say I'm robbing myself, for there's a plenty for us both. Oh, thank you. I do so love flowers, cried Nina, her eyes sparkling and her cheeks glowing with delight, as she received the gift and shared it with her little cousin, for Belle was begging for a pretty flower, and Essie looking at them with longing eyes. I hope Mr. Tripp is not very sick, Nina remarked in a tone of anxious inquiry, for she liked him almost as well as she did his wife. What is the matter? Well, he's pretty bad, but not dangerous, I hope, said the wife. He was took in the night right bad, and I wanted to send Colin for the doctor, but he said 'twasn't worthwhile. A little laudanum would bring him round, he thought, so I gave him a dose. But it didn't seem to do no good, and I sent round for the doctor the first thing after daylight, and he said it was cholera. Cholera infantum. I believe that was it. Cholera something, anyhow. Oh, here comes Ori. She'll know. Ori, was it cholera infantum the doctor called your pap's sickness? Why, no, mother. How you talk. He said cholera morbus. Oriana answered in a rather petulant tone. How you do get things mixed up. Father wants you now right away, and I've to stay and tend store till the boys come back. I declare it's too mean. I wish they'd hurry. They'll be along presently, and tha'n't likely anybody I'll be in that knows you, replied her mother soothingly as she hurried away. Nina lingered only a moment longer to leave a message for Diadema, then went out and continued her walk with the little ones. Mrs. Mullen answered her knock at the gate on their return. It was well I happened to be down here, or you might have knocked some time before you got in, she said. Where's that Molly now? Upstairs with Peggy, I suppose. Well, it's time she was down getting dinner. You'd better call her. I will, Essie dear. Take care of Belle till I come down again. Nina trod lightly as she neared Peggy's door, for she thought the poor old woman, who was still confined to bed, though she had been growing better ever since her daughter's coming, might have fallen asleep, and she did not want to disturb her. The door was opened to admit the air, and entering on tiptoe, the little girl found both Peggy and Margaret sleeping quietly, the old woman on her bed and her daughter leaning back in an armchair by the bedside. She had been reading to her mother, and afterwards to herself, and an open Bible lay in her lap. Her face looked calm and peaceful, and yet there was a mournful expression, and a tear trembled on her eyelash. And, glancing at the book, Nina saw that one had fallen upon its open page. She leaned over it and read, "And Jesus said unto her, Neither do I condemn thee. Go and sin no more." "She's been reading those words," said the child to herself, "and she's glad and sorry too. I see it in her face. Sorry she's been wicked, and glad that Jesus has forgiven her." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Roohi. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 18, Unsatisfied Curiosity. Mrs. Powell was fast recovering. She would soon be able to leave her room, and Margaret must go, and her place be filled by another, for Peggy, though long since out of danger, was now able to sit up most of the day, and even to crawl downstairs, was not yet by any means equal to taking up the old burdens of care and labour. Mrs. Powell was indignant that she had dared to be ill so long, causing so much trouble and expense. But it could not be helped. Mr. Powell was not willing to send her to the hospital, and she did not insist, because it might make a talk, if ever the neighbours found out the relationship. And perhaps it was as well that she did not, for Peggy would probably be fit for work again before a great while, and, not requiring very high wages, she suited them better than a stranger would, and besides, small as her remuneration had always been, they might make it still less until the doctors' and druggists' bills were paid. A new girl was found and duly installed. Margaret remained and superintended her operations for a day or two. Then, bidding a tearful farewell to her mother and the children, went away, and Nina saw her no more. The next day the monthly nurse was dismissed, and Mrs. Powell came downstairs and resumed her sway. The boys were recalled, and the family fell back into their old routine. Jane, the new girl, gradually giving up the duties of cook to assume those of chambermaid and child's nurse, as Peggy grew strong enough to begin work again. "Well, I never saw the like. No, I never did," cried Jane, coming into the kitchen where Peggy was at work, and she dropped into a chair and waited for the old woman to question her. But Peggy was not curious, and besides knew that the quickest way to learn any piece of news Jane might have to tell was to pretend perfect indifference in regard to it. So, merely uttering a slight inarticulate sound, she went on quietly with her dishwashing, as though she had not heard her companion's exclamation. Jane waited a moment, then remarked in a piqued tone, "You don't never seem to take no interest in nothing, Peggy. I never saw the like of you. No, I never did. But I suppose I may as well tell you first as last." Peggy smiled a grim smile of satisfaction at the success of her mode of treatment of her gossip-loving fellow-servant, and Jane went on. "The mistress has just done dressing the baby for his christening, which you know is to be today. And oh, the beautifulest clothes you ever did see. Why, they must have cost a power of money," she cried, lifting her hands and eyes. "I shouldn't have thought she'd ever have afforded the like of it, seeing he isn't the first by ever so many, and she's so economical and savin' in her ways." Peggy was really interested now. "Why, what are they like?" she asked with a look of surprise. Oh, the finest stuff you ever see, and all tiny tucks and splendid broidery and lace, and the sleeves of the little dress is looped up with the prettiest coral and gold armlets, and the little blanket that's to be wrapped round him is in a most like satin, so soft and fine, and covered with needlework, till you'd think it must have taken pounds of white sewing silk and a year of time to do it. "Nonsense, Jane, you must have been dreaming," said Peggy, in a tone of utter incredulity. "You'll never make me believe that Mrs. Powell would spend so much in any such folly." "No, indeed. Her money's always invested in a way to keep bringing something in." "Well, seeing is believing, they say," said Jane, "and I'll go and fetch the child down, and you may see for yourself." She did so, and was fully satisfied with the astonishment expressed in Peggy's face as she examined the little one's finery for herself. She had barely time to do so before Mrs. Powell's sharpest tone summoned Jane from the hall. "What are you doing with the child out there?" she asked wrathfully. "Bring him here this instant. It is time that we were half-way to the church." "Well," muttered Peggy, and Jane hastily obeyed. "All that there finery wasn't brought with her money, I'd take my oath on that, and I'd like to know where it all come from. I wish I'd had time just to look at the underside of them clasps, to see if there was any initials there to give a body an idea where they come from." Nina was not less surprised than the old servant woman, for, though not so capable of judging of the probable cost of her little cousin's christening robes, she could yet see that they were far more expensive than she would have expected her aunt to afford. Having gone in company with Essie and the boys to morning Sunday school, her first sight of the babe arrayed in his new finery was obtained in the church, and he was carried forward to receive the sacred rite. "Oh, Aunt Comfort," she cried, following Mrs. Powell into her room on their return, "how beautifully you dressed little Ned this morning. I saw Mrs. Townley and Mrs. Pomeroy look at him and then at each other, and Mrs. Pomeroy laughed and winked at Mrs. Townley, and she frowned and bit her lip as if she was very much provoked, and then they leaned over and whispered to each other. I don't see why they should, unless it vexed them to see him so much better dressed than their babies ever are, for he looked real sweet and behaved beautifully." "Don't come to me with such gossip, especially on the Sabbath, Nina," Mrs. Powell answered severely, though secretly hugging herself with delight at this proof of her success in her effort to excite those very feelings of envy in the breasts of her two most intimate friends, ladies who had hitherto been able to quite eclipse her in the richness of their own and their children's attire. "You should have been attending to the service, instead of thinking of finery and watching the conduct of your neighbours," she continued. "I should be surprised at such wickedness shown by a member of my family, but for the fact that you have never given me any reason to expect better things of you." "Well, Aunt Comfort, you know I'm not half so good as I ought to be," said the little girl, with a sort of mock humility, "for I never can help seeing what is going on right before my eyes, and those ladies sit just in front of our pew, and I'm sure I thought you put those beautiful things on your baby on purpose for people to look at." "Nina, your impertinence is perfectly insufferable," exclaimed Mrs. Powell in great displeasure. "How dare you suspect me of such unchristian, such worldly and wicked motives?" "I beg your pardon, Aunt Comfort, but I really didn't mean any harm," Nina answered serenely. "What a beautiful handkerchief this is that you wore round your neck this morning," she remarked, picking it up from the bed where Mrs. Powell had laid it a moment before on taking it off. "Let that alone," cried the latter, almost snatching it out of the child's hand, while a sudden paleness overspread her face. "But those are not your initials. I can't make them out, but I'm sure there's neither C or P there," said Nina, surprised at both that fact and her aunt's behaviour. "Why didn't you have marked it with your own name?" "You have entirely too much curiosity," replied Mrs. Powell, taking her babe from the nurse and beginning to strip him of his finery. "That handkerchief was given to me by a very dear friend who had had it for years." "Oh yes, and of course you value it all the more for having her initials on it," said Nina, as her aunt paused and coloured, slightly embarrassed for a moment by the consciousness that she was not telling the exact truth. She, however, recovered herself almost instantly. "You seem to be able to think of nothing but finery and folly today," she said sharply, as with an admiring exclamation Nina stooped to examine the coral and gold armlets that looped up the babe's sleeves. "You had better go and get your Bible or catechism. You are not wanted here at present, and might be more profitably employed elsewhere. Go." "You needn't order me away, Aunt Comfort. I'm always ready enough to go as soon as I know I'm not wanted." And hastily leaving the room, she went slowly downstairs and entered the dining room, where Peggy was setting the usual cold Sunday dinner on the table. "Where do you suppose all that finery came from?" Peggy asked, stepping to Nina's side and speaking in an undertone. "She says a friend gave her that beautiful fine handkerchief with the splendid lace on it, and I presume she bought the other things," replied the little girl, returning Peggy's keen, inquiring glance with some surprise. "No," said the old woman, shaking her head. "Nobody need tell me Comfort Powell would ever spend that much on finery for a baby or for anybody else. She couldn't spare the money that them things cost if she would, and she wouldn't if she could. No, I was a-thinking they might have been yourn when you were a little youngsters, some that your ma had put by and kept, maybe hoping she might have another some day, or to give to you when you should grow up, though I shouldn't have thought she could have afforded it either." "No, no," replied Nina decidedly. "I don't think it could be that, because I never saw them before. And if it had been as you think, Mamma would certainly have shown them to me. She had kept a few little things I'd worn when I was a baby, and she often showed them to me." "Well, it don't seem likely, but then where did Comfort Powell get 'em?" grunted Peggy, nodding her head in a meditative way as she went on with her work. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 19. Under Surveillance. Nina had been an inmate of Mr. Powell's family for about 3 years when he removed from Philadelphia in order to take the superintendence of a large cotton factory, which had been offered him at a very much more liberal salary than he had hitherto received. In most respects, the change was a pleasant one, especially to the children, who greatly enjoyed leaving the heat, dust, and turmoil of the city for green fields, meadows, and orchards, and thought Millcote, the new cottage home, with its vine-covered porch, flower garden, and fruit trees, a vast improvement upon the one they had left. Nina was decidedly of that opinion, yet sorely missed the sympathy and kindness of her city friends, the Tripps. She had no young companions here and no school, but studied at home and recited to her aunt, learning her lessons by the most determined and persevering improvement of every spare moment, for as she grew older, Mrs. Powell heaped more and more upon her, till by degrees she became child's nurse, housemaid, seamstress, and occasionally cook. Well, had the affectionate aunt redeemed her pledge that she would make it pay to have Nina there? At 15, at which time we will look in upon them again, the young girl had become exceedingly useful, doing more work, and that more satisfactorily, than any hired servant that could have been obtained, while, instead of paying her wages, Mrs. Powell was receiving from the trustees of the Oakdale property sums amply sufficient to pay her board and clothe her handsomely. Yet the child's wardrobe was allowed to become very scanty and shabby, and did she complain or ask for anything new, she was reproved for pride and love of dress, and coldly informed that what she had was good enough for her there in the country, and far better than she deserved. All this was very hard to bear, but Nina seldom allowed herself to get into a passion under a sense of injustice and cruelty, as in former days. She had gained a surprising power of self-control, and keenly enjoyed the consciousness that the air of cool indifference with which she now usually received her aunt's sharp rebukes was far more irritating to Mrs. Powell than her most furious fits of rage had ever been. Always beautiful as a child, Nina was yet more so in her fresh young girlhood, Form and features were cast in nature's most perfect mould. Her complexion was absolutely faultless, and every movement full of grace. Not the most unbecoming dress Mrs. Powell could contrive could hide it even from her own envious eyes, which was a sore trial to that paragon of perfection, especially when she perceived that a change was coming over Homer, and that he was beginning to steal admiring glances at the hated interloper. It was a beautiful evening early in June. Nina sat under a tree in the front yard with her lap full of flowers, which she was making into wreaths for the 3 younger children, Essie, Belle, and Ned, who were grouped about her, eagerly watching the skilful movements of her slender white fingers. Nina's hands would be white and shapely, in spite of all the work her kind aunt would heap upon her, and listening to a story she was telling for their entertainment. "What a pretty group," thought Homer, looking up from a book he was reading on the porch, "and how wonderfully beautiful Nina is. I can't see why my mother keeps her dress so shabbily. Any other girl would look horrid in that skimpy, faded calico, but nothing can spoil her face or figure." Mrs. Powell had just stepped into the doorway, and an angry flush rose to her brow as she noticed the direction of Homer's glance and how full of admiration it was. "You seem to be deeply interested in your book," she remarked in a tone of irony, not too agreeable to her son's ears. "I was," he said, colouring slightly, "till the voices of the children attracted my attention to that pretty group. Mother, you ought to buy Nina a new dress. I don't wonder she refused to go to church in that horrid thing. Why, it's hardly decent for her to wear at home." "Since when have you found it to be your place to teach your mother her duty?" asked Mrs. Powell in her severest tone. "I suppose the next thing will be to tell me I have done very wickedly to punish her for her obstinate refusal to accompany the rest of the family to the sanctuary. I think her refusal was very natural under the circumstances, and that a fortnight's confinement on bread and water was a severe punishment for the offence. She has grown pale and thin under it, and did not succumb at last, did she?" "No, she's a most depraved girl, obstinate as a mule, and utterly devoid of any appreciation of her religious privileges, or any gratitude for their possession," said his mother, compressing her lips, and directing a glance of intense aversion at Nina. "I would have conquered her if I had kept her 6 months in her room, but, as you know, circumstances interfered. Peggy broke down entirely, and Nina's services about the house became indispensable. As it is, I shall have to send for some assistance from the village." She crossed the porch, stepped upon the grass plot, and drawing near the group under the tree, addressed Nina in the freezing tone that seldom failed to rouse all that was evil in the young girl's nature. "You are spending your time profitably, as is seemly and fitting after a fortnight of idleness." A vivid colour rose on the pale cheek, and the brilliant black eyes flashed, as the answer came from the full red lips in tones as cold and calm as Mrs. Powell's own. "Enforced idleness is no crime, but that cannot be laid to my charge, since the wretched state of my wardrobe gave me full employment during my late seclusion." "Ever the same impertinent girl, Nina. I am often surprised that even my Christian forbearance has been so long able to endure your presence in my family, and the influence of your pernicious example upon my children. Thankful I am that the counter influence of my life and precepts has preserved them from contamination. But I did not come out here to wage a war of words with one so unworthy of even such notice from me. I want you to go down to the village and engage Mary Haggerty to come and assist with her ironing tomorrow." "Very well, madam, I will do so," Nina answered, tossing the flowers and the half-finished wreath into Essie's lap, and taking from the grass where she had thrown it on seating herself a coarse straw hat trimmed with faded ribbon. "Oh, mamma, mayn't we go too?" cried all 3 of the little ones in eager, coaxing tones. "No, you may not," was the curt rejoinder, as Mrs. Powell turned and retraced her steps to the house. Little Ned began to cry, and Nina waited a moment to caress and soothe him into good humour, promising to finish the interrupted story on her return if his mother would permit. Homer put his book into his pocket and was at her side as she reached the gate. "I'll go with you," he said condescendingly, feeling that he was conferring a great favour, and that Nina could hardly fail to appreciate the honour done her. For was he not a fascinating and handsome young gentleman, almost as well dressed as any dandy in the city, while Nina's toilette would hardly bear comparison with that of a respectable housemaid. "Even poor company, they say, is better than none," he added, with a self-complacent chuckle. "I don't think so," she answered coldly. "I should much prefer to go alone." He was holding the gate open for her, and she stepped past him as she spoke and moved on down the road. Homer was astounded. Could it really be possible that she did not desire his company? He could not believe it. This was sheer coquetry. It could be nothing else, and he hurried after her. She quickened her steps as she heard him following, but he exerted himself and presently overtook her. "You could not have meant it, Nina," he said as he gained her side. "You were afraid I was tired with my day's work and wished to spare me the fatigue of the walk. But I am not too tired to accompany you." "That is a pity," she answered with bitter irony, "since I have already told you I consider solitude far preferable to your company. Now, Nina, what's the use of putting on such airs with me, your own cousin?" he said pettishly. "What's the harm if we are fond of each other? I'm sure we ought to be, after living together for 5 years, years in which you have been so kind and sympathizing that no brother could be dearer." Her tone was more bitter and scornful than before. "Well, I don't deny that I didn't appreciate you properly at first," he answered with a slight blush, "but I do now, and you ought to let bygones be bygones. It is very unchristian to hold malice." "Then I shall do it," she cried with sudden energy. "I make no pretensions to Christianity, and never mean to. One such Christian as your mother is quite enough in one house, and now I wish you'd go away. If you know how I hate you, you'd not force your disagreeable company on me." "Very well, miss, the day may come when you'll repent of this," he replied, walking off in high dudgeon. Mary Haggerty was the old woman of the cake and apple basket whom Essie Powell had been so surprised to find one day seated on her mother's front steps. She had haunted the neighbourhood from that time, and shortly after the removal of the Powells to Millcote had appeared in that vicinity. Close by the factory was a hamlet formed by the small tenements occupied by the workmen and their families. Mary had got possession of a shanty on a common a little beyond this village, and now supported herself by boarding some of the millmen, taking in washing, or going out occasionally to do a day's work for Mrs. Powell or anyone else from whom she could obtain employment. When Nina came in sight of the charwoman's humble dwelling, her eyes were still sparkling, and her cheeks burning with the excitement of the passage at arms with her cousin. Mary's evening work was done, and she sat in her doorway smoking a pipe, taking it from her lips as Nina drew near, and rising to drop a curtsy. "Good evening, miss," she said. "Will ye be pleased to come in till me poor hut, and take a seat? I'm glad to see your purty face that day. And is it well ye are?" "Very well, thank you, Mary, but I cannot go in. I have hardly time, and it is so pleasant out of doors," said Nina, taking off her hat and using it as a fan to cool her flushed cheeks. "I came on an errand and must hurry home again. My aunt sent me to ask if you can come up and help us with the ironing tomorrow. Peggy's down again, not able to be out of bed, and there's more work than the rest of us can do." "Indeed, miss, and I should think so," rejoined Mary with warmth, looking up admiringly into the beautiful face. "For sure you're a born lady, as any fool can see with half an eye, and shouldn't be expected to work at all." Nina smiled. "My aunt is of quite a different opinion," she said, "for she is constantly telling me that work is just what I was made for. But can you come?" "Yes, miss, sure, and it's glad I am to get the job, and I'll be there by 7 o'clock the morn." Expressing her satisfaction with the answer, and bidding the old woman a kindly good evening, Nina turned and went on her way. "Och, thin! She's the purtiest creature that ever I see," muttered Mary Haggerty, gazing after the retreating form, "and as pleasant-spoken a lady as one would meet in a day's travel. It's plain to be seen she's no kin to that sharp-tongued woman she calls her aunt. And Who is she, and for what am I paid to keep sight of her? If the old witch makes her any harm, it's not Mary Haggerty that'll help her to do it." Nina lingered on her way homeward, for she felt weak and weary, and the summer evening air was very pleasant. Doubly so after having been forced to spend so many of those charming June days shut up within the walls of one small room. She avoided the village by taking a short cut across the fields, more to escape meeting Homer, who she suspected might be waiting for her there or about the factory, than to shorten the distance, for it necessitated the climbing of 2 or 3 fences, and took her over ploughed ground and through damp grass. If I were a fashionably dressed young lady, it would hardly do, but these short, scanty skirts, which Aunt Comfort thinks plenty good enough for me, can be easily taken care of," she said to herself with a bitter smile and a scornful downward glance at them, as she turned aside from the beaten track, gathering them up with care, lest they should become soiled by contact with the dust and damp. Nina was no longer the careless, heedless child that Mrs. Powell had brought from Oakdale. Bitter experience of numberless reproofs and many severe punishments had at length taught her the neatness and carefulness which her aunt esteemed above all other virtues. The fences were scaled and the fields crossed without damage to her clothing, and she had gained the road, still at some distance from home, when a voice called to her from behind. "Wait, Nina, wait a minute." And turning round, she saw her uncle hurrying towards her. "Don't you want company?" he asked with a smile. "Why, yes, when it is yours, Uncle Thomas," she answered brightly, for she liked him far better than she did his son. He had never treated her unkindly, or as if he felt himself more righteous than she, and, though taking little notice of her in his wife's presence, was chatty and quite friendly in his manner toward her whenever he found himself alone with her. She felt grateful for this kindness, and, but for her contempt for his weakness of character, would have had a filial affection for him. "I am really glad to see you out, my dear," he said, in a fatherly way. "It is always a pleasure to me to have you with us at the table, and whenever the family are gathered together. You have no idea how much I missed you while—" He paused, with an air of embarrassment, as he saw Nina's cheek flush, while she drew up her slight girlish form to his full height, and threw back her pretty head with an air of offended dignity. "I did not mean any unkindness, my dear," he said. "I don't always quite approve of Mrs. Powell's plans, measures, what shall I call them? Perhaps I ought, but I don't. And it was no fault of mine that you were treated just as you have been. I think you could have hindered it if you had chosen. A man ought to be master in his own home," replied Nina with a natural frankness. "Perhaps so, but I am a great lover of peace and quietness, and you must remember that you are her niece, not mine, though I think quite as much of you as it was the other way," he hastened to add, and she turned from him with a pained expression on her fair face. "You have been far kinder to me than she murmured, with a slight sigh. "Thank you," he said. "I'm afraid you have a hard life of it among us. But don't be offended or hurt, my child. I only say this for your own good. If you would try to put down pride and do as your aunt wishes, things would go a little easier for you, I am quite sure. If by that you mean I ought to be willing to go to church dressed like a beggar, I'll not do it, unless I'm dragged there by main force," she answered, with heightened colour and firmly compressed lips. In his heart he could not blame her, and it was a relief to him that at that moment his 3 younger children came running to meet him, laughing and shouting in noisy glee. Belle seized her father's hand, and Essie her cousin's, while little Ned edged himself in between, giving a hand to each. "Oh, father, I'm so glad you've brought Nina back," he said, "'cause she was telling us a story, and now she'll finish it. Won't you, Nina?" "Oh, yes, do, Nina," cried the others eagerly. "Your cousin's tired. Can't you wait till tomorrow?" said their father. No, we don't want to, and she isn't tired a bit. I know she isn't," cried Belle pettishly, while Ned looked up wistfully into Nina's face, and Essie caressed the hand she held, asking in tender, pitying tones, "Are you very tired, Nina, darling? I'm so sorry for you, and I'd rather wait till you're rested. Indeed I would." "But I wouldn't," said Belle. She can sit down while she tells it, and then it won't make her a bit more tired." "I'll go on with it as soon as we get to the house, if your mother will let me," said Nina, as Mr. Powell opened the gate and ushered them into the garden. "Don't worry yourself," he said kindly. "Children, you mustn't tease, but let your cousin talk, or be silent, as suits her." Nina was in truth very weary, but hers was one of those noble, unselfish natures that shrink at no sacrifices of personal ease, comfort, or interest for those they love. And the desire to give pleasure to Essie and Ned would have been sufficient incentive to far greater exertion than it cost her now to seat herself on the porch, and with Ned's curly head in her lap, and one of the little girls on each side, to resume the broken thread of her story. But she had scarcely done so when Mrs. Powell's harsh tones were heard ordering the children to bed, and commanding Nina to take them upstairs and put them there. "And don't be long about it," she added. 10 or 15 minutes ought to be ample time, and you have the clothes to gather in, and to sprinkle and fold, when you come down. You were gone a long while after Mary Haggerty. You must have loitered on the way, and you have not told me whether she's coming." "I forgot to. But no matter, she's to be here bright and early," replied Nina, marshalling the little ones upstairs as she spoke. "Don't answer me in that style, Nina," her aunt called after her in tones of stern rebuke. "Don't dare to tell me it is no matter, when you have so shamefully neglected your duty. I will not put up with it." Nina moved on without attempting a reply. She had become very indifferent to her aunt's incessant fault-finding and scolding, and usually let it pass as no more to be regarded than the idle whistling of the wind. "My dear, are you not a little hard on that child?" asked Mr. Powell in his meek, deprecatory tones. "Might it not be well to make some little allowance for the heedlessness of youth, and, in the matter of her dress, for the natural dread of being treated with contempt or ridicule on account of it?" Mrs. Powell answered only by a look which her spouse was careful not to see. "She's a beautiful creature," he went on, warming with his subject. "Such eyes, such hair, such a lovely complexion, faultless features, and graceful as a fawn in every movement, as strangers have more than once remarked in my hearing. Why, really, Comfort, I should think you take pride in dressing her up and showing her off." "I take pride in that girl!" exclaimed his wife in almost speechless indignation. "Mr. Powell, you astonish me. I hope I am too good a Christian ever to take pride in anything, least of all in that wicked, rebellious girl, the most hardened and depraved." "Oh, come now, wife, that is going too far, and reflecting discredit on yourself, since it is you who have had the entire control and management of her for the last 5 years," he said, interrupting her, but speaking in a soothing, conciliatory tone. "I have nothing to blame myself with. I have done my best to train her up in the way she should go, but I must own I have lamentably failed," she replied with pretended humility. "But since you were rude enough to interrupt me in the middle of my sentence, I shall say not another word on the subject, truly a most disagreeable one to me." Quietly and kindly the little ones were undressed and put to bed, and leaving them to their rest, Nina was about to go down to her aunt's further bidding, when a sound coming from the little black room occupied by Peggy attracted her attention. It was a sound of distress, a moan, a sigh, or sob. She could hardly tell which, but her kind heart was touched, and without an instant's hesitation she hastened on tiptoe to the bedside of the poor old creature. "What is it, Peggy?" she asked, bending over her. "Are you in pain?" "Oh, child, I'm a-weary of life," groaned the old woman, turning her grey head restlessly from side to side on her pillow. "For what have I left but toil and pain and trouble? I'd like to lay me down and sleep forever in the grave." "Oh, don't talk that way, Peggy," said Nina soothingly. "You must hope for better times." "No, no, child. Who should ever bring better times to me? I've seen my best days long ago," she answered with a sad shake of her head. "Maybe not, Peggy. At least I think there are some good ones in store for you yet," said Nina cheerfully, passing her hand softly over the snowy locks and wrinkled brow as she spoke. "I have a plan. Shall I tell you what it is?" "If you like, child. It's pleasant to listen to your sweet voice, let your words be what they will." "Ah, Peggy, Are you taking up the trade of a flatterer?" asked Nina with a low musical laugh. "You must have been learning of Mary Haggerty. But listen to my plan. It is that when I am 18 and can go back to Oakdale and take possession of my own dear little home, you shall go with me and stay there the rest of your days. And a nice easy time you shall have, doing just what you choose and not a bit more. And Kizzie and I will be kind to you, and your own Maggie shall come and live with us too, if she will." Peggy caught in hers the little white hand that was caressing her cheek and hair, and pressing it passionately to her withered lips, burst into tears and sobs. "God bless you, child. God in heaven bless you for them words," she cried. "You've the kindest heart in the world, and it's like a little glimpse of paradise to think of all you've been a-saying. But it's a long while to wait, and I'll reckon my old bones will be laid in the churchyard long afore that happy day comes round. Oh no, Peggy, you mustn't be downhearted, but try to keep up your spirits by looking forward to those better times. That's the way I do. I say to myself every day, you've only 3 years longer to wait, Nina, and then home and liberty to do exactly as you please. No more scoldings to put up with, and money enough to live comfortably and dress decently, for I'm sure the farm will make me that, with Kizzie to help me manage it, and my own hands to do their share." "Oh yes, child, I don't doubt it," said her listener. "I believe in my heart there's money enough a-coming in from it now to keep you like a lady if you had your rights, and the time will come when you'll get 'em, I hope. And so do keep on looking forward to the good days afore ye. It's the nature of the young to do that, but the nature of the old is to look back to the brightness that's all gone and will never come no more." The tone of the last few words was inexpressibly mournful, causing the tears to spring to Nina's eyes. But Mrs. Powell was calling from below in a voice that expressed so much anger and impatience at her delay that she dared linger no longer, but had only time to press her lips to the wrinkled cheek, whispering, "I'm so sorry for you, poor old Peggy," as she turned away and hurried down to the kitchen. "Do you mean to set my authority at defiance, Nina?" asked Mrs. Powell severely. "I had not thought of doing so at present, Aunt Comfort," replied the young girl indifferently, as she took up the clothes basket and went out. 2 hours later she crept up to her room so weary and toil-worn that, scarcely waiting to undress, she threw herself upon the bed and immediately fell into the deep, dreamless sleep of utter exhaustion. She had been up and at work since 4 o'clock that morning. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 20. Original Style of Courtship. Homer could not readily forgive or forget the rebuff he had received from Nina, and he thought best to punish it by an entire withdrawal for the time of all the little acts of condescending kindness which he had lavished upon her of late. He could not have pleased her better, and her supreme indifference to him and his attention piqued him not a little. She would pass him in hall or garden, or sit in the same room with him for hours without seeming even to be aware of his existence, while all the time she was looking so bewitchingly beautiful that he found it no easy matter to refrain from seeking to win a place in her heart. He fully intended to do so at some future period, and with his characteristic humility felt not the least doubt of ultimate success, while for the present he comforted himself with the idea that her apparent indifference was only assumed to hide her real feelings. But assumed or not, it was very provoking, and at length he could stand it no longer, and in order to its removal redoubled his former attentions. His was a peculiar method of courtship, not at all to Nina's taste, but whether she smiled or frowned at his trite remarks, kept her seat when he took another by her side, or rose and walked away, he was equally sure that she cared for him, and was flattered by his notice. while in truth she was weary to bear with it. "Nina, my dear," he said in his most condescending tone, coming into the kitchen, where she was washing up the supper dishes, doing a part of Peggy's work in order that the poor feeble old creature might go at once to rest after a hard day's labour. "Nina, my dear, tomorrow is Sunday, you know, and I have come to try if I can't persuade you to put away your sinful pride and accompany the rest of the family to church." "You may spare your breath," she answered coolly, "for I can assure you beforehand that your pious efforts will avail nothing in this case." "Hush, hush, you must not talk so. I will not allow it, for though dreadfully proud and obstinate, you are not half so bad as you would persuade me to believe." "I don't care a pin what you believe, and the only thing I would like to persuade you to do is to go away and let me alone," she answered, with an impatient, half-indignant gesture, as she hastily eluded the hand he would have laid upon her shoulder. "Now, don't be a prude, Nina," he said, pettishly, replying to the movement more than to the words. "Aren't we cousins? And where's the harm of my touching you, I'd like to know? You are too good, too holy, and might be polluted by contact with so depraved a creature as I," she answered with bitter agony. "I do not fear it," he said complacently, taking her words in their literal meaning. "For though we are told that evil communications corrupt good manners, yet we are also told to do good as we have opportunity. And I am sure I could not be about a better work than trying to cure you of that wicked pride of yours. It is very wicked, Nina, and you should strive and pray against it. Do try and give it up, for pride goeth before destruction, and an haughty spirit before a fall. And how could I bear to see those things come upon you?" "You needn't trouble yourself," she said, drawing herself up to her full height, and flashing a scornful look at him. "I don't think I'm in more danger than some of my nearest neighbours." "Now, Nina, that's not right. You shouldn't get angry because I'm trying in my humble way to do you good, nor by comparing yourself with our neighbours, who have never to my knowledge shown any evidence of such pride as yours. Come, promise me that you will go to church tomorrow. Your dress is at least clean and whole, and if it is old and faded, you know that in spite of that, you look better a great deal than any girl there." He paused for an answer, but receiving none, went on. "I think myself that you ought to have a new dress, and I've been trying to persuade my mother so. But she says she cannot conscientiously buy you one till you humble your pride sufficiently to attend church once in the one you have. But if you will do that tomorrow, I am to purchase a new dress for you when I go to town next Monday or Tuesday. What do you say? That I will never go to church in either of the old faded calicoes, which are the only dresses I possess now, and that I want no new one of your selection, or obtained by means of your intercession. There, Homer, I hope you're satisfied now that she's quite as irreclaimably wicked and ungrateful as I have represented her," said Mrs. Powell, walking in upon them from the sitting-room, where she had sat listening to the conversation, unsuspected by one at least of the speakers. "Nina," she continued with increasing severity, "God resisteth the proud, and giveth grace to the humble. You must be very hateful in his sight, and if you don't repent, he will punish you with everlasting destruction. Pride goeth before destruction, as Homer in his Christian effort to do you good has already quoted to you." The fair face flushed, and the beautiful eyes flashed with scorn, anger, and contempt. And had Nina yielded to the impulse of the moment, she would have flung the dish in her hand at her aunt's head. But by a mighty effort she controlled herself, and turning silently away, went on with her work as if she had not heard the cruel words. "Hardened creature," muttered Mrs. Powell, going back to her sewing, followed by her son. "Well, Nina, still obstinate?" inquired Homer, coming to her side the next morning as she stooped to tie Belle's hat and give little Ned a parting kiss. They were on the porch waiting for their mother to come down, and the carriage with Mr. Powell on the front seat stood at the gate ready to convey the family party to church. Receiving no reply, a slight shade of annoyance on the fair face alone giving token that his words were heard, Homer repeated his query. "Put your question in another shape, and I may possibly answer it," she said shortly. "Will you go with us to church?" "No." The tone was decided. almost defiant. He sighed deeply over her depravity. Humility is a beautiful thing, especially in woman, Nina. Be clothed with humility. It is a beautiful garment, and if you had it, you would care but little for outward adornments. You would feel that the neat, clean dress you have on was even better than your deserts, and quite good enough for a sinful mortal like you to wear in the sanctuary, where thoughts of dress should never be permitted to intrude. Perfectly true, my son. You do credit to your mother's training, which is much more than I can say of some others, remarked Mrs. Powell, rustling out in a rich black silk. Nina, we are told that by humility and the fear of the Lord our riches and honor and life. Will you show yours by putting on your hat and accompanying us to church? Yes, ma'am, on one condition. Homer rubbed his hands together and darted a triumphant glance at his mother, which said as plainly as words could speak, "See what my influence has accomplished." She affected not to see it, but addressing her niece in her coldest tones, asked what the condition might be, adding, "If it is anything reasonable, it shall be granted, though I cannot concede and must not be understood as conceding that you have any right to demand conditions of me." "It is no matter," replied Nina indifferently, "for I prefer remaining at home. But to please you and to show that my pride has not yet attained quite the height you imagine, I will go in this dress if you will wear the one you have just taken off. It is much more genteel in appearance than mine, for it is neither old nor faded, and the skirt is full and long, while mine is very scant and so short that it is hardly decent." A withering look was Mrs. Powell's only answer, though she muttered between her shut teeth as she swept down the garden path, "Perfectly incorrigible, and the most impudent hussy alive." Homer followed her quite crestfallen, while Nina looked after them with a bitter smile, then turned away with a heavy sigh and a low yearning cry. "Oh, mamma, mamma, if you had only lived! I am growing as hard as a rock, and should have been turned to stone before this, if I had not had my darling Essie and little Ned to love." Homer followed her after dinner to an arbour in the garden, whither she had gone with a book, hoping to secure an hour's quiet reading, the morning having been spent in sleeping off the fatigues of the week's incessant toil. She had just established herself comfortably and opened her book when, to her great disgust and annoyance, he stepped in, and seating himself quite opposite to her, began, "I am extremely sorry that you missed Mr. Turner's sermon this morning, Nina. The text was from the 4th verse of the 10th Psalm. 'The wicked, through the pride of his countenance, will not seek after God.'" Mother and I exchanged glances as it was announced, both of us being struck with the thought how exactly it applied to you. And then the sermon, from the beginning to the end, was quite as applicable. "I could not help thinking of you all the time Mr. Turner was preaching, and wishing you were there to hear and be benefited." "You are very kind, and much too charitable for your own good," she answered sarcastically, while her cheek flushed and her eyes sparkled with indignation. "How so? I do not understand. You have given the sermon all to me, and kept none for yourself." "Oh, it did not apply to me, for whatever my faults may be, and doubtless I have some in common with the rest of mankind, I flatter myself that pride is not one of them." "Oh, at some power the gift he gie us," murmured Nina, turning away her face. "Nina, I want to convince you of your wickedness and lead you to reform, and I have been at considerable pains to hunt out some texts of Scripture to suit your case," he went on with the air of lofty condescension, drawing a slip of paper from his pocket and flourishing it before her as he spoke. "You may keep them for yourself," she said, springing to her feet and looking down at him with burning cheeks and flashing eyes, while words of passionate indignation poured in a torrent from her quivering lips. "I do not want them. I will not have them. If I had lived with some people, such people as Mr. and Mrs. Tripp, good and kind and humble, more ready to see their own faults than those of others, I might have learned to love the Bible, and perhaps to want to be a Christian myself. But you and your mother have taught me to hate it and to loathe Christianity. You think it well to fling your texts at me on all occasions. It makes you feel yourself so good, so much better than poor sinful me. But the devil can quote Scripture, remember, and so doubtless can his children." She turned from him and was gone before he could so far recover from his astonishment as to utter a word of reply. Yet so great were his egotism and self-conceit that he failed to notice her insinuation. Mad as a March hare. I believe she'd have liked to knock me down, he muttered, as he stooped to pick up Nina's book, which she had dropped on the ground and forgotten in her haste and indignation. But how beautiful she looked in her rage. How can my mother be so blind as to call her tolerably good-looking? Hullo! What's this? A novel, I declare. I might get you into a fine mess, my pretty tigress. What would mother say if I should carry this to her? Nothing but the Bible is to be read on Sunday according to her orders, and novels are forbidden even on weekdays. He stepped to the door of the arbour, looking stealthily this way and that, satisfied that no one was near. He stretched himself at full length on a seat and, opening the forbidden book, glanced listlessly over a page or two. Then, becoming interested, read rapidly and eagerly till the supper bell summoned him to the house. He started up then with a guilty look, hastily thrust the book into his pocket, and presently appeared at the table with as sanctimonious a countenance as if he had been engaged in fasting and prayer. He thought Nina looked troubled, and that he understood the cause. Now then, I will show her how I can return good for evil. The unmeasured abuse she poured upon me this afternoon, he said to himself, and that will lay her under obligations to me. Of course she's trembling with apprehension at the thought of my mother's anger when she learns the secret of the novel. He watched all the evening for a favourable opportunity, but none offered till the family separated for the night, when, going to Nina's door, he tapped lightly upon it, more than half afraid of being overheard by his mother. "What do you want now, Homer?" Nina asked ungraciously, as, opening the door in answer to his knock, she found him standing upon the threshold. "Here is your book which you left on the floor of the summer-house," he replied, offering it to her. "Come now, own that you are obliged to me for bringing it here instead of carrying it to my mother, and thus showing her how well you obey her rules." "I am not. It is hers and not mine," she answered coldly. "I found it among some rubbish which she ordered me to clear out of the closet in her room the other day, and I have not read it, nor do I wish to do so. I merely glanced over it and perceived that it was too trashy for my taste. I advise you to return it to her as the best thing you can do with it now." She had shut the door in his face, and he heard the key turn in the lock, before he had recovered his astonishment at her unexpected rejection of his proffered kindness. And with a muttered "Confound it, she's always one too many for me," he hurried to his own room and threw the book in his trunk, which he locked, putting the key into his pocket. He walked to the window and looked out, half whistled, checked himself suddenly, and with another muttered "Confound it, how am I to get around her?" the high-tempered beast stuck his hands into his pockets, dropped his head upon his breast, and began pacing slowly to and fro across the floor. "Ah, I have it at last. She can't resist that, I'm sure," he exclaimed at last, and, ceasing his walk, hastily prepared himself for bed. He came down the next morning, carpet-bag in hand, hurried through his breakfast, and hastened away, saying he must be off for the city by the early train. He returned just as the family were sitting down to supper, coming in flushed and heated with his day's tramp over the city, and regarding Nina with a gleam of triumph in his eye, which she failed to see only because she did not look at him. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 21, Overwhelmed. Mrs. Powell put her children to bed herself that night, leaving Nina to finish a piece of sewing which had engaged her own attention through the day. The weather was excessively warm, and Nina, lighting a lamp and carrying it into the sitting room, sat down to her task with a weary sigh and a longing look through the open window into the garden, where the leaves of the trees and shrubs were gently rustling and the flowers nodding in the pleasant evening breeze as daylight slowly faded into night. Mr. Powell and Homer were promenading the porch, talking over various matters connected with their business affairs, and Peggy, worn out with the day's toil, had gone to bed. Nina was very weary too, but her time of rest had not yet come. There was at least an hour's work still to be done upon the garment in her hands, and her aunt had said it must be finished that night. So she sat patiently plying her needle, her thoughts busy with the past and the future, the dear past of more than 5 years ago, when love watched over her with tenderest solicitude, and life seemed one long sunshiny day, and the future of 3 years hence that looked so bright in her youthful hopes, when she should be the glad mistress of herself and the dear old home. So deeply absorbed was she that she started slightly with surprise as Homer's voice spoke close at her side, asking, "Why do you sit toiling here with that everlasting sewing, when everybody else has given up work for the day, or night rather?" For she had taken no notice of his movements, had not been aware of the cessation of the talk going on in the porch, and had heard neither his approach nor the sound of his father's footsteps as he passed up the stairs on his way to bed. "Because your lady mother has decreed that this garment be completed before I rest," she answered in a cold, quiet tone, going on steadily with her work. "Oh, sure, put it away. I'm sure you've done enough for tonight," he said, attempting to take it from her. But she resisted. "No, I must finish it tonight, or have a battle with your mother, and I'm weary of contention." "Sure, put it down," he exclaimed impatiently. "I want to talk to you, and I will make it all right with her." "I have no wish to listen," she answered with a slight curl of the lip, "and would much prefer that someone else should be the fortunate recipient of your wise counsels and admonitions." "You mistake. I have no desire to reprove or exhort you, but have something quite different to say. Oh, Nina, how beautiful you are! You don't need dress or ornaments to make you handsome, but for all that I would like to see you attired like a queen. Look here, is this not pretty enough for even you to wear to church?" He reached for a package, which he had laid on a chair near at hand, and hastily undoing it, held up before her a pretty blue barège. "I bought it for you," he said exultingly. "I got what the woman said would be a full dress pattern, and I'm sure it will be very genteel and becoming." "Thank you," she replied, hardly glancing at it. "But I cannot imagine how one so prudent and saving as you have always been hitherto could throw away his money so foolishly. I told you the other day that I would never wear a dress selected by you, or that came to me through your instrumentality. So, of course, its being your gift makes it still more impossible for me to accept it." "I can't see why," he said with a mortified air, as he restored it to its wrappings and laid it aside. "But I have something else I'm sure you'll like, and that I am determined you shall not decline." He took her hand and hastily slipped a ring on her finger, saying, "Now own that this pleases you. It is of the very best California gold, and costs something, I can assure you. I wouldn't have spent as much for anybody else, no, not even my mother." He knew that Nina had a fondness for jewellery, a fondness which his mother had often in his hearing condemned as very wicked, and which she had done her best to repress by withholding from the young girl the watch and chain, the brooch and wedding ring, rightfully hers, because bequeathed to her by her adopted mother, and also by forbidding her to wear a locket given to her by Mr. Clemmens before his death, and knowing this, he had confidently calculated upon a joyful acceptance of this gift, and an immediate and entire surrender of her best affections into his keeping. It was therefore with extreme surprise and chagrin that he saw her coldly take it from her finger and lay it on the table, saying in a quiet tone as she resumed her sewing, "It is very pretty, no doubt, but I could not take such gifts from you or from any young man unless—" The colour deepened on her cheek, and she hesitated for an instant, then added steadily, "unless I were engaged to him." "Oh, is that all?" he cried eagerly. "Then you need not hesitate to take it, for we will be engaged at once, no matter if we are cousins. Though many persons make that an objection, I don't care for it at all, and you shall now promise to be my little wife one of these days, when we are both old enough to think of marrying, and I have money enough for us to live upon." He paused in astonishment at the effect of his words upon Nina. Springing to her feet, letting her work fall on the floor, and hastily withdrawing the hand he had seized, she drew herself up to her full height, and regarding him with flashing eyes and scornfully curling lip, crimson tide rushed over her whole face and neck. "You," she cried, "you, Homer Powell, to talk to me in this way, you who have always treated me so superciliously, regarding me much as the Pharisee did the Republican. You to suppose that I could forget it all, and from hating and loathing you, as I do and always have, from the very bottom of my heart, could turn in a moment to loving you? Now, Nina, be reasonable, and don't go on raking up old scores in that very unchristian way, he said persuasively, as she paused an instant for want of breath. I own I was not kind in the first years of our acquaintance, but surely you cannot say that I have not been of late. Why, I have spent a whole month's salary on you today. No, she cried, interrupting him in her impetuous way. It was not for me, but for yourself that your money was spent. You thought to buy my affections with your paltry gifts. You set so low a value upon my love that you thought it could be purchased. My love would be freely given to a noble, generous heart that loved me first, but that millions would not buy for such an one as you. Do you despise me, Nina? He asked wrathfully, trembling and growing white with passion, as he stepped menacingly toward her. I do, she cried, waving him off. I do. I always did, and I always shall. No, you shall not, he exclaimed, folding his arms and gazing at her, with an expression in which anger, admiration of her exquisite beauty, and the passion of love were strangely blended. I shall make you love me, Nina Clemmens. I have said it, and I'll do it. No man of iron will, such as mine, ever yet failed to win the woman he wanted, and no more will I. I tell you the day shall come when you shall listen with delight to the suit you reject so scornfully now, or— No, Homer, that suit must not be renewed. That girl is no fit mate for you, or for any man of respectable family, said Mrs. Powell's voice in tones which trembled with suppressed rage. She had entered the room unperceived by either her son or Nina, and both started with surprise and annoyance as they were made aware of her presence. I am deeply mortified that a son of mine should have so lowered himself, she continued, with a malignant glance at Nina, and that you should have had the audacity to reject him. What do you mean, madam? I have a right to demand an explanation of such words, cried Nina, growing pale and red by turns. What do you mean by saying that I, your own sister's child, am not a fit mate for your son, or for any man of respectable family? It will not require many minutes to explain the matter to your entire satisfaction, and Homer's also, I imagine, replied Mrs. Powell with cruel scorn. But I must correct an error of yours. You are not the child of my sister. Nina turned deathly pale and caught at the back of a chair for support, while her burning eyes were fixed on the face of her tormentor with a half-incredulous, astonished look, mingled with wild terror and anguish. Her own child, the only one she ever had, Mrs. Powell went on, just breathed, and died scarcely an hour old, and you were a waif adopted in its place, a little outcast without name or connection. I don't believe it, cried Nina passionately. I'll never believe it. Mamma always said I was her own child, her own darling child, and she loved me as only a mother could. It is not true. I know it is not, could not be true. You have always been cruel to me, Aunt Comfort, but this is worse than all you ever did before. The small white hands were tightly clenched upon the chair back. Her bosom heaved with sobs, and bitter scalding tears chased each other fast down the burning cheeks. Even Homer's heart was touched, and moving a step nearer, he said soothingly, Don't, Nina, don't take it so hard. My mother is only jesting, I am sure. Mother, tell her you were only in sport. Do I look as if I was? She asked with cold severity. Do I ever speak anything but the truth? No, you know I do not. And yet you can stand calmly by and hear me insulted by having my word called in question, my most positive assertions declared to be downright falsehoods. I never meant to insult you or accuse you of falsehood, Aunt Comfort, sobbed the poor child. But you needn't Aunt Comfort me any more. I've borne the disgrace of being considered of your kith and kin quite long enough, said Mrs. Powell tartly, retreating a step or two and gathering her skirts more closely about her, as if she feared contamination, and at the same time casting a look of withering scorn and contempt upon the agitated girl. "Be sure the offence shall not be repeated," replied Nina, drawing herself up proudly and returning scorn for scorn, but only for an instant. An expression of acute pain crossed her features, and clasping her hands convulsively together, she sank down upon the nearest seat, asking with pale, quivering lips, "How and where did you learn all this, Mrs. Powell? And why have I been so long kept in ignorance of facts so important to me? If indeed they are facts, for oh, how can I believe that I am not the child of that darling mother?" She could go no further, but buried her face in her hands while the tears trickled through her slender fingers, and bitter choking sobs shook her whole frame. "Impudent, ungrateful wretch, do you still dare to insult me with doubts of my veracity?" asked Mrs. Powell, in freezing tones. "If I were not a model of Christian forbearance, I should order you out of my house this instant. But so far from that, I shall even stoop to give you the proof you so insolently demand. My departed sister, Mrs. Clemmens, whom, by the way, I must request you never again to speak of as your mother, revealed to me on her deathbed the fact that you were a foundling, left an infant of about a week old at her door by some unknown person, on the very day that her own infant was born and died, and that she and her husband adopted you in its place, exacting a promise from the physician, Dr. Blake, Mrs. Croft, and Kezia Atkins, the only persons beside themselves and the unknown person who deposited you on the doorstep, aware of the fact that you were not theirs, that they would keep the secret, letting you and everyone else believe you to be their only child. A piece of deceit for which I must say I think my sister was greatly to be blamed." "Hush!" cried Nina, starting to her feet with the hot, angry blood mounting to her very hair. "I will not hear anything against the dead. The dead who was so kind, so dear to me," she ended with a burst of passionate weeping, sinking upon her seat again and hiding her face in her hands. "Be quiet, girl," said Mrs. Powell sternly. "I had more right than you in her of whom I speak. She told me the facts I have been relating to you, and, in proof of them, showed me a note that was found pinned to the blanket that you were wrapped in. Where is it? Let me see it," cried Nina, starting up in intense excitement. "You shall," said Mrs. Powell, leaving the room. It was scarcely 5 minutes ere she returned, though the time had seemed much longer to the two she had left behind, Nina crouching in the corner of the sofa in an attitude of utter wretchedness and despair, and Homer leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets, a position he had taken some moments before, and still retained, now and then casting a furtive glance at his companion, who on her part seemed entirely unconscious of his presence. "Here is the precious document which, that you may be convinced of your guilt in daring to doubt my veracity, you may read for yourself," said Mrs. Powell, returning with a slip of paper in her hand, which she spread upon the table, where the rays of the lamp fell upon it, and motioning to Nina to come forward. The young girl rose instantly and tottered to the table. Dashing away the blinding tears, she bent eagerly over the paper. Anguish was written in every line of the fair face, but a gleam of joy shot athwart it as her eye lighted on the words. "It is not the child of poverty or of shame, the parents having been lawfully married," and pointing to them, while at the same time she fixed her glittering eyes upon Mrs. Powell's face. "It is not so bad after all," she said. "How could you say what you did about my respectability?" "So you believe that, do you?" sneered the cold-hearted woman. "I trow you will find others that will. Lies can be as easily written as spoken. And pray, what other motive could a mother have for parting with her child? What but to hide her own shame and disgrace? No, I have not the smallest doubt but that you are no, I will not say the word, but the child of honest parents, be they never so poor, never so low in the scale of society, because of mere poverty and want of education and refinement, they look down on you with scorn and contempt. And you have dared to reject my son, you whose father was no better than he should have been, and whose mother was not an honest woman, not worthy the name of woman at all, but a thing to be pointed at, and driven out of all decent society." "Hush!" cried Nina, almost beside herself. "How dare you talk so to me? I will not hear it. My mother could never have been such a creature. No, never, never." "You cannot prove that she was not, and I positively assert that she was. I have never had a doubt of it since I saw this paper and heard my sister's story, and I have always felt that my house was polluted by your presence. Yet, in spite of that trying consciousness and the base ingratitude of your conduct since the first hour of our acquaintance, I have kept you here all these years, and, with truly Christian forbearance and disinterestedness, have acted a mother's part by you, and that only to be rewarded by complaints because I don't choose to waste my substance in dressing you like a lady, in finery most unsuitable to one of your birth and station, and of late by acts of the most outrageous insubordination. A mother's part, wasting your substance in dressing me, repeated Nina in unfeigned surprise and indignant contempt. Has my board or clothing ever cost you a cent? Have you not drawn upon the estate my dear adopted parents bequeathed me? For every penny you have spent upon my food or clothes, very few they have been too, for as you well know, I have not had a single new dress since I came to you, the poorest of what mamma left, and some of your cast-off ones made over for me, being all that have been added to my wardrobe, while all the time I have been made to work for you and yours, yes, like the veriest slave, since we came here. Hear her, cried Mrs. Powell with a mocking laugh, as if she has not come between me and my lawful inheritance. All right-thinking people agree that blood relations have the first claim to property, and if my sister could have known my sweet children and realized how much the property would be needed by them, I am sure she would not have left it to you. No doubt if, as so many believe, the spirits of our departed friends are cognizant of our affairs, she now deeply regrets having done so. And if I were you, I would scorn to lay my claim to money and land that rightfully belonged to other people. I do. I'll never touch a penny of it, cried the half-distracted girl. You have robbed me of more precious things than money can buy, and you may take it too, wicked, cruel, heartless woman that you are, false to the dead, and cruel as death to the living. She rushed frantically from the room and flew up the stairs to her own, never pausing, scarcely drawing breath, till she had locked the door behind her, and flung herself on the floor in an agony of grief, indignation, and despair. Mother and son looked at each other, the one face expressing gratified malice without a spark of womanly sympathy for the anguish she had caused in the breath of the beautiful and innocent young creature who had just left them, the other wearing a half-pitiful, half-bewildered look. He was the first to speak. You were hard on her, I think. She has scarcely deserved such severity, he said. You will do well thus to judge and condemn your mother, she replied with cutting irony, especially considering that it was a desire to avenge her insulting treatment of you that led me to make the disclosure I have, and which I had not meant to make so soon. And she is really not my cousin after all, and you have known it all this time? It seems so strange and has come upon me so suddenly that I feel almost stunned, he said, sitting down and leaning his head upon his hand. It is time to shut up the house and retire, said his mother, rising and moving toward the windows. Come, I want your help. He gave it in silence. What do you suppose she'll do? He asked, pausing at the foot of the stairs as they were about to ascend. Do? Cry herself to sleep and come down tomorrow morning as proud, ungovernable, and insolent as ever. I don't know, he answered with a doubtful shake of the head. I don't understand girls, but she looked terribly cut up, and if she were a boy, and as spirited as she is, she'd run away before morning and never face us again if she could help herself. No danger of that, said his mother, mounting the stairs, while he followed in silence. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha FINLEY. Chapter 22. A Homeless Wanderer. Meanwhile, a dreadful, furious tempest was raging in Nina's breast. Fierce anger and hatred towards Mrs. Powell. Bitter grief that she could no longer believe herself the child of those who had been to her the dearest and tenderest of parents, and whose memory was still enshrined in her very heart of hearts, had a keen sense of deepest humiliation at the thought of what her parentage probably was, or at best would be supposed to be, by a harshly judging world. All these took possession of her by turns, till her poor brain was in a twirl. She could not think or reason, could only feel that a terrible blow had fallen upon her, crushing out all that was bright in the future, that a crisis had arrived when she must do something, she scarcely knew what. But there was a vague consciousness that she must fly from her present home, that she would not face Mrs. Powell or her son again. For more than an hour she had lain prone upon the floor, wrestling with this terrible anguish, this bitter grief and despair, ere she was able to form anything like a plan for the future. But at last her thoughts began to arrange themselves and to take shape and form. "I'll go away," she said. "They shall never, never see me again. I'll no longer pollute this house by my hated presence." But where should she go, so young and helpless, without money and without friends, without even a name? For all of these Mrs. Powell had robbed her. She could not go back to Oakdale. She had no claim now upon the dear home of her childhood, and probably every one there had so far forgotten her as to feel no longer any interest in her, for she had heard that Mrs. Croft was dead, and that Kizzie had gone away. And besides, how could she undertake so long a journey alone and on foot? The only way that in her penniless condition seemed open to her. Alas, how friendless she was, with no earthly comforter or consoler to turn to in this her sore extremity, and knowing nothing of Him who is the friend and helper of all the poor and oppressed. She had never felt more keenly than at this moment the loss of her whom she had so fondly called Mamma, and now there was an added bitterness in her cup of grief. The tie that bound them so closely together had been that of affection only, for she could not doubt the truth of Mrs. Powell's story, knowing that, with all her faults, she was yet incapable of fabricating such a tale. But with this new bitterness came another thought. Her mother, her own mother, might be still living, and oh, might it not be possible that she could find her? She could not believe she, the mother that bore her, could be what Mrs. Powell had so cruelly asserted. No, it was impossible. It was some other than a mother's hand that had laid the helpless infant at a stranger's door, some cruel wretch that had stolen her, and perhaps the gentle, tender mother still mourned her loss with almost breaking heart. Nina started up at the thought. "I will find her," she cried. "I will search all over the world till I find her, if she is living." Alas, that doubt, that fear! How it rushed back upon her, almost extinguishing the sweet new-born hope. And where and how could she begin her search? She thought of the fatal paper with which Mrs. Powell had confirmed her story. Perhaps it might furnish a clue. She had given it but a hasty examination. She would go down and look for it, hoping that a closer scrutiny might elicit something more than she had noticed in the first perusal. She rose up hastily, softly unlocked her door, and stealing noiselessly down to the sitting-room, felt about for it under the table, all around on the carpet and the chairs, thinking a puff of wind might have sent it off the table. But not succeeding, she groped her way to the kitchen, found and lighted a lamp, and, coming back, renewed her search. All in vain. Mrs. Powell had evidently taken possession of it again, and with a heavy sigh, Nina sat down and leaned her head upon her hand in troubled, anxious thought. A sudden recollection came to her. That black-robed, dark-featured woman who had accosted her in the street the first summer of her sojourn in Philadelphia had shown a singular interest in her. Might it not be that she knew all, and more than Mrs. Powell had learned from her sister, that she could tell her of her parentage if she would? Like a dream it seemed to her that same dark woman had come to her once, twice before, when, a very little child, she was at play in the garden at Oakdale in the deepening twilight, had looked earnestly at her and had asked, as on that other occasion, what was her name and with whom she lived. Nina shuddered as she thought of it now, though at the time she had felt no fear, but had looked up into the stranger's face with simple wonder how and whence she had come. for she had not perceived her approach until she stood close at her side. Nor was it now so much fear that this woman was an enemy which caused her shudder, as another thought from which she shrank with utter abhorrence, the thought that they might stand to each other in the relation of mother and child. "Oh, no, no," she cried, "I will not believe it. It cannot be. My heart does not go out to her in love and tenderness, but rather shrinks from her in horror and dread. Yet I would I could find her, and force her to tell me of my parents, if she really knows who and what they were. But ah me, I have not the smallest idea where to find her. Oh, where shall I go, and what shall I do?" Again she sat in deep anxious thought, pressing her throbbing brow between her hot, feverish hands. Then the kind motherly face of Mrs. Tripp rose before her. She seemed to hear again the words spoken by that good woman on bidding her a final good-bye. "If ever you need a friend, come to me," and at once her resolution was taken. She would go to the city, seek out that one remaining friend, tell her sorrowful tale, and ask for counsel and aid in procuring some sort of honest employment by which she might hope to gain a decent livelihood. With Nina to resolve was to act, and taking up the lamp, she returned to her own room, hastily collected a few articles of clothing and a few little keepsakes, the relics of happier days, which she put into the small satchel she had brought with her from Oakdale. This done, she changed her dress for one not much better, except that it was fresh from the iron. 3 calicoes, all short, scant, faded, and worn, comprised the whole of her stock. An old black silk mantilla of the fashion of 4 or 5 years back, a pair of cotton gloves, and a coarse brown straw hat were next taken out and laid beside the satchel, and her preparations were complete. Yet no, not quite. Taking up a card that lay on the window seat, she traced a few words upon it in pencil and left it on the bureau. But there was something more to be done ere she should go away never to return, something that wrung her heart with such grief, such a sense of utter bereavement, as she had not known since the day she wept over her adopted mother's grave. Essie had been her roommate and bedfellow ever since their coming to that house, and she lay there now in calm and peaceful sleep, still recking of the bitter anguish that rent the heart of one she loved very dearly. "I must not wake her, though it breaks my heart to go away without a word of farewell between us," thought Nina, as, wiping away the hot blinding tears, she bent over the childish form, taking a last long, loving, lingering look. Then stooping, pressed a light yet ardent kiss upon the rosy cheek, and passed her hand caressingly over the soft, wavy brown hair. She tore herself away, gathered up her things, and shading the light with her hand, again softly descended the stairs. On the landing she paused a moment, thinking of little Ned and of poor old Peggy. But the one was in his mother's room, and the other she feared might detain her, and though it gave her an added keen and bitter pang to do so, she must go without a word or look of farewell to either. The windows of the sitting-room opened upon the porch, and, reaching nearly to the floor, afforded easy egress from the house. She gently undid the bolts of the shutters of one, then, having extinguished the light, stepped out and pushed them to again. All was silent and still as she stood there for a moment listening to the beating of her own heart. The moon was waning, and gave barely light enough for her to see her way, hardly enough to enable her to take a farewell look at the beauties of the home she had loved right well, spite of the many petty trials, and some heavier ones, she had known beneath its sheltering roof. She glanced from side to side with tear-dimmed eyes as she passed with light, quick step down the path that led to the front gate, for the clock striking 2 had warned her that there was no time to lose if she would make good her escape ere the coming dawn should render her liable to be seen by someone who would recognize her and tell of the direction of her flight. For though doubtful if they would care to seek for and bring her back, she would not have them aware whither she had gone. "No, they shall never see or hear of me again," was her bitter thought, as she pursued her dark and solitary way down the lane that led to the road she must take in order to reach a town some 6 or 8 miles distant, where she could take a morning train for Philadelphia. Millcote Station, whence, too, there was an early train, lay much nearer, but there she would be sure to be seen and recognized by the villagers. Among her cherished possessions was a gold dollar, which had been one of her adopted father's last gifts. That tender recollection made it hard indeed to part with it, but it must now pay her way to the city, for the distance was far too great for her to walk. It was one of the sultriest of July days. Not a leaf stirred on the trees. The sun shone with an intense burning heat that seemed to wilt and wither everything exposed to its rays, and the city pavements, as Nina passed over them, scorched and turned her feet through her half-worn, thin-soled shoes and well-darned cotton stockings. The heat of the weather, joined to fatigue, loss of sleep, mental suffering and excitement, had brought on a severe attack of nervous headache. Her temples were throbbing with pain, and the glare of reflected light from the white shutters and white marble doorsteps was almost intolerable to her burning eyes. It was a long distance from the depot to Mr. Tripp's, and weary and ill as she felt, she must walk it, for it had taken all but a few cents of her father's treasured gift to pay her fare to the city. Unconsciously, she started in the wrong direction and did not discover her mistake till she had gone several squares from the right road, thus unfortunately prolonging her walk very much. But at last she found herself within a square of her old home. A few more steps would bring her to Mr. Tripp's corner. The thought of meeting those kind friends whom she had not seen for 3 long years seemed to put new life into her sinking frame, and for a moment her step had almost its natural lightness and elasticity. But could it be that she had again made a mistake? That was not Mr. Tripp's store she was nearing? No, certainly not, for the window was filled with bonnets, ribbons, and artificial flowers. Poor girl! At that sight her heart sank like lead in her bosom. Yet she thought it might be that the family was still living in the old place. She would ring at the door and ask. She did so, and standing on the top step in the hot broiling sun, waited for what seemed an age. Then a slipshod, slovenly girl appeared, asking with a contemptuous glance that took in her whole figure from head to foot, "What's wanted? If you're hunting a place, t'an't no use a coming here, and if you're a beggar, t'an't no use nother, for the mistress she never gives nothing to nobody." "I only wanted to ask if Mr. Tripp lives here yet, or if they've moved away," replied Nina mildly. "Mr. Tripp? No, it's Mrs. Fox and her daughter Mrs. Smith. They are both widdy women, and there's a widdy man as lodges in the best room on the 2nd floor, but his name's Tincake or something, not a bit like Tripp." "Then they must have moved away," gasped Nina in a despairing tone. "Couldn't you tell me where they've gone?" "No, don't know nothing about 'em. Never heard tell of such folks." With the last words the door was slammed in Nina's face, and she sank down, half fainting, upon the steps. "Alone in the wide world, without one friend to help or care for me," she moaned, dropping her face into her hands. But no, was the next thought. "I may find them yet." And gathering herself up, she moved on down the street with slow and languid step till she reached a bakery in the neighborhood, where in former days she had been occasionally sent by her aunt for her loaf of bread. The baker's wife was busy with a customer, and hardly looking at Nina as she put her question, answered hastily, "Know where the Tripps are? Why, la sakes, Mrs. Tripp's been dead and buried this 2 years, and the rest of the family's moved out west somewheres, leastways so I've heard tell." Nina clung to the counter for an instant, but the woman was counting out the change and did not notice her, and recovering from the faint sick feeling that had come over her at the starting intelligence, the poor girl passed quietly out of the shop with her slow weary step and almost bursting heart. "Dead and buried, dead and buried," the words were ringing in her ears and scorching themselves into her brain, burning, burning even more than the fierce rays of that July sun that shone with such a dreadful glare right down upon her poor aching head, protecting from them by nothing but the old brown straw hat. It seemed to grow hotter every minute as she wandered on and on, neither knowing nor caring whither her steps were tending. There was fever in her veins, and reason was tottering upon her throne. She was fast losing the power to think or plan, but had vague thoughts of falling down and dying in the street, and that there would be no one to bury her, no one to shed a tear over her sad fate, the young life so early blotted out of existence. And so she wandered on, till suddenly she found herself under the shade of great trees that spread their branches high above her head. Green grass on every side, and the prattle of children at play, and their shouts of noisy glee mingling with the rattling of wheels in the street outside, and the cries of the newsboys and the vendors of fish, vegetables, and fruits. She had unconsciously entered one of the squares of the city, and presently coming to a seat under a tree, she sank down upon it, letting her satchel fall by her side. Her head drooped upon her breast, and for a moment she dozed. She was roused by someone seating himself by her side. It was a man, wearing the garb of a gentleman. But there was that in his eye and smile as he looked into the beautiful face before him and said, "How tired you are, pretty one. You had better come with me to a place where you can rest and be refreshed." That startled Nina and made her involuntarily shrink from him in fear and terror. She rose hastily and, picking up her satchel, hurried away, her dread of the bold, bad man giving her strength for the moment to walk quite rapidly. Glancing several times over her shoulder, she saw that he followed her a little, then turned off into another path. But she dared not sit down again to rest in that cool, inviting shade. So out into the hot streets she went, wandering on as before, and on, slowly dragging one weary foot after the other, longing for rest and for escape from the heat and dust, the noise and turmoil of this busy mart of men, where she was continually jostled and pushed about by the hurrying crowds, but not knowing where to find them. On and still on till she had reached the river. She crossed the bridge, the driver of a carriage shouting at her to get out of the way of his horses, and still on she went to the other side, with ever-lagging step, while the heavens grew black with clouds, and the air that had oppressive stillness that precedes a coming storm. But Nina thought not of its approach. She only felt in a half-unconscious way that it was some relief that the sun no longer sent down his scorching rays upon her aching head, and wondered dreamily why such a sense of suffocation had come over her, that she must pant and gasp for breath. What wistful, longing glances she cast at the handsome dwellings, and the neat, pretty cottages with gardens filled with shrubbery and flowers, and at the groups of happy children, and of bright-eyed lads and merry young girls, who all had homes and fathers and mothers to love, protect and provide for them, and knew nothing of how dreadful it was to be without a friend in this cold, hard world, or even so much as a roof to cover their heads. It gave her a dull, heavy pain at her heart to think of the difference between their lot and hers. For what had she? Not even a name, as she whispered to herself, with a shiver and a moan, while toiling slowly on and still on, the houses growing more and more scattered, till at last there was nothing on either side of her but open fields and woods. Then a sudden gust of wind tore her hat from her head and sending it whirling away, and the rain poured down in torrents, drenching her in a moment to the skin, while the lightning flashed and the thunder rolled and reverberated overhead. The storm had come up very fast, bringing with it almost the darkness of night, though the sun had scarcely set, and the torrents of rain quickly turned the dust of the roads to slippery, clinging mud, thus greatly increasing the difficulty of walking, and soon the weary feet refused to carry their tired owner any longer. She had entered a bit of woods, where she presently dropped down, utterly exhausted, upon the wet grass underneath a giant oak, and stretching herself out of the sodden bed, using her satchel for a pillow, fell at once into a troubled sleep. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Wanted a Pedigree. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Roohi Huck. Wanted a Pedigree by Martha Finley. Chapter 23. Rebellion in the Camp. Essie Powell started up in bed, scarcely knowing what it was that had roused her from her slumbers. Nina, do you intend to come down today? It was Mrs. Powell's voice that called, in its shrillest, sharpest tones, and at the sound the little girl sprang out of bed, glancing about the room with startled, wondering eyes. It presented an unwonted scene of confusion, and no Nina was there. Mother, what does it mean? Where has she gone? Cried Essie, as the door was thrown hastily open and Mrs. Powell strode in, with a step that bespoke her fully resolved to pour out the vials of her pent-up wrath on the devoted head of the delinquent Nina. She too glanced about the room in astonishment, while Essie, pointing to the half-open bureau drawer with its contents tumbled together in the wildest disorder, to the discarded dress lying on a chair, and lastly to the pillow that lay beside her own, said, Look, mother, she is not here, and she never left her things so before. And see, there is no dent in the pillow. She hasn't slept with me at all. Oh, mother, where is she? She asked with a burst of tears, I dreamed that she cried over me and kissed me good-bye, saying that she was going away, never to come back. Oh, mother, has it come true?" And she clasped her hands together with a frightened look and a bitter choking sob. "Hush, you silly child," replied her mother severely. "Suppose she has gone. It's nothing to fret about. Let her go, I say, and consider it a good riddance." "Oh, mother, but I loved her dearly, dearly, my darling, pretty cousin Nina," cried Essie, wringing her hands. Then, rushing past her mother into the hall, "Father, Homer," she called, "Nina's gone, Nina's gone." "What? Where? Who saw her go?" cried Homer, throwing open his door and hastily emerging from it, hairbrush in hand and without his coat. "Mother, this is your work," and he turned almost fiercely upon her. "Why did you drive her to distraction with your cruel words?" She had followed Essie and stood in the doorway of Nina's room with a card in her hand. "Homer, you forget that you address your mother," she said with dignified severity, just as Mr. Powell appeared upon the scene, coming up from below stairs to learn what all the noise and tumult were about. "What is that? Something that she has left?" asked Homer, stepping hastily to his mother's side and trying to take the card from her hand. But she held it out of his reach and waved him off with a frown. "What is that, my dear? And what has excited you all so?" asked Mr. Powell, moving quickly toward his wife, while his eye glanced from her to Homer and Essie and back again. With a scornful curl of her lip and an angry glance at her son, she placed the card in his hand. "I am going away, never to come back," he read aloud. "What does it mean?" he asked in surprise and dismay. "Nina gone? But this is not her hand, surely. I never saw writing of hers so irregular and slovenly. Why, it is scarcely legible," and he looked inquiringly at his wife. "Agitation of mind, I presume," was the sneering reply. "I let her into the secret of her birth, or more properly speaking, told her of the mystery connected with it, last night. So it was a terrible shock to my lady's pride, and has no doubt led to this sudden elopement." "Yes, you were terribly cruel to her. You could hardly have been more severe and pitiless if she had been guilty of the crimes you lay to her mother's charge. Her mother, of whom you knew nothing whatever," cried Homer hotly, for the sudden conviction that Nina was lost to him forever had increased tenfold her value in his estimation and his passion for her, and he was almost beside himself with anger and disappointment. This very unfilial address did not meet with the reproof it deserved, for Mrs. Powell was literally dumb with astonishment at his temerity, while her husband seemed to lose his sense of it for the moment, in his righteous indignation that Nina should have been so unkindly and unjustly treated. "Oh, Comfort, how could you?" he exclaimed. "The Bible says the sins of the parents are not to be visited upon the children, and poor Nina, I am sure, is not to blame for what hers may have done. Besides, it is all guesswork with us from beginning to end. But here we stand, wasting time in idle talk, while the poor child is probably getting more entirely out of reach every movement," he added with sudden energy. "Homer, do you run down at once to the village and find out if she took the train this morning, and if she did not, do you send out men in all directions to look for and bring her back. She can hardly have gone too far to be overtaken by prompt pursuit, I think." Homer had hurried on coat and hat while his father spoke, and would have rushed downstairs ere the conclusion of the sentence, but his mother stepped before him. "You shall not go. I will not have it," she said in a low, hoarse tone of concentrated passion. "We are well rid of that wretched, ungrateful creature, whatever you and your father may say to the contrary, and I will not have her brought back to pollute my house and the minds of my innocent children. Enough, quite enough. And she has already taught my eldest son to treat me with worse than mere disrespect, and to heap undeserved reproaches upon my head, and that only because I resented her abuse of him." "Comfort," said her husband solemnly, "what do you and what can you suppose will become of the poor young thing if she is thrown upon the wide world without a friend, she so young, so beautiful, and with so little knowledge of the snares that will be laid for her poor unwary feet? Really, Mr. Powell, the occasion inspires you. You have actually grown eloquent under its influence," she cried, turning upon him with a bitter sneer. "What do I suppose she will come to? To just what her mother did. I have always seen that it was in her, and felt sure she would come to it sooner or later, and it has taken a large amount of Christian forbearance to induce me to allow her home in my house, which it has been my constant endeavour to make the home of unsullied purity. Yet I believe in blood, and that such things are hereditary, quite as surely as consumption or insanity or anything else. Comfort, you horrify me, cried her husband, aghast at the malevolence of her speech. Especially when I reflect that, as I have said, we actually do not know anything whatever of Nina's parents. No, not so much as who or what they are or were. And could you, he continued, could you allow that innocent, lovely young creature, loved by your sister as her own child and committed by her with her dying breath to your care, could you allow her to go to destruction without stretching out a hand to save her? Would your conscience let you do it? I feel that I have done all, and more than my duty by her already, she replied loftily, and I have not turned her out of my house. She went of her own free will and accord, and henceforth and forever I wash my hands of all responsibility in regard to her and her fate. Besides, I tell you, it is merely a question of time. She's sure to turn out badly, sooner or later. I've always seen that it was in her. I don't believe it. I never saw a sign of such a thing in her. And I, for one, shall take some trouble to search for her and bring her back, cried Homer, hastily putting his mother out of his path and springing down the stairs 2 or 3 steps at a time. Homer, she called after him, will you dare to bring her back here when I have said positively that I will not have her in the house again? Mr. Powell, do you intend to see my authority set at defiance in this manner? She asked, turning wrathfully to him as Homer bounded out of the house as though her words had not reached him, and the gate presently swung to with a bang behind him. Mr. Powell was following him down the stairs, and his wife's shrill tones only quickened his movements. Thomas Powell, do you mean to answer me? She screamed. Yes, my dear, he replied in his usual meek tones, as he paused for a single moment, with his hand on the latch of the back hall door. I'll not allow her to be brought here, as you don't wish it, but I must see that a shelter is provided for her somewhere. Hardly waiting to finish his sentence, he darted through the door, across the porch, and from it down the path to the stable, where he harnessed his horse to the buggy with great expedition. Mrs. Powell, glancing from the window a few moments later, saw him driving rapidly along the road. Turning to Peggy with as dark a frown as the old woman had ever seen on her face. Get breakfast on the table at once, she commanded, through her clenched teeth. We will not wait for Mr. Powell or Homer. Where's Nina this morning? Asked Peggy, looking keenly at her mistress. I neither know nor care, was the curt reply, as she stalked majestically from the room. The next minute Essie, who had been sent to assist the younger ones to dress, came in with eyes red and swollen with weeping, leading Ned and followed by Belle, both of them crying bitterly. What's the matter with you, young ones? This is a bad beginning of the day, said Peggy sharply, at which Essie burst into a fresh flood of tears and sobbed out the story of Nina's disappearance. Well, 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 cried Peggy, dropping the poker with which she was stirring the fire. Is it possible? I thought something was up. And so she's actually gone. I've wondered many a time she didn't go. But poor thing, poor pretty young creature, what's going to become of her? She don't know the ways of this wicked world, and who's to say what harm may come to her, and how'll they feel that drove her to it? And she shook her grey head sorrowfully as she picked up the poker and set it away in the chimney corner. Who drove her away, Peggy? Who would dare to do it? Cried the children in excited, indignant chorus. Ned adding with a doubled-up fist, a fierce look, and a stamp of his baby foot, I'll kill him when I get a man, so I will. I don't know. You can ask your mother, was the only answer they could extract from Peggy. Neither Mr. Powell nor Homer was seen again till dinner time, which fact was a vexation of spirit to the affectionate wife and mother, who had looked forward with grim satisfaction to seeing them return somewhat earlier, with a request for breakfast, a request she would have refused with the greatest pleasure. They came in together looking weary and depressed, so much so that a glance sufficed to assure her of the utter failure of their attempt to get upon the track of the fugitive. So you have returned from your wild goose chase, neither the wiser nor the richer for your trouble, she said mockingly. I hope my advice and my wishes may be regarded as worthy of some consideration another time. I'm not sorry I went, and I've done what I could to find her, replied her spouse with unusual spirit, for my conscience would have troubled me sorely if I had not. No doubt, your conscience is remarkably tender on some points. Pity it doesn't lead you to be a little more considerate of the wishes and the comfort of the wife you promised to love and cherish till death should part you from her." "Why, my dear, wherein have I come short?" he asked. "If you have not sense enough to see, it would be quite useless for me to attempt to show you," was the very satisfactory reply. Mr. Powell let it pass unnoticed, while he sighed inwardly over the certain knowledge that other and far more disagreeable strictures upon his conduct were kept in reserve for the privacy of their own room and the hour of retirement for the night. Mr. Powell had a strong though secret sympathy for the much abused Caudle, and was sometimes more than half inclined to suspect that he was himself the original of that character, and that the author had stolen some of Mrs. Powell's finest efforts. Little Ned fretted constantly for Nina, and received numerous spankings in consequence, and Essie, who mourned quite as much in secret, was suspected on account of her tear-swollen eyes, and threatened with a like punishment if there was not a speedy reformation. Yet no one missed Nina more than Mrs. Powell herself, and she soon informed her husband that they must have another girl to help Peggy, who either would not or could not do half the work of their family. 2 days after Nina's disappearance, Mr. Powell received from Dr. Blake the half-yearly remittance for her support. His first impulse, or rather the first prompting of conscience, was to return it at once, with the news of her flight. But he was very fond of money, never liked to let it go out of his hands, and had become so accustomed to using these sums as were sent in, taking them as payment for Nina's board, etc., that it really seemed as if they belonged to him. Then he reasoned with himself that she might return in a few days, probably would, for how was such a child to support herself? And in that case it would of course be better for all parties that the matter should be kept as quiet as possible. Dr. Blake need not hear a word about it. Besides, Mrs. Powell knew that this money, which had always been paid very regularly, was now due, and he dared not incur her increased displeasure by returning it without her knowledge and consent. He almost trembled at the very thought of the storm such a daring act would bring about his ears. There had been nothing but clouds and storms in Millcote since Nina's flight, and he could not endure the thought of increasing the murkiness of the home atmosphere. The cheque was hastily returned to the envelope, and the two were thrust into his pocket. "Thomas, haven't you heard from Dr. Blake yet?" asked Mrs. Powell, as they sat together that evening after tea, he reading his newspaper while she was busy with the week's mending, Homer and the younger children having left the room. "Yes, I heard by today's mail," he said, as he folded his paper and smoothed it out on his knee. Then, seeing the determined look in her eye which he had never been able to withstand, he drew the letter from his pocket and handed it to her. She clutched it with eagerness, hastily pulled out the cheque and looked at the amount. "Ah, very good. It's better than I expected," she said, with great satisfaction. "This will more than pay off the rest of that mortgage, and it will be a very comfortable thing to feel that the place is entirely our own. You must attend to it at once, Thomas. I don't believe in letting such things slide." "Nor I, Comfort," he answered uneasily. But, well?" There was a sharp ring in her voice that did not tend to set him more at ease, and he was tempted to jump up and run away from the searching glance of those keen black eyes, like the veriest coward as he was. But it would not do. He could not escape her, and an answer she would have, as he well knew. So he stammered out, I'd like to please you, Comfort, but I don't think that money is exactly ours." He fairly trembled at his own audacity and the look she gave him in reply, but went on, speaking rapidly now to have it over the sooner. "You cannot have forgotten, my dear, that Nina is gone and may never come back, and as the property was unfortunately left to her, and there's nothing due on her account, the last cheque having settled everything up to next week, it seems to me this money is hers." "Very well. Suppose you take or send it to her then." The contemptuous note was not pleasant to hear, and Mr. Powell winced under it. "You know I cannot do that at present, Comfort," he said. "But she may return, and then the money will be ours, as an equivalent for her board, etc.," she interrupted. "And if she never comes, is never heard of again, whose will it be, I'd like to know? Am I not my sister's lawful heir?" "Next after Nina, of course," he answered. "But suppose we keep and use this money, and she makes her way out to her old home, and shows herself to Dr. Blake, we would be obliged to refund. I'll risk it, was the significant reply. You don't think she will go there? I'm nearly sure she will not. She told me she would never touch a penny of the property, and what Nina says she is very apt to stick to. But what will become of her? I have already given my opinion on that point. The utter heartlessness of her tone shocked him. He could not think of such a fate for that innocent, lovely young creature without a shudder, and from the moment he almost loathed the woman he called wife. He rose up hastily and paced the floor for several minutes, then coming back to her side. And shall we go on taking and using these remittances, leaving Dr. Blake to suppose Nina is still with us? He asked. Why not? If she lays no claim to the property, it is mine, as it ought to have been from the first. Would you have it go to Dr. Blake's pocket? And how is it all to end? It must come out at last, I fear, and we will be disgraced, if nothing more. We may hear of Nina's death, or finding her when she is of age and can execute such an instrument, get her to deed the property back to us, or there will be some other way out of the difficulty. We will not trouble about it now. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. Mr. Powell was slightly shocked at this shameful misapplication of Scripture. His conscience whispered too that it was not an honest deed they were planning, and his naturally kind heart yearned over their helpless victim. The pretty innocent creature he had learned to love almost as a daughter, but fear of his wife and that love of money which is the root of all evil conquered, and yielding a half reluctant consent, he promised to follow out Mrs. Powell's wishes the next day. End of chapter 23.